My lovely, 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 lovely imps, how are you doing today? Page Punk Corpse, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Joey Ravioli, Killjoy 40K, Oklahoma, Bend for the Potato, Girl with a Guitar, Trans Girl Jade, Gaius Winston, Palm Dad, Dank Cat Lord, Lefty McLefterson, Little Morphine Annie, Polaire, Somniostatic, Antoine Bastard, Ex Oblivion, Aska, Delance, Pandora, Silver GameCube, Bromine Lucid, Orifear, President Parakeet, Sprodman, Windleby, Straw Hat Monty, The Posadas John, Louis Boy, Laya King, Somniostatic, Agent Mad Hat, Mucky Pucky, great to see you, Uncle Gumball, and of course, over on the YouTube side, we have Rioma, Cedar Waxwing, Kareem, fake name, Scott K, thank you for subscribing, Cynthia Flowers, Furcifer, Tori Cassiatori, Alice Payne, God himself, Noctalb, Grady HD, Zach Fletcher, Arden Rose, Arlo, Rioma, and of course, the one and only Ron's KFC. Shout out to Ron's KFC. Extremely happy to hear that you're doing better. Hope that that only continues to be the case. Welcome to the stream. If you are here and you have not gone and pressed that like button, go press the like button. I'm gonna, wait, that seemed really loud. The like button's tuned a little loud right now, but go press it anyway. Go slam it. The least you could do. We want to get as many people in here tonight because we have a lot of fun stuff to do. We have a lot of fun stuff to do, in fact. Very dank. It was dank? It was too dank? Whatever. I don't really care. Are you gonna cover the new DW trailer? No. I don't feel that that's like, look. It's a rare treat that we cover anything. It's a rare treat for Daily Wire that we ever give them the grace of making fun of anything. I am not gonna react to all of their vaporware fucking trailers, especially when it's basically something that would have, that if it was 50 fucking, no, not 50. If it was like 80 years ago, would have been printed in the fucking Daily Stormer. Nuts isn't here? That's weird. Hope he's doing okay. I calculate so far you did 13 hours covering Illuminati. Yep, I did. And chances are we're likely to get some more major news soon too. But yeah. I have so much, oh my God, I have so much I want to talk about tonight. Look awesome today. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This was this is my new hoodie that I got, well, like literally last month, at the end of last month. It was a gift from Conyer. Some of you may know of Conyer. If you don't know of Conyer, you should go check out Conyer. Conyer is a friend and fellow streamer. Is Vaush streaming? I don't think Vaush is streaming. Why would Vaush be streaming? Is he streaming? I don't think he is. And who cares? He's not me. So why does it matter? Just kidding. I had a nice, did I tell you all about that? Wait, have I streamed since Thanksgiving? Did I? I don't think I have. I guess not. I did hang out with Ian on Thanksgiving. That was fun. We had a huge Friendsgiving, and Ian came over, and it was nice. Vaush, that's who Ian is. Yeah, it was great. We had actually a really good time. It was really fun. And Conyer and Vermin. Maki Paki, thank you so much. Maki Paki says, life has been all around stressful lately, but the energy you have in your vids and VODs has always been a delight. Hope you and your fellow imps have been well. I'm not gonna lie. My November has been a very stressful month. I had oral surgery, which was really difficult. I got sick. It's been a crazy month. Plus there was all the planning and all that. I've had a crazy month, but I'm doing pretty well, all things considered. And thank you for supporting the show. Oh, Somniostatic, let me try and get your dono. I didn't see it. Da-da-da-da-da. Ron's KFC. Oh my God! Ron's KFC with the $50. Thank you so much. Again, thank you and the Imps so much for showing me love and support while I was alone in the hospital. You guys rock. You hear that? This is something I wanted to talk about today, by the way. Thank you, first of all, for that. But secondly, that is something that makes our community very powerful. Our community takes care of one another very well, and it's something I always want us to do. Good job, everybody. And of course, I hope that we will continue to show you much love and warmth and support in that time. I hope you just continue to get better, and much love to you. Thank you for supporting the show, seriously. Gayest Winston says, you've been granted the gift of the 5th gayest Winston. 5th? So there's other gayer Winstons? Huh, interesting. I wouldn't have even guessed. I wouldn't have guessed. Let me check and see what I missed. Because I apparently missed some donos from earlier on in the stream, so I'm going to read those real quick before we get anything into it. Decoy Duck with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. And Somnio Static says, Sheesh, Cheech is the best character in the Berserk manga. I haven't got to that character yet. So, I will take your word for it. I'll keep an eye out for that character. Sheesh or Cheech. Damn, we have so many viewers. We've only just started and we have 216 people watching. That's amazing. Unfortunately, we only have an incredibly stingy 112 likes. Likes are free. Likes are free and they make it possible for me to do my job. Please, please give me your likes or I'll have no choice but to cry. I'll have no choice. See how you can press this button. All right, if everybody likes it, if everybody likes the stream, I'll press the ha 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 button. Or even if more people like the stream, I'll press the ha 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 button. We have a new laugh on our soundboard and you all will get to enjoy it, but only if we get enough likes. Oh, we're crawling up there. We're at 141 out of 228, which is pretty good, but all right, no ha ha yet. No ha ha yet, maybe soon. Oh my goodness. I'm happy to be streaming again, honestly. This month has been extremely, I don't want to sound like a giant complainer, but it's been a rough month, okay? It's been a really stressful month. And honestly, I was really tired today, but I was excited by the prospect of streaming. You might notice I have a little bit of a bruise on the side of my face. Everybody's gonna notice it now, but I got electrolysis. And sometimes it bruises my face, and it hurts. It stings. Ouchie. But I'm happy to get it, so, you know. We got some fresh meme and Kanikuman. All right, we'll keep an eye out for them. Keep an eye out. We'll watch these in just a little bit. Why does it bruise? It bruises because basically the way that they do electrolysis is they take this little needle and they poke it into each individual follicle. So you have like a little technician with little glasses, and it's like you're being like you're like a piece of jewelry, but you can feel pain. And so they stick a little tiny needle and it slides into the thing and it zaps the follicle of the hair, the root of the follicle. But sometimes that agitates the area around it, which makes it bruise and it hurts. Have you seen the latest Elon Musk clip? I haven't, but I heard about it. We'll watch that. That sounds great. Sappher Guy says, I've had an awful 2 months myself. Your streams are really soothing to me, so I'm glad to see you back. Happy to be of service to you. I'm really happy to deliver that. I've got so much fun stuff planned for the coming month. Guys, hold on a second. Wait a minute. I hear something. Do you hear something? Hold on a minute. Hold on. Hear this? Ready? Listen closely. Ho, ho, ho! That's right. Something is coming just around the corner. That's right. It is almost Imp-mas. It's almost Imp-mas. I am hoping to go get the Imp-mas tree this weekend, and then we will announce the formal beginning of Imp-mas. And for those of you there's a lot of new people in our audience, like a lot of new people, who have never experienced Imp-mas. And if you've never experienced an Imp-mas, you're in for a treat. So Imp-mas is the rules of Imp-mas are, it begins when we feel like it, and it ends when we feel like it. Because God knows that we all have to live our lives by everyone else's schedule. So the least we can do is enjoy our festivities on our own terms. So we continue Imp-mas, we do a whole big thing, and we do all kinds of wild and fun things. Naomi Chance, thank you so much for the $5. Deeply appreciate that. And also, oh my God, Snack Freak, thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. So cozy watching stream while I make this year's Imp-mas ornament. Hint, it starts with a F. Ah, that sounds amazing. I'm very excited. By the way, here's the deal. If you are interested in sending an Imp-mas ornament that we will hang on our tree, we have a P.O. box. And I know that we haven't really plugged the P.O. box in a while. To be honest, it's just slipped out of my mind with how busy this year has been. We have a P.O. box, and you can send an ornament, and we will hang it on the Imp-mas tree and show it to you. If you want the P.O. box, simply contact me on Discord, or, which this is much easier, so email me at demonmamaonline@gmail.com. Bam. There you go. It's that easy. demonmamaonline@gmail.com. Just email me and let me know you want the P.O. box, and I'll give you the P.O. box, and you can send an ornament that we will hang on the tree. So you can see your ornament up on the tree when we get it set up, which should hopefully be this weekend, provided the weather holds. Imp-mas is going to be a lot of fun this year. I have a lot of different things planned. I've been thinking about a bunch of cool stuff we can do. We're gonna do as always, we do our year in review. We go back and look at some of the highest moments of the year. We go back and talk about some of the stuff that happened this year. We reminisce, we spend times together. We're gonna do a tier list of Christmas treats. It's gonna be amazing. And of course, once we get the tree up, we will also be introducing the, oops, I made a mistake. Woohoo! Small error, gotta fix something real quick. Sorry, my computer is yelling at me real quick and I gotta fix it. Whoopsies. Let me just fix that real quick. Woohoo! Don't want the stream to go down. Don't worry, we'll get it back under control. Just give me a second here. There we go, okay, woo, fixed. Fixed before the computer shut down on me. No, stop it. Stop it. What are you talking? What is it? Why is it still giving me an error? It's okay. Okay, the stream's not gonna go down at least. That's good at least. All right, we're good. We're in the clear. So then what's taking up all the space then? Is it my, oh, I see. It must be my, sorry to just trail off. My computer threw a memory error at me. Not a memory error, a storage space error, but I don't have anything on here that should be taking up any space. At least not that I know of. Let me just double check real quick and make sure what's going on. Give me just a second, everybody. Sorry to be distracted, but I really gotta have this or else I can't, if I don't do this right, then I won't be able to have my stuff. Be able to have my videos go up, and that's pretty important. All right, hold on a second. Ah, here we go. Give me just 1 minute. I'm gonna problem, then I'll be able to get back to rambling about Imp-mas undisturbed. No more disturbtions. Oh, why'd they do this? Oh, I hate it when this happens. Okay, so I see what happened. Fucking Dropbox downloaded a bunch of my shit. Dropbox downloaded a bunch of my clips. Why did it do that? Why did it download a bunch of my clips to the computer? computer. That's so fucking annoying. It took up all my space. Bastards. Give me my goddamn space. All right, this should work now. Let's see. Yay, it's working. Problem solved. All right, everybody, crisis averted. Nothing to worry about. I hate Dropbox. Yeah, I don't. Dropbox has its issues and it has a lot of things that annoy me, but also it's like the most realistic tool that we have. We haven't found another one that works better. Ashmar says 9 days until Hanukkah. I just discovered one of the most based rabbis ever. I don't know about this person, but I'll have to go read about them. Oh. Oh, damn. Okay, yeah, this person does seem based. Straw Hat Monty with the tier 1 sub. Mobile app was bugging, so I booted up my capable but underused PC just to sub. You've been my favorite content creator to watch this past few months, and I figured I'd sub. Thank you. I deeply appreciate it. This show is 100% viewer supported. So you all, if you're willing to support me and throw a few bucks in the tip jar, it means I make a living, and that means the world to me. Thank you so much, especially at this time of year where I got a bunch of gifts to buy and stuff. Anyway, Imp-mas is coming soon, and that is going to be extremely, extremely exciting. We're gonna have the special Imp-mas emojis are gonna be back on the website, which everyone will be able to enjoy, and it'll be great. By the way, we have almost 300 viewers and almost 200 likes, so please, toss me your YouTube lights. Toss me those YouTube lights. It means the world to me to get those YouTube lights. Please, please, please. Many a chew toy for the critter? Yeah, no joke. Straight up. I've already got some plans. I have a whole Christmas list going. Christmas and Imp-mas, by extension, is my favorite time of year. Well, I don't know. It's pretty close for Halloween, but the thing is, Halloween doesn't have the length of the Imp-mas season, you know? Like, there's one day, and like, with Christmas and Imp-mas, it's like everybody expects it to be like everybody's on vacation for a while, everybody's got a couple days, you got Christmas Eve, you got the day after Christmas, you got all this stuff. So it's got more heft, and I just love it. I love getting gifts for people. I love getting to see people open gifts. Oh yeah, you look, I'll play the funny haha noise. All right, here you get it. You get this. But I need more likes afterwards. Here's the haha. You guys can hear it. This is on the soundboard now, by the way. You did this to me. Okay, it's so good. How did we get such a golden sound? I gotta get the one with the "you rich fuck" in there as well. Ha ha ha, you rich fuck. Incredible. God. Oh my God, those videos did really well, by the way. We had to upload it in 2 parts because of an editing thing, but my latest videos have been doing really good. Thank you to everybody who's been watching them. You guys want to see something really funny? Okay, you want to see something really funny? Okay, this right here is, okay, I'm gonna zoom up and show you guys something really funny, okay? From my YouTube. Okay? Pull it up. Gotta shrink first. Let's do this. Take a look at this. So my shorts usually have a very high like to dislike ratio. Look at this, 98, 98, 98, 97. The one I did on British people, previously it was at 30%, and it's finally raised up to 61% because the Americans finally showed up. But boy, did it make the British people mad. It also got a lot of views. It got 3,000 views in like the first day. Yeah, it's in 2 parts. It's in 2 parts, Depresso Transo. I know, it's kind of annoying, but that's just how it was. The Brits got so fucking mad. Oh, you guys should see the comments. The comments, they were mauling so hard about the short. They were like, oh my God, it was so fucking funny. There were people who were like, there were British people who were like, how dare you get mad at my beautiful country, despite the fact that that every other country in the world has done violence and war and all other things, and yet you're going to get mad at me? And I'm like, yes, we're gonna get mad at you. Of course we're gonna get mad at you. You did it for you did the worst colonialism the world has ever seen for 500 years. You got a debt racked up. Shut the fuck up. If you're British, you should not be British. You should say, I disavow the British label. But people got so fucking mad. Oh my God. Yeah, we're gonna watch it, Kyle. Listen, British people have a complex, okay? They can't here's the thing, and I said this before, that even the lefties often have this problem where they're so prideful that they just can't accept that they might be the nastiest nation, the nastiest nation recognized on the planet. Like, obviously, Nazi Germany is pretty fucking bad, but Nazi Germany was like 12 years, and England as an empire that was lasted like 500 years of brutal misery and genocide and starvation. Yeah, so, you know, that's all I'm saying. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for liking the stream. Anyway, they got really mad, so. If the UK is a nation of nations, then why do they call themselves king and queen instead of emperor and empress? Because they're cucked. Because they were too attached to the trappings of royalty and not the, and they were like, ooh, an empire, ooh, that sounds, that might do damage to my PR, ooh. Alan Eyes, best wishes from Scotland. May you be free of the Brits yet. That's true, Victoria. Yeah, there obviously they do in some things. They just, you know, I don't know. That's true. They did call themselves the Emperor Empress of India. What is your hoodie? It looks cool as fuck. It is a Kill Star. You can actually see it says Kill Star. It's a Kill Star hoodie, and it's got a three-eyed goat with a little candle on his head. It's got little on the side. Pretty great. I love this. It's super soft and comfy too. It's wonderful. I quite like it. Oh yeah, there was a comment. Do I want to engage in discourse? I want to engage in discourse. You want to engage in discourse tonight? There was a comment that I wanted to read. Kind of bothered me a little. Where's the... Oh no, where's the comment? Oh, did they delete it? Okay, maybe they deleted it. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the discourse. Let's do some discourse. All right, I'm gonna read a comment that I got recently. My lovely imps. This maybe this will be a short or something like that, or maybe it'll be its own little segment, depending on how engaged people are in it. Anyway, my lovely imps. Recently, I received a comment on one of my videos. There's been a lot of discourse around the consumption of plant-based substances for enjoyment and health and well-being, okay? There's been a lot of discussion around it, okay? And I got a comment that I wanted to read out real quick because it touched on some things that that I wanted to talk about. And I don't think this is like a bad comment, but it had some things that kind of, I don't know, frustrated me just a little bit. and I wanna talk about it a little bit. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, I'm sure everybody's gonna get. Everybody's has very strong opinions about it. But anyway, let me just read the comment and then we'll go from there. This was a comment on my video. They said, people get mad about it, meaning drug use. People get mad about it, but in his recent video about Snoop Dogg giving up weed and his arguing with chat, Vaush was right in his take on drug usage and how people fetishize drug usage when objectively speaking, not taking drugs is the obvious right position for people to have if they want a healthy life. Yes, there are drugs that are prescribed and drugs that are fine to take recreationally as long as people have a healthy relationship to drugs, but it doesn't take away from the fact that resorting to drugs that aren't ones that were prescribed by a psychiatrist as a part of therapy to cope with mental and/or economic difficulties is a terrible recipe for disaster. Muda and Vaush are correct in that the legalization of drugs is based, but we shouldn't fetishize and romanticize it either, just like how one can be in favor of the right to bear arms but take issue with said thing being fetishized and romanticized, which is dangerous. In the case with Boogie, him taking shrooms to deal with his mental issues was not a situation in which it was prescribed and regulated by a psychiatrist to help him with therapy, but instead it was just given by a random shaman weirdo. Now, there's so much that I could talk about with that, but don't you feel like that comment was a good launching off point for this conversation? I feel like the way that people talk about drug consumption is very strange to me. And I think that part of what is strange to me about the conversation is the drugs that people choose to ignore and say don't count. That's something that's always very strange to me. So for example, coffee is loaded with caffeine, and energy drinks in the United States are remarkably popular. Energy drinks are insanely popular in the United States right now. And they have so much caffeine, it's actually shocking. Caffeine is a psychoactive drug. And often energy drinks include multiple other drugs that are in certain quantities to produce a certain psychoactive effect. And I find it interesting that like people are like, well, that one doesn't count. And then I go, okay. And then of course, then there's like, oh, well, all of the over-counter drugs don't count either, like NyQuil or acetaminophen, which is extremely common. People take that shit all the time. Benadryl, which can be, acetaminophen is actually an incredibly dangerous substance, and a lot of people do damage to themselves by accident by overdosing on Tylenol chronically, but people don't really count that one when they're talking about this, and they don't talk about ibuprofen, they don't talk about any of the over-the-counter drugs that exist, even though they are all drugs. They are all drugs. And then when people talk about things like cannabis, all of a sudden it's a drug with a capital D. And there's like, but they never actually fully explain what the difference is. And I do think, by the way, I should be clear, I do think there are differences between every substance. And I think there's a difference between something like acetaminophen and cannabis. But I don't know why people, I don't understand entirely the way that people filter these things as drugs versus not drugs in their mind, even though they are both objectively drugs by basically any measure. And if you're talking about caffeine, there's a psychoactive effect going on there. Caffeine people like, I don't know if it's most Americans, I don't have the stats on hand, but I would say a large percentage of Americans are addicted to caffeine, as in if they do not get their caffeine, they can't function. They are angry, upset. They can't focus. They can't do their work. They might get headaches. People get withdrawals from caffeine very regularly. But people don't consider that like a thing that they talk about in this way. So I find that there's a double standard on talking about it. And by the way, I want to be clear here. Vaush was mentioned in the comment, but I'm not really talking about Vaush in Vaush's take. I'm actually trying to focus on the commenter's take. And the reason for that is that I actually think that Vaush's take on this is quite fair. There are some things that I disagree with the way that he words it, but he tends to avoid some of the things that I'm talking about here for the most part. For the most part. So I don't actually have much of an issue with Vaush's version of the take. AutoRoll78 said, Vaush says that coffee has less of an impact on your brain state as weed. Well, I think that would depend on the person, right? Like if you give an energy drink to like a teenager who doesn't drink much caffeine, that kid will fucking feel wired as fuck and probably not make good decisions. I do agree that overall, like, I think that weed is probably a slightly more impactful drug overall, but I don't know. I don't know how you deter, like, again, I don't want to fixate on Vaush's take on this because overall, I listened to his take and I felt it was overall pretty fair. From my understanding, his take on it was more or less that, that like, he wants people to have like a realistic relationship with stuff like cannabis. Yeah. VCCTV says, I had my first drink of alcohol accidentally when I was like 8 and I don't even remember the night. Yeah, I mean, when you're a kid and you have like if you take a big gulp of your dad's like strong drink, it'll fuck you up. But anyway. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that I think that people have a weird approach to the conversation around drug use. And I don't think it's just I don't think it's just the anti-weed people, because those people do exist. But like, here's the thing right here. In this particular comment, I'm gonna read the comment again. People fetishize drug usage when objectively speaking, not taking drugs is the obvious right position for people to have if they want a healthy life. And I can't agree with that, like, at all. I think this commenter, by the way, I should be clear, I think this commenter is overall very reasonable and rational overall, but I think they've made some mistakes. Like, for example, I don't think that that's true. In fact, I think that that's like almost objectively false by every measure. There are a lot of people who have chronic pain, and being able to take like a CBD THC edible or something like that makes it possible for them to live a full and healthy life because there is something that their body is dealing with that they are supplementing and solving. People don't have that type of attitude towards, I mean, some people do take attitude towards things like glasses, but there's this stigma against not just drug use, but against medications generally in our culture. And it is kind of weird and like naturalistic. Like, you don't see anybody, at least not in our culture really, being like, you depend on glasses or you can't even function. Even though, you know, like, yeah, lots of people do need glasses to correct their vision so they can function in many ways or whatever. So I don't think the idea that not taking drugs is the obvious right position for people, like, at all. In fact, taking a teetotaler position can be a path of agony that actually makes you a worse person. If you're somebody who's constantly in pain and out of sort of stubbornness or because you're convinced that it's the healthy path, you don't take the things that your body needs, not only could you die in some cases, but like you could just not be functioning at your maximum. There is, yes, exactly. Ada Stardust says that sentiment is low-key ableist. So much stigma around needing long-term medication. A lot of people need, need long-term medication. That is just a reality. People need vitamin supplements and all kinds of things. Our bodies aren't perfect. There's no perfect human body. There is no ideal, like, human state. Sometimes it's as simple as, sometimes it's genetics, sometimes it's the environment, sometimes you're living in an area, like, for example, one of the most prescribed drugs in the Pacific Northwest is vitamin D. And the reason for that is because people move into the Pacific Northwest, and because it's cloudy and cold, they spend a lot of time indoors, and they end up with vitamin D deficiencies. So tons of people need to take that, or else they feel miserable all the time and their body doesn't work properly. Panic stasis. Is your argument that Vaush painted with... No, my argument is I just said this. My argument is not against Vaush. I'm not... Vaush was mentioned in the comment, and the reason why I kind of said I'm not really arguing with Vaush here is because I wanted to have a conversation with a commenter on my video who did reference Vaush and other people who've been talking about this. I don't really have an issue with Vaush's take. Like I said, I think Vaush's take was largely reasonable. Oh, wow. I don't know what the source of this is, but if you have a source for that, that'd be fascinating. Oh, that's fine, Panic Stasis. Oh, that's terrible, Polaire. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that like is just, oh, here we go. Okay, cool. So we got a source for this. Interesting. The Journal of Caffeine Research, evaluating dependence criteria for caffeine. Oh man, this is crazy. This is the, oh, here's the chart right here. Okay, so this is from this study. God. Dependence diagnosis for caffeine is low. Use despite harm, high for caffeine and nicotine. Give up activities to use is low for caffeine because it's accepted. Great deal of time with drug is really high with nicotine and also very high for caffeine, almost caught up to alcohol. Desire to quit is lower than most of the other ones. Use more than intended, also very low because the intentional use is high. Withdrawal symptoms are very high. Lots of people experience in this study withdrawal symptoms. Damn, that's wild. Damn, that's wild. Hey, Doe. Yeah, so, anyway, this brings us back, of course, to, weed. And I do, so like, well, not just weed, actually. Let's talk about another part of this before we get to weed. Sorry, I don't mean to be just to be confusing or whatever. Here we say, people need to have a healthy relationship to drugs that but it doesn't take away from the fact that resorting to drugs that aren't ones that were prescribed by a psychiatrist as a part of therapy to cope with mental and or economic difficulties is a terrible recipe for disaster. But I don't think that's true, right? Like for example, if you have chronic migraines and you take ibuprofen or acetaminophen to alleviate those, if you get sore at work and you take those are not prescription drugs. They're drugs that have been determined as over-the-counter, even though, like I said, acetaminophen is very dangerous. Like, in fact, there's been an active push to change the way that acetaminophen is labeled because so many people damage their livers with Tylenol. That's Tylenol. Acetaminophen is Tylenol. And so, I don't know, yeah, the prescription thing I think is a little bit of a mistake to fixate on that. Because I think there's all kinds of drugs that we can show don't need a prescription and can be helpful and useful. Let me give another example before we talk about weed specifically. Lidocaine, okay? Lidocaine is a topical lidocaine is a topical painkiller that is, you know, it's no more dangerous or less dangerous than other over-the-counter stuff, and you can actually get it over the counter at a usually 4 to 5% concentration, but and just a few years ago you used to be able to buy 10% lidocaine. But now, because of some regulations, they've changed 10% lidocaine to be prescription only. Even though a lot of people, like for example, when I go to get my electrolysis, the 5% lidocaine barely does it, and it hurts a lot. And the electrolysis is fairly important to me, and I'm a fairly well-researched and informed person, and lidocaine is not particularly dangerous by comparison to other drugs, but I can't get 10% lidocaine, which actually works to stop the pain anymore, because there's a constant attitude that like these drugs are unhealthy. Now, of course, some of that might be because of people guzzling ivermectin paste and shit like that, because there are some people who are really irresponsible with this shit. But what I'm trying to point at here is that the lines by which we determine what drugs are prescription only and non-prescription are completely all over the place, okay? It is mass chaos as far as what drugs are considered prescription only and what drugs are considered non-prescription only. Can your doc give you a prescription for 10% lidocaine? Yes, but then you have to pay to go to the doctor and talk to the doctor and ask them for a prescription and then pay for that prescription. I mean, literally 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I could just buy a 10% lidocaine cream off of Amazon like that. Never had an issue or anything like that. Yeah, Bizadoo. Listen, this is a perfect example of what Bizadoo is saying in chat. Bizadoo says, I told my coworker not to take Tylenol after drinking. She had no clue that that could kill you. We're adults and these are over-the-counter. Over-the-counter drugs aren't just magically safe. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And if you don't believe me, just search news articles about Tylenol and the push to have Tylenol's category changed, because people do exactly that. They take Tylenol while drinking, which is really dangerous. They will take way over the amount of Tylenol that you're supposed to take on the labels because they assume that it's an over-the-counter drug and therefore it's not dangerous. But Tylenol is a extremely heavy stress on your liver. So a lot of people get liver damage unintentionally by chronically taking too much Tylenol. And this is one of the most common drugs in the entire world, and nobody ever, like, you basically never hear anybody talking about this shit. I think that the approach that people take of being like, not taking drugs is the obvious right position, is just flawed. It's logically flawed. And I think on the flip side, and furthermore, I think the attitude that like prescriptions magically like forgive you of your of any potential problem is also flawed, because keep in mind that prescription drug abuse is a massive problem that that lots of people end up addicted from prescriptions that they get unintentionally. Often it's not their fault. They're not a bad person. They're not a criminal, but their prescription is something that can lead to an addiction. Yeah, and of course, yes, and energy drinks are a whole thing. Like, there's been some high-profile cases of people dying. You want to know another example of something that's crazy that people actually die from? Caffeine powder. Caffeine powder is incredibly easy to get access to. You can get caffeine pills and caffeine powder with remarkable ease. It is so easy. And people kill themselves every single year with caffeine powder because they assume, well, caffeine's in everything, right? It's in coffee, it's whatever, and they put a big scoop of powder in, and they don't realize that your body, when you consume and when you overdose on caffeine, your heart is pumping really, really fast, and your liver can't keep up, and it starts damaging your organs like that. It's a very, very common thing that people overdose on. So what I'm trying to say here is that there isn't a clean line. And I think that a lot of people make bad arguments when they're talking about drug consumption, and they approach it from a position of sort of moral superiority instead of one of sort of logical, logical analysis. And this brings us, of course, to weed. Which is the one that people have been talking about a lot lately. By the way, this isn't the only comment I got. I got a lot of comments that were referring to this. And weed is a weird one because while weed has been legalized in a couple of states, in most of the country it is still illegal, and it is federally a severely punished controlled substance. And that's, to me, absolutely absurd. Most of the things that have put weed as a high schedule dangerous drug are completely bunk. Weed was considered a dangerous gateway drug anti-scientific. There's no, the science doesn't support the idea that weed is like actually a gateway drug. This was done as a part of the drug war based on propaganda that was largely religious in nature. It's been very, very like super debunked. And so that part is very silly. So what I'm trying to say is that its legal status is ridiculous in our country at the moment. And also, there is a ton of stigma against it still. Like, just because there are some like fairly enthusiastic weed consumers doesn't mean that the stigma has disappeared. And in fact, even in states where it's legal, lots of jobs still retain the right to drug test you and can fire you for consuming weed, which stays in your system. So you could be in a state where weed is legal and you could be fired from a job because you smoke on the weekends, which is absurd to think about, that that's still the state of affairs. And of course, contrast this with alcohol, which is by every measure one of the most dangerous drugs and is also extremely, extremely normalized. It's a little odd the way that people react to weed when alcohol is so normalized that jobs will often serve alcohol at events. If you have ever worked in like a sales job, you may have been invited to lunch with your boss and they may have offered to buy you alcohol to consume on your lunch break right before you go back to work. And that alcohol completely ruins your mental state. Like, that has been heavily studied, not to mention that the health dangers to alcohol. So there's a very, very messed up relationship that people have to drugs generally, but also to different types of drugs, which is mostly just because of familiarity. You have a beer in your house. There's a beer at every restaurant you go to. There's beer ads everywhere. There's this, that, and the other thing. And so everyone's convinced, oh, it's alcohol. Who cares? When in reality, the abuse rate and the result of the abuse of alcohol is wild. Schedule 1, lysergic acid, LSD, marijuana, ecstasy, methaqualone, and peyote. Schedule 2, combination products with less than 15 milligrams of hydrocodone. So Vicodin, cocaine, Vicodin, cocaine, methamphetamine, methadone, hydromorphine. Oh my God, it's incredible. Weed is worse than meth and coke in the eyes of the state. Quite wild, right? Quite wild that that's the state of affairs. Anyway, yeah. It's clownish. And I think that people I think that people should recognize that part of it, and that should be a serious consideration. Also, the fact that cannabis, weed, is a very valuable painkiller and appetite stimulant for a lot of people. Some people do self-medicate with weed in ways that are unhealthy, but there are a lot of people who self-medicate with weed in ways that are healthy. For a long time, if you had chronic pain, your options were acetaminophen and Tylenol, which we've already talked about, or talk to a doctor and try to ask for a drug that is very difficult to get and is highly addictive. And weed was, despite the fact that weed has been extensively studied as an effective painkiller for all kinds of, specifically for chronic pain, it was illegal and could not be prescribed and could not be recommended and could not be used by people. And instead they had to choose between something that didn't address their problem or something that addressed their problem but made them painfully addicted and had horrible side effects. And same thing goes for appetite issues. Lots of people who have chronic nausea don't have many options. There's not a whole lot that you can get over the counter that actually helps with nausea. And if you go to a doctor, there may not be a drug that doesn't have side effects that you don't want. And also, anti-nausea drugs are traditionally very expensive to get your hands on as a prescription. They're expensive, and it's an expensive process to get those. And I don't think that people should be stigmatized for like consuming weed as a chronic pain, as a way to deal with chronic pain and or appetite issues, or nausea issues, even if they're self-medding. We self-med all the time. We self-med with caffeine, we self-med with Benadryl, we self-med with Theraflu, we self-med with all kinds of stuff, and it's no big deal at all. But all of a sudden it becomes an issue when it's associated with a drug that was stigmatized for largely religious and moral and cultural reasons. It's kind of messed up, right? I think that that's just a very, it's an unhealthy, an unhealthy approach to the conversation. And finally, there's one last thing I want to talk about on this before we sort of move on off the weed topic, which is the flip side. There are of course absolutely people who have an unhealthy or an unrealistic relationship with weed. And I don't think that every person who's passionate about weed is necessarily one of those people. Like the same way that I don't think that people who are passionate about alcohol necessarily have a bad relationship with alcohol. For example, people who brew alcohol are often very passionate about alcohol and might not be alcoholics. They might not have a troubled relationship with it. Same thing goes for weed. There are lots of people who are very passionate about it who don't necessarily have an unhealthy relationship with it. But I do think that there are some people who do. I know that there are people who have an unhealthy relationship with weed. And I think that additionally, there are some people who have an more than an unhealthy relationship with weed. They have an unrealistic relationship with weed. Which is to say that they don't actually check their own consumption levels, and they don't actually think about it because for one reason or another. And I think that's a mistake. I think it's a mistake to just sort of like ignore it, especially if you're smoking it, because of course all types of smoking can be dangerous. Like quite a bit so, in fact, and you can damage your lungs, especially if you've smoked for a long time. Even though tobacco is like the one that most people think of because of the addictive qualities and the amount of additives that are in cigarettes make them particularly dangerous to your lungs. It doesn't matter. Smoking other things is still dangerous. I see it, everybody. We'll get to it in just a minute. We'll get to it in just a minute. We'll get there in a minute. Okay, everybody? AutoRoll78 says, my whole family works in the weed industry, and the vast majority of the industry don't actually consume weed at all. They're just yeah, like, okay, that makes sense. Orafear says, people argue against me that I'm addicted to weed. It blows my mind, but people are so convinced it's not addictive that they will tell somebody who's addicted to their face that they are mistaken. People misunderstand when they're talking about addiction. A lot of people have a very bad understanding of addiction. There are two types of addiction broadly, which there is chemical addiction and there is sort of behavior addiction, and both of them are forms of addiction, and both of them can be severe. Just because something is can be behaviorally addictive doesn't mean the addiction can't be severe. Chemical addiction, though, and of course there's overlap between these two, because some things that aren't strictly chemically addictive can create a chemical effect that ultimately becomes behaviorally addictive for another reason. But when people talk about chemically addictive substances, they're usually talking about substances where your body will have severe withdrawals very quickly. By the way, caffeine is one such substance. caffeine is a substance that is chemically addictive. Your body becomes adjusted to caffeine, and if you stop taking it, you will have headaches, irritability, issues with focus. It's just how it is. And lots of people who are prescribed on a very, very reasonable and healthy basis can develop a chemical addiction to a prescription. I mean, one such example, which I think is largely talked about in an unhealthy way, is Adderall. Adderall is a chemically addictive substance. If you take Adderall, your body gets adjusted to Adderall, and if you stop taking Adderall, you suffer. It sucks. And you will feel like a need to take your Adderall again because the negative things will stop. And like, that is just a reality of the drug. That doesn't make the drug better or worse. It's just something that has to be considered. Addictive drugs, or drugs that have the potential to become addictive, aren't necessarily bad. They just have to be grappled with differently, which is why I do think that it's important with all things in your life, whether it's games or food or shopping or consumption of various substances, that you have to actually be realistic about your relationship with these things and be introspective and honest with yourself about it. Yeah, people are mentioning like how people get really addicted to energy drinks where they feel like they can't go without them. That's absolutely true. The line between drugs and other things is not as clean as people like to make it. People want to make an easy dichotomy often. That's just like, if your doctor didn't prescribe it, then you're bad for consuming it. And then they go and they chug a Bang Energy or a Red Bull every single morning before they go to work and go, yeah, I'm ready to rise and grind, baby. Here's my double shot espresso in my $700 espresso machine or whatever. Like, you guys are telling me, like, you're telling me that like the guy who buys one of those gigantic espresso machines that cost like $2,000 and they order imported coffee isn't just as much of a addicted freak as somebody who pays like $600 for a bong and smokes like high tier encrusted kush. Like let's be real. Nobody calls the like caffeine enthusiast a fucking addict. They don't do it. I think that people approach this conversation poorly. And I think generally trying to create like a moral, moralizing the issue is where people run into the biggest problem. When you try to moralize the issue instead of talking about it as like a realistic, realistic like calculation of what is best for your life and what works for you and what makes you live a full life, it starts to take on these really these terrible hypersimplifications. And of course, there's all kinds of ways in which that gets worsened when you mix in the fact that there's like already all kinds of stigma. Yeah, America and American culture at the moment is horrifically stigmatized towards anybody having any issue ever. Even though everybody has medical issues in their lives, everyone is highly, there's a lot of guilt. There's a giant guilt and moral complex built around disability, built around medical issues, built around needing to take medication of any type. And I think it's really unhealthy and really inhumane. The lines between drugs is not so simple. The line between addictive and non-addictive is not so simple. And by the way, primary example of this is how many people are addicted to microtransactions in video games. Microtransactions in video games are not chemically addictive, and yet they ruin people's lives, like completely ruin people's lives. People have spent their entire life savings on microtransactions in gacha games. Like, it's a huge issue. And people feel pressure. I quit playing games that include microtransactions specifically because I felt like I was getting stressed fighting against the urge to participate in those systems. This is something I've talked about on stream many times. I think that if we stop over moralizing this issue, that the progress, that the conversation will progress. And I think that's important, especially because a lot of people really do have needs that need meeting. The idea that like everybody just every person is just like a heroin addict in waiting is so unhealthy. People seek out solutions to their problems, and sometimes they find them in weed, and sometimes they feel passionate about weed and go, hell yeah, let's light up, brother. And that's fine, as long as you have a healthy relationship to it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Also, I don't think there's anything wrong even with having a drink or being passionate about a drink, as long as you don't let it get out of control and as long as you're realistic about your relationship with it. Anyway, yeah, people are talking about League of Legends. A perfect example. I completely quit League of Legends. I cut League of Legends and other similar games completely out of my life because the pressure to participate in the gambling system becomes, not just the gambling system either, League of Legends' actual gameplay is designed to be addictive. Specifically, their ranked queues are designed to access a certain type of player and convince them to continue playing even when they don't even necessarily want to, because they think they're achieving something, they're building something, they're building their skills, and they're gonna get to that next level. And sometimes that's true, and sometimes it's okay, but it can also become really addictive. And for some people, it can be misery-inducing. Myself. Danny says, League of Legends really is a handcrafted addiction simulator. The ladder system is built to systemically cause anxiety about stopping. Yes. It is designed to make you feel like you're going to lose out, and you do. The game punishes you if you haven't played in a certain amount of time. You lose rank standing. So it is designed to do that. And it's not when you plug into League of Legends, a little needle doesn't come out of your mouse and stab you and inject you with heroin and then go, enjoy your League of Legends session. That doesn't happen. The reality is that many things can be addictive, and hyper-moralizing addiction, hyper-moralizing the consumption of all kinds of substances, be it food or drugs or caffeine or whatever you want to talk about, is not helpful. And I think people should be careful about that, especially because people are catching strays left and right here, okay? And but at the end of the day, we know who catches the worst strays, which is, let me remind you, the drug war has been raging in the United States and put people in fucking prison. And of course, in America, the opioid crisis is ongoing, and the opioid crisis is not a cause. The opioid crisis is largely attributed to prescription drugs that are prescribed and should be seemingly in the clear. So let's, I want to encourage people to take a step back, to calm their emotions a little bit, and also to avoid hyper-moralizing this issue, and instead grapple with it from a realistic perspective with some empathy in your heart so that you understand where people are coming from. And I get it. It can be annoying to like talk to a stoner who's super like, yeah, bro, let's light up 420. It's 420 somewhere, and then lights up all day, every day. Sure, that type of person is annoying. But let's not let one annoying person, like a caricature, command the discourse, especially on a drug that's like illegal everywhere for completely bunk reasons, totally unscientific reasons. Anyway, that's about all I have to say without repeating myself. Thank you for watching. If you found this interesting or insightful, tell me your thoughts down below. And of course, make sure you're subscribed to Demonmama so you can hear the signal. Thank you very much. We have so many people watching right now, don't we? We have 450 people watching. That's freaking amazing. My God. If you're watching, what? We only have 275 likes. If you're here, press like, please, please. Get me those likes. I need those. Holy shit, everybody. Can't believe I did a bonus segment. Oh my God. Breaking news. My lovely, lovely imps. Breaking news, everybody. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. This isn't fake, is it? The Washington Post one isn't fake, right? You aren't fucking faking me. I clicked it already and I thought it was a real one. Hold on a second. He's fucking dead. Holy shit, okay. My lovely imps, breaking news! We have a breaking news moment. Henry Kissinger, the nightmare American diplomat, is dead at 100 years old. Finally, kicked the bucket. He's gone, everybody. He's done. Henry Kissinger is done. Look at the crabs in chat. It's been a wild series of years for death finally getting to work on some of the worst people of all time. Now, some of you may be looking at me and going, don't you think it's a little bit insensitive to talk like this about somebody who just died? Don't you have any respect for the dead? And the answer is no, not for this particular dead. I do not have any respect for Henry Kissinger. Let's read his Washington Post actually, wait a minute. Is this just going to be sucking him off? God. He exercised control over U.S. foreign policy that has rarely been equaled by anyone who is not president. My God. Yeah, okay. Listen. Henry Kissinger has had his fingers in nearly every bloody conflict of the last 70? What? When did he immigrate? Oh my God, yeah, like the last 70 years, he's had a hand in some of the most bloody conflicts worldwide. He advised 12 separate presidents. That's practically a meta president. Henry Kissinger is like the pinnacle of when you think of like hidden power. Where this is a guy who sat in the back rooms of 12 different presidents, advising them to do various warlike actions without ever actually having to have his own face on it. Actually incredible. It's actually incredible. Let's take a look. Well, I'm gonna have to do an actual stream on this though. I'm not prepared. I wasn't prepared. This is breaking news. My fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh no, oh man. Oh man. Looking into all of the conflicts, this guy was like, go do it. Go do it. You should kill these people. Yeah, sorry, I don't feel bad. I'm not gonna feel bad. How do you survive the Holocaust and then decide to pay it forward? Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess if you come to the conclusion that you just want power. In 2006, it was reported that Kissinger regularly met with President George Bush and Dick Cheney to offer advice on the Iraq War. He confirmed that the advice that he gave was victory over insurgency is the only meaningful exit strategy. He has been described as a control freak. Incredible. Oh my God. I'm just checking up on all this wild shit. Good news, Carter won. Oh my God. Oh my God, you're right. Right? I think this is the talk I was thinking of. I'm probably going to restart and re-record this segment real quick. Who remembers when Google had to invite Kissinger to their HQ after Google's participation in the espionage program PRISM to explain to the employees that our security came at a price? Relevant? We can't do Crab Rave because it gets copyright striked. I'll read all the donos in a minute. Anthony Bourdain. Here's a little quote. All right, hold on. This will be for this one. Hey Danny, this one's for the short, okay? Everybody, I just want to read. Hold on a second. Let me try this. This is for the short, okay? Here you go. Henry Kissinger is dead. Yes, that's right. That Henry Kissinger has kicked the bucket. And I just want to take a minute to read a little quote from Anthony Bourdain. Anthony Bourdain says, talking about Henry Kissinger, once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hands. You will never again be able to open a newspaper and read about that treacherous, prevaricating, murderous scumbag sitting down with a nice chat with Charlie Rose or attending some black tie affair for a new glossy magazine without choking. Witness what Henry did in Cambodia, the fruits of his genius for statesmanship, and you will never understand why he's not sitting in the dock at the Hague. At the Hague? At the Hague. Edit whichever one in there is correct. The Hague? Is it the Hague? Whatever. Next to Milosevic. While Henry continues to nibble nori rolls and rimaki at A-list parties, Cambodia, the neutral nation he secretly and illegally bombed, invaded and undermined and then threw to the dogs, is still trying to raise itself up on its one remaining leg. Oh, shut up. You fuckers. If I hadn't stumbled, the hog? Fuck you guys. Man, I'm gonna turn off the stream. Fuck you. Fuck you assholes. I don't know which one it is. If you fucking read it yourself, you wouldn't have known. If you were reading this in your own fucking home, you'd be like, oh, I don't know. Half of you would say one way, half of you would say the other. But because it's me saying it, now you can all go, everyone knows it's, and you're both wrong. You're all wrong. Fucking assholes. Fuck you pieces of shit. You fucking pieces of shit. H-A-U? Hog? Right? It's Hague. It's Hague. Yeah, I know it now. I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing how it's pronounced now because I've got this up here. It doesn't matter. We got the short. Danny, we got the short, and you don't even have to include that line if you don't want to. If you want to cut that line, you can do it. I've said it 100 times now, so you got whichever one you want. Anyway, this isn't going to be a segment. What I want to do is actually do a real segment where I prepare some stuff about this. Yeah, Henry Kissinger was like the guy who devastated Cambodia. He was the guy who pushed for the Iraq War. Like, the guy is the biggest war hawk you can possibly imagine. Kissinger is like, Kissinger is the Holden blood feast, but in real life. Everybody jokes about that. Like, you know that fucking meme that's been going around, the Holden blood feast, where it's like a 900-year-old Republican? That is right there Henry Kissinger. You can't get mad at me. Hold on a second. You people can't get mad at me about mispronouncing the Hague. You can't get mad at me mispronouncing the Hague because I live in America and none of our war criminals are ever tried there. So how can you possibly get mad at me for not knowing how to try it, how to pronounce it? I mean, I'm right. I'm right. I'm right, and you fucking know it. Now there's another short you can do. We got two fire shorts here. He wrote a book about AI? He wrote a fucking book about AI! Oh, man. He did Cambodia, Laos, East Timor, Bangladesh, and started the great tradition of abandoning the Kurds. Yeah, he pushed for the Iraq War. Pushed for both of them, didn't he? Holy shit. By the way, this is don't worry about making this part a segment. You can make shorts out of this, Danny, but we won't do a segment on this. I want to do a proper segment on my next stream where we go through and talk about it. It'll still be relevant. Kissinger told Nixon that the peace accords would destroy South Vietnam. It's just actively being like, no, we shouldn't work for peace. Nixon and Kissinger sought to buy time, make the North turn inward, and create a perpetual equilibrium instead of acquiescing to the collapse of South Vietnam. So they literally wanted to have a perpetual war in that region. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hey, here's an interesting one. Candidate Bernie Sanders issued a critique of Kissinger's foreign policy, declaring, "I am proud to say that Henry Kissinger is not my friend. I will not take advice from Henry Kissinger." Based. Incredible. Is that an Acrid plushie? Yes, it is. I can't play Crab Rave. It gets copyright striked. You understand? Hold on, look at this. Where's the fucking, here it is. This is the comic. One of the most legendary of all time. Oh, why is it so bad? Why does it look so bad? I gotta get it open. Hey, where is it? Oh, what the Hold on, I gotta show you guys this. One of the most legendary comics slash memes of all time. Show you. This one right here. Damn it, is Henry Kissinger even in this thing? Yup. Yup. Finally, the claw machine won. Damn. Actually crazy. Oh my god! Everyone! Anthony Bourdain is currently trending on Twitter right now. Anthony Bourdain is trending with "Rest in Piss, Bozo," and it finally happened. Oh my God. Absolutely legendary. Danny, that clip would also be good to pop into one of the shorts. That what I just said right there. Oh my God, so many people are posting this quote. Oh man. Yeah. Thank you, Lefty McLefterson. The world has indeed become a safer place. Absolutely wild. The Rolling Stone article called Kissinger a war criminal in the headline. Really? Maybe that would be a good read then. He is a war criminal. All right, we're gonna read this article. This'll be a segment we can do, okay? This is for a segment, okay? Here we go. My lovely, lovely imps. Henry Kissinger is dead. Dead at 100 years old. And we have an article to read about him because thankfully, some people are saying the truth about him. It's really interesting, by the way. I've gone and looked, now that this news has hit, I've gone and just very quickly scanned a couple of the obituaries. And even the articles that should supposedly be writing glorious, praising articles about Henry Kissinger, they can't seem to get it up for him. It just seems they can't quite get the excitement up for him. They are just like, he had a lot of power. He sure had a lot of power. But I figured, let's read this Rolling Stone obituary for Henry Kissinger. So without any further ado, let's enjoy this together. Henry Kissinger, war criminal beloved by America's ruling class, finally dies. The infamy of Nixon's foreign policy architect sits eternally beside that of history's worst mass murderers. A deeper shame attaches to the country that celebrates him. Henry Kissinger died on Wednesday at his home in Connecticut. His consulting firm said in a statement, the notorious war criminal was 100. Measuring purely by confirmed kills, the worst mass murderer ever executed by the United States was the white supremacist terrorist Timothy McVeigh. On April 19, 1995, McVeigh detonated a massive bomb at the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, killing 168 people, including 19 children. The government killed McVeigh by lethal injection in June of 2001. Whatever hesitation a state execution provokes, even over a man such as McVeigh, necessary questions about the legitimacy of killing even an unrepentant soldier of white supremacy. His death provided a measure of closure to the mother of one of his victims. It's a period at the end of a sentence, said Kathleen Triner, whose 4-year-old McVeigh killed. McVeigh, who in his own psychotic way thought he was saving America, never remotely killed on the scale of Kissinger, the most revered American grand strategist of the second half of the 20th century. The Yale University historian Greg Grandin, author of the biography Kissinger's Shadow, estimates that Kissinger's actions from 1969 through 1976, a period of 8 brief years when Kissinger made Richard Nixon and then Gerald Ford's foreign policy as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State. That's right, he served both positions, an unbelievable amount of concentrated power. This is one of those situations where this is the type of guy where the historical record will never shield his name because the amount of power he controlled was unprecedented. He sat in both of those positions. Meant the end of between 3 and 4 million people. That includes crimes of commission, he explained, as in Cambodia and Chile, and omission, like greenlighting Indonesia's bloodshed in East Timor, Pakistan's bloodshed in Bangladesh, and the inauguration of an American tradition of using and then abandoning the Kurds. The Cubans say there is no evil that lasts 100 years, and Kissinger is making a run to prove them wrong, Grandin told Rolling Stone not long before Kissinger died. There is no doubt he'll be hailed as a geopolitical grand strategist, even though he bungled most crises leading to further escalation. He'll get credit for opening China, but that was de Gaulle's original idea and initiative. He'll be praised for the détente, and that was a success, but he undermined his own legacy by aligning with neocons. And of course, he'll get off scot-free from Watergate, even though his obsession with Daniel Ellsberg really was what drove the crime. No infamy will find Kissinger on a day like today. Instead, in a demonstration of why he was able to kill so many people and get away with it, the day of his passage will be a solemn one in Congress, and shamefully, since Kissinger had reporters like CBS's Marvin Kalb and the New York Times' Hendrik Smith wiretapped. Kissinger, a refugee from the Nazis who became a pedigreed member of the Eastern establishment that Nixon hated, was a practitioner of American greatness, and so the press lionized him as a cold-blooded genius who restored America's prestige from the agony of Vietnam. Not once in the half-century that followed Kissinger's departure from power did the millions the United States killed matter for his reputation, except to confirm a ruthlessness that pundits occasionally find thrilling. America, like every empire, champions its state murderers. The only time I was ever in the same room as Henry Kissinger was at a 2015 National Security Conference at West Point. He was surrounded by fawning army officers and ex-officials basking in the presence of a statesman. Seymour Hersh, the investigative reporter who was the most prominent exception to the fawning coverage of Kissinger, watched journalistic deference take shape as soon as Kissinger entered the White House in 1969. His social comings and goings could make or break a Washington party, Hersh wrote in his biography, The Price of Power. Reporters like the Times' James Reston were eager participants in what Hersh called an implicit shakedown scheme. That is, access journalism, in which reporters who got inside information in turn protected Kissinger by not divulging either the full consequences of his acts or his own connection to them. Kissinger's approach to the press was his approach to Nixon, sniveling obsequiousness. Although Kissinger could vent frustration on reporters that he never could on his boss. Hersh quotes H.R. Hadelman, Nixon's chief of staff, remarking that Kissinger was the hawk of hawks inside the White House, but touching glasses at a party with his liberal friends, the belligerent Kissinger would suddenly become a dove. That's what I was saying just before we began this segment, that Kissinger was the ultimate of war hawks. And if you remember a war, Kissinger probably had a finger in it. Iraq, Cambodia, which led into Vietnam, the first Iraq and second Iraq wars, Afghanistan, he's got his hands in it. Reviewing one of Kissinger's litany of books, Hillary Clinton in 2014 said Kissinger was a friend whose counsel she relied upon as Secretary of State. He possessed a conviction that we and President Obama share, a belief in the indispensability of continued American leadership in service of a just and liberal order. Kissinger told USA Today within days that Clinton, presumed then to be a president-in-waiting, ran the State Department in the most effective way that I've ever seen. The same story noticed a photograph autographed by Obama thanking Kissinger for his continued leadership. It's always valuable to hear the reverent tones with which American elites speak of their monsters. When the Kissingers of the world pass, their humanity, their purpose, their sacrifices are foremost in the minds of the respectable. American elites recoiled in disgust when Iranians in great numbers took to the street to honor one of their monsters, Qasem Soleimani, after a U.S. drone strike executed the Iranian external security chief in January of 2020. Soleimani, whom the United States declared to be a terrorist and killed as such, killed far more people than Timothy McVeigh. But even if we attribute to him all the deaths in the Syrian civil war, never in Soleimani's wildest dreams could he kill as many people as Henry Kissinger. Nor did Soleimani get to date Jill St. John, who played Bond girl Tiffany Case in Diamonds Are Forever. Kissinger's ascent occurred through an obscenity that time cannot diminish. What a line. What an absolutely banger line there. Holy moly. I just want to take a minute to catch our breath. This is a pretty intense article so far. But I'm happy to be a part of the world that is not celebrating or remembering fondly the death of a guy who killed so many people. I don't think that is something worthy of reverence. I don't think that type of national pride or patriotism or liberalism, which I think is both a giant self-report for liberalism and also a disgusting representation of the current state of liberalism in the world. I don't think those types of people should be celebrated. I think they should be reviled. I think they should be distrusted and not allowed to get power. I dream of a world where people like Henry Kissinger can never do what they did, that they never get to that point in the first place. But unfortunately, we don't yet live in that world. By the way, if you're enjoying this reading of a properly, fairly critical critique of Henry Kissinger on the day of Henry Kissinger's death, make sure that you press subscribe and like down below. And if you think I'm being disgusting by being relieved that a monster is gone from the world, well, why don't you tell me about it in the comments? I would love to ignore what you have to say. Let's continue. In 1969, Lyndon Johnson agreed to peace negotiations with the North Vietnamese in tacit recognition of the nightmare he, building on the works of his two immediate predecessors, brought to life in Vietnam. Remember what I said? Kissinger, an influential Cold War defense intellectual at Harvard, had access to members of the diplomatic delegation to the Paris talks. He used it to feed information from the negotiations to Richard Nixon's presidential campaign, a campaign who would go on to defeat the GOP rival David Rockefeller, Kissinger advised, and despite Kissinger's close political ties to the coterie around Hubert Humphrey, Nixon's Democratic rival. Nixon ran for president claiming to have a secret plan to end the war. His advisors told Hirsch they were deeply afraid that Johnson and Hanoi would reach an accord before the election. It would save lives in Vietnam, American and Vietnamese, but it would undermine Nixon's hope of exploiting the explosion in domestic anti-war sentiment. Nixon gratefully took what Kissinger gave him to make the U.S.'s proxy regime in Saigon, whose regime peace would destabilize, more intransigent. No agreement was reached until 1973, and the war ended in American humiliation with Hanoi's 1975 victory. Literally extending a bloody conflict simply because you as a foreign power want to, you as somebody who is aspiring to the leadership positions of a foreign power want a better chance at that. The deranged selfishness of actively working to extend a bloody and brutal conflict, mind you, that was killing Americans for personal gain. Deranged. It took some balls to give us those tips, Richard Allen, a foreign policy researcher on the Nixon campaign, later reflected to Hirsch. After all, it was a pretty dangerous thing for Kissinger to be screwing around with the national security. Every single person who died in Vietnam between the autumn of 1968 and the fall of Saigon, and all who died in Laos, Cambodia, where Nixon and Kissinger secretly expanded the war within months of taking office, as well as all who died in the aftermath, like the Cambodian genocide their destabilization was set into motion, died because of Henry Kissinger. We will never know what might have been. The question of Kissinger's apologists and those in the U.S. foreign policy elite who have stood in or imagined themselves to be standing in Kissinger's shoes insist upon when explaining away his crimes. We can only know what actually happened. What actually happened was that Kissinger materially sabotaged the only chance for an end to the war in 1968 as a hedged bet to ensure he would achieve power in Nixon's administration or in Humphrey's. Playing both sides in America to extend a bloody conflict that results in mass genocide, mass death. How many people, I want you to think about that, how many lives a genocide steals? How many good people died, just erased from this planet? How many bloodlines erased from the planet just so that Henry Kissinger could self-enrich by playing both sides in America? I want you to really think about that. And if you're one of the people in the audience who thinks it's gauche of me to be glad that somebody like this is no longer able to engage in any way, even using his name to pressure things in a certain direction, I want you to tell me how I am possibly the one who's in the wrong for being glad that somebody like that is no longer able to do that. Monstrous. A true tally will probably never be known of everyone who died so that Kissinger could be a national security advisor. Once in the White House, Nixon and Kissinger found themselves without the leverage to produce a peace accord with Hanoi. In the hopes of manufacturing one, they came up with the madman theory, the idea that North Vietnam would negotiate peace after they came to believe Nixon was adventurous and bloodthirsty enough to risk anything. Oh my, what? Genius diplomat. The genius diplomat. Oh my God. Imagine thinking that your diplomatic theory is to have your guy go on TV and shit his pants so that people will think that he's crazy enough to do anything. Oh! Okay, Nixon, here's what I need you to do. I need you to go up on stage and start clucking like a chicken and go blah, 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 and they'll think you're crazy. Crazy dick. Genius level diplomacy at hand here. Genius. In February 1969, weeks after taking office and lasting through April 1970, the U.S. warplane secretly dropped 110,000 tons of bombs on Cambodia. 110,000 bombs on Cambodia. By summer of 1969, according to a colonel on the Joint Staff, Kissinger, who had no constitutional role in the military chain of command, was personally selecting bombing targets. Get that, okay? I want to read that again. By summer of 1969, according to a colonel on the Joint Staff, Kissinger, who had no constitutional role in the military chain of command, was personally selecting bombing targets. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about this fucking giant sack of shit sitting in the back room going, yes, erase that village of innocence. Yes, erase that village. Ah, yes, I would love to see the children blown apart here. Not only was Henry Kissinger carefully screening the raids, he was reading the raw intelligence, Colonel Ray B. Sitton told Hirsch for The Price of Power. A second phase of bombing continued until August of 1973, 5 months after the final U.S. combat troops withdrew from Vietnam. They continued to bomb Cambodia after they withdrew from Vietnam. By then, U.S. bombs had killed an estimated 100,000 people out of a population of only 700,000. A seventh of the entire population of a country was erased, and Henry Kissinger was personally choosing the bombing targets. The final phase of the bombing, which occurred after the Paris Peace Accords mandated U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam, was its most intense, an act of cruel vengeance from a thwarted superpower. Cambodia, like Laos before it, was a formally neutral country, meaning that bombing it was an illegal aggression under the United Nations Charter. But beyond the control of Prince Sihanouk, the North Vietnamese used Cambodian territory for the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a weapons pipeline not unlike the one that America is currently operating for Ukraine. In April 1970, following a coup by American client Colonel Lon Nol that overthrew Sihanouk, Nixon ordered U.S. troops in Vietnam to invade Cambodia outright. In the air or on the ground, they were unable to destroy the weapons trail, only human beings. Those who survived reacted. Sometimes the bombs fell and hit little children, and their fathers would be all for the Khmer Rouge. A former Khmer Rouge cadre told historian Ben Kiernan, founder of Yale University's Genocide Studies program. This is kind of relevant to right now, isn't it? Sometimes the bombs fell and hit little children, and their fathers would be all for the Khmer Rouge. Interesting how, turns out, deranged acts of violence from a superpower can permanently radicalize people against you. and into terrible positions. Nixon and Kissinger's failure in Cambodia prompted in 1971 the U.S. South Vietnamese invasion of Laos, another failure. Kissinger later blamed defeat on the U.S.'s clients rather than, say, people like himself. In retrospect, I have come to doubt whether the South Vietnamese ever really understood what we were trying to accomplish, Kissinger wrote in his memoirs. What a sick fuck. What a sick fuck. Oh yeah, it was the South Vietnamese's fault that America fucking bungled everything. Jesus Christ. At the time, the secret bombing of Cambodia was a startling offense that prompted substantial political backlash when it eventually became public. One of the articles of impeachment against Nixon, prepared by the House Judiciary Committee in 1974, held that bombing Cambodia was a constitutional usurpation of Congress's war powers. But on July 30, the committee ended up rejecting the article, 26 votes to 12, and it never became part of the coalescing impeachment effort that stopped with Nixon's resignation. 40 years later, and likely as a consequence, U.S. presidents routinely bomb countries the U.S. is not at war with. They provide the barest minimum of disclosure that the bombs have fallen, and often not even that. When the U.S.'s declared wars fail, as they did in Iraq and Afghanistan, their architects and stewards blame the client militaries and governments that they propped up. They cover their troop withdrawals with futile bombing campaigns that kill people so that American statesmen can save face. Whether he realized it or not, when President Biden in July 2021 blamed the Afghans for losing the Afghanistan war, the Afghan military collapsed, sometimes without even trying to fight, was a typical line. He was reaching for Nixon and Kissinger's template. Kissinger played a role in the deaths of so many different peoples that treating each with due consideration requires writing a book. Here is one example among many of the sort of carnage Kissinger inflicted indirectly rather than by edict. In 1971, the Pakistani government waged a campaign of genocide to suppress the independence movement in what would become Bangladesh. Pakistan's Yahya Khan, sorry about that. Pakistan's Yahya Khan, an architect of the genocide, was valuable to Nixon's ambitions of restoring diplomatic relations with China. So the U.S. let Khan's forces rape and murder at least 300,000 people and perhaps as high as 3 million. We cannot allow a friend of ours and China's to get screwed in a conflict with a friend of India's, Nixon quoted Kissinger shrugging. That perspective typified Kissinger. The Cold War was a geopolitical balance amongst two great powers. Are you getting an idea for why so many people revile Henry Kissinger? Are you getting an idea for why I revile Henry Kissinger? Let's continue, shall we? But don't forget to press subscribe and don't forget to press like. Because where else are you going to see this? The purpose of Cold War statecrafts was to maximize American freedom of action to inflict Washington's will on the world. A zero-sum contest that meant restricting the ability of the Soviet Union to inflict Moscow's, without the destabilization or outright Armageddon that would result from pursuing a final defeat of the Soviets. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Here, just set it right here for now. I'll put these over here because I got to finish doing this. Thank you. Appreciate that. Where were we? A zero-sum contest that meant restricting the ability of the Soviet Union to inflict Moscow's, without the destabilization or outright Armageddon that would result from pursuing a final defeat of the Soviets. That last part explains much right-wing hostility towards Kissinger. Kissinger represented anti-communism without ideological zeal. He was an energetic, even relentless practitioner of the Cold War, the theater of anti-communist conflict. But like George Kennan before him, Kissinger thought viewing the Cold War in ideological terms missed the point. The point was the American geopolitical dominance, something measured in impunity and achieved by any means necessary. That permitted Nixon and Kissinger the creativity to reopen China, something Nixon would have demagogued anyone else for attempting. Reopening China was by far the greatest achievement of Nixon's foreign policy. It was the rare geopolitical initiative where Kissinger was a mere facilitator, Cy Hirsch, in The Price of Power, calls Nixon the grand theoretician of rapprochement with Beijing. With Kissinger, Nixon's occasional operative. Kissinger's dramatic secret July 1971 trip to Beijing in advance of Nixon's visit probably renders that description parsimonious. But, writes Hirsch, there is no evidence that Kissinger seriously considered the question of an American-Chinese rapprochement before his appointment as Nixon's national security advisor. Once it happened, Kissinger became an overnight celebrity, the sort of person destined to be shrouded in myth and apology. Kissinger might not have been motivated by a hatred of communism, but he was a reactionary who empowered and enabled the sort of reactionaries for whom anti-communism was a respectable channel for America's racist and exploitative socioeconomic traditions. His chief aide on the National Security Council was a rabid anti-communist militarist, Army Colonel Alexander Haig, a future Secretary of State for Ronald Reagan. When Kissinger came under attack from neoconservatives and others on the right who couldn't tolerate détente with the Soviets and rapprochement with the Chinese, I don't know if I said that correctly. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Neither he nor they recognized that both of them were driven by the Cold War forces that Kissinger stoked when convenient. Most important of all the reactionaries was Nixon, without whom Kissinger would have lacked power and from whom Kissinger would withstand any indignity. Absolutely fucking wild, right? Absolutely deranged. Nixon was one of the original Cold War demagogues, the men who never hesitated to identify communism with black people and the Eastern establishment liberals who postured as allies. His escalation in Vietnam, along with the secret bombing in Cambodia he revealed in a televised address, prompted a resurgence of the anti-war movement. Nixon exploited the mass protests by contrasting them with the silent majority. Hey, that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? Sounds familiar, right? Silent majority. The silent majority of loyal Americans. Instead of ending the war, as he had campaigned on doing, and silencing or co-opting the anti-war movement in the process, Nixon inflamed a culture war to distract from it. It was an echo of his infamous Southern strategy to harness for the Republican Party the electoral benefits of white backlash to the civil rights movement. We've talked about that on stream before. Nixon was not subtle about who he meant by the Eastern establishment. When the media seized upon the U.S. massacre at My Lai, Nixon remarked, "It's those dirty, rotten..." I better put quotes around this. This is Nixon. Nixon remarked, "It's those dirty, rotten Jews from New York who are behind it." Nixon's White House counsel, John Ehrlichman, recalled Nixon talking about Jewish traitors in front of Kissinger, including Jews at Harvard. Kissinger would assure the boss that he was one of the good ones. "Well, Mr. President," Ehrlichman quoted him responding, "there are Jews and there are Jews." Oh my God. Kissinger maintained his standing in part by savaging the Eastern establishment from which he emerged. It was not entirely cynical. Kissinger shared with Nixon a contempt for the defeatism and pessimism of those who flinched at the unsavory Vietnam War they once supported. He rationalized his purges of the NSC bureaucracy and his marginalization of the State Department, measures that made him indispensable to foreign policy and to Nixon, as protecting American power from those who lack the confidence to wield it. It is revealing that among those who make U.S. foreign policy, Kissinger's perspective is not considered ideological. Yeah, that's how it always worked. They never consider themselves ideologues. Kissinger's consolidation of bureaucratic control was punitive and paranoid. He used the fear of internal leaks to get the FBI to wiretap his staff and the journalists he suspected of receiving their information. Yet the Eastern establishmentarians around Kissinger, on his staff or in the press, followed him like a puppy seeking an ear scratch. His cold-blooded American exceptionalism was the perfect tone for speaking to the shaken ruling class. Anthony Lake, who would go on to become National Security Advisor to Bill Clinton, finally quit in May 1970. alongside his colleague Roger Morris. Their breaking points were the Vietnam escalation, Nixon's alcoholism, and the surreptitious White House wiretaps that Nixon also pursued in order to enforce loyalty. But Lake and Morris opted not to go public. I consider the failure to do so the biggest failure of my life, Morris told Cy Hirsch for The Price of Power. We didn't do so on the single calculation that it would destroy Henry. Weeks later, Kissinger, via Hague, had the FBI wiretap Lake. Oh my God. The irony. Oh my, the absolute irony there. That is deranged, frankly. Hold on one second. I had to make one change there real quick. Cut this out. Danny, if you see this timestamp, you can cut this part out. Let's continue. In Southeast Asia, Kissinger destroyed. But in Chile, he helped build a template for the world in which we currently live. On September 4th, 1970, Chileans elected the democratic socialist Salvador Allende president. Allende's program was more than redistributionist. It demanded reparation from the U.S. for exploiting it. Chile is rich in copper, and by the mid-1960s, 80% of its copper production was controlled by American corporations, particularly the firms Anaconda Copper and Kennecott. When Allende nationalized mining assets held by the two companies, Allende informed them he would deduct estimated excess profit from a compensatory package he was willing to pay the firms. It was this sort of unacceptable policy that prompted Kissinger to remark during an intelligence meeting about 2 months before Allende's election, "I don't see why we need to stand idly by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its own people." Kissinger meant that there must never be an example of a country in America's sphere of influence delivering socialism through the ballot. Henry saw Allende as being a far more serious threat even than Castro, Kissinger staffer Morris told Hirsch. Allende was a living example of democratic social reform in Latin America. Kissinger and the CIA had decided to overthrow Allende just days after Allende's election. Upon learning what was in motion, the U.S. ambassador in Santiago, Edward Corey, who was second to none in opposing Allende, cabled Kissinger that to actively encourage a coup could lead us to a Bay of Pigs failure. An apoplectic Kissinger told Corey to stay out of the way, according to Tim Weiner's Legacy of Ashes, the history of the CIA. When the CIA failed at what Corey termed a Rube Goldberg gambit to get the Chilean Congress to stop Allende from taking office, that's right, the CIA tried a January 6 style coup in Chile. Haig urged his boss to purge the key left-wing dominated slots in the agency. Corey was wrong in the end. Kissinger's policy of overthrowing Allende, why not support extremists? That was his policy, is what they're saying there. His policy was, why not support extremists, which he spitballed in a December 1970 White House meeting with the CIA's covert operations chief, Tam Karamessins, paid off on September 11th, 1973, when a military junta took power, prompting Allende's suicide. He would be among the first of 3,200 Chileans to die violently under the 17-year regime of Augusto Pinochet and his Caravana de la Muerte, caravan of death. To say nothing of the tens of thousands who were tortured and imprisoned. In the Eisenhower period, we would be heroes, Kissinger told Nixon in a telephone conversation days after the coup, and in the same week, he denied at his Senate confirmation hearings that the U.S. played any role in it. Damn. Damn, that is just a raw level of duplicitousness there. Jesus Christ. My God. It's wild, right? Getting a full download of this guy's history. It's gonna be a real trip for everyone to go see what all the other news outlets are saying about him. How many glowing obituaries are praising him as a diplomatic genius. Although, to be fair, the other ones that I read so far seem to be struggling to find kind words for him. It is true that that among the populace, among the general people, Henry Kissinger has a terrible, terrible reputation. But of course, he you know, hobnobs and has friends all among America's political elite. That much is very true. The coup in Chile was only the beginning. Within 2 years, Pinochet's regime invited Milton Friedman, Arnold Harberger, and other economists from the University of Chicago to advise them. Chile pioneered the implementation of their agenda, severe government budgetary austerity. This is what we call neoliberalism. Chile, Pinochet's regime in Chile is literally where neoliberalism started from. The idea of extreme austerity, extreme support of privatized industry, crushing of unions, the undermining of labor laws and labor protections. That is where it started. And it was Henry Kissinger who was behind it. Chile pioneered the implementation of their agenda. Severe government budgetary austerity, relentless assaults on organized labor, privatization of state assets, including healthcare and public pensions, layoffs of government employees, abolition of wages and price controls, and deregulation of capital markets. Multinationals were not only granted the right to repatriate 100% of their profits, but were given guaranteed exchange rates to help them do so. Grandin writes in his book, Empire's Workshop, European and American bankers flocked to Chile before its 1982 economic collapse. Oh my God. The World Bank and Inter-American Development Bank loaned Pinochet $3.1 billion between 1976 and 1986. Isn't that crazy that their free market experiment that's supposed to prove the concept of their world required insane external investors and then led to an economic collapse anyway? Isn't that absurd? Wild to think about. Just remember, all of these people who posture as the shepherds of society, these so-called statesmen, are always just looking to self-enrich and self-empower. Here we go. As Corey Robin has documented, Friedrich von Hayek's neoliberal Mont Pelerin Society held a 1981 meeting in the very city where the junta plotted the replacement of democratic socialism with a harbinger of today's global economic order. Pinochet's torture chambers were the maternity ward of neoliberalism, a baby delivered bloody and screaming by Henry Kissinger. This was the just and liberal world order that Hillary Clinton considered Kissinger's life work. Brutal. Absolutely brutal writing. He was no less foundational in pushing the frontiers of where American military power could operate. It turned out the secret bombing of Cambodia and Laos, which landed years, represented a template. When Nixon in 1970 revealed the secret bombings, it was a step too far even for Thomas Schelling, one of the Pentagon's favorite defense academics, who called them sickening. As Greg Grandin writes in Kissinger's Shadow, the Cambridge to Washington set was not prepared in 1970 to accept that the U.S. had the right to destroy an enemy safe haven in a country that it was not at war with, and to do it all in secret, thereby shielding a war from basic public scrutiny. I want you, like, this kind of thing right there is where people who make a case for America's fascistic nature really have a point. The fact that, like, over time, especially over the last, like, over the 1900s, the late 1900s specifically, the fact that the sort of trend is more things being done in secret, less things being available to the public's eye, more things being done in secret, less things being able to be voted on, more and more and more is stolen away from democratic oversight, and even not just not just democratic oversight, but general popular knowledge. There is so much stuff that happens that is within the constitutional right of the people to control that you don't even know happens, and that's intentional. It's so that there can be unilateral power wielded by whoever's in power. And this is where the fascistic nature of America's current status quo comes in. After 9/11, those assertions became accepted, foundational pillars of a war on terror, permitting 4 presidents to bomb for 20 years, Pakistanis, Yemenis, Somalis, Libyans, Syrians, and others. Kissinger met with Pinochet in Santiago on June of 1976. It was a time of rising U.S. congressional anger at Pinochet's reign of terror. Kissinger informed the general that he was obliged to make an anodyne criticism of Pinochet to forestall adverse legislation. My evaluation is that you are a victim of all left-wing groups around the world, Kissinger said, according to a declassified cable, and that your greatest sin is that you overthrew a government which was going communist. 3 months later, U.S. diplomats warned Kissinger about Operation Condor, an international campaign of right-wing assassinations pursued by the anti-communist regimes of Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay. Kissinger, quote, has instructed that no further action be taken on this matter, according to a September 16, 1976 cable. 5 days later, a car bomb emplaced by Pinochet's agent detonated along Washington, D.C.'s Embassy Row, killing Orlando Letelier, Allende's foreign minister, and his American co-worker, Roni Moffett. Holy moly. Imagine that. He had information that there were right-wing assassinations being planned and that a car bomb was done in D.C. In D.C. In 1999, Pinochet was arrested in London through an effort by Baltasar Garzón, a Spanish judge investigating Operation Condor. Kissinger urged the British not to extradite the general. I would be very happy if Pinochet was allowed home, Kissinger told an interviewer. This episode has gone on long enough and all my sympathies are with him. 2 years later, the administration of George W. Bush responded contemptuously to the Chilean Supreme Court's effort to compel Kissinger to testify. It is unjust and ridiculous that a distinguished servant of this country should be harassed by foreign courts in this way, an official told the Daily Telegraph. The paper noted that Kissinger was an informal advisor to Bush, as he was to many presidents. The Bush administration's declaration of protection for Kissinger, coupled with his rejection of the Rome Treaty on the International Criminal Court, extinguished a glimmer of hope that Kissinger would someday join Pinochet under arrest. It was always a fantasy. The international architecture that the U.S. and its allies established after World War II, shorthanded today as the rules-based international order, somehow never gets around to applying the same pressure on a hegemonic United States that it applies to U.S. hostile or defiant powers. It reflects the organizing principle of American exceptionalism. America acts, it is not acted upon. Henry Kissinger was a supreme architect of the rules-based international order. In that regard, Kissinger was singular, but by no means unique. Kissinger built upon the foundations constructed by Henry Morgenthau, Dean Acheson, George Kennan, Paul Nietzsche, the Dulles brothers, the Bundy brothers, JFK. You could go all the way back to Albert Thayer Mahan and Teddy Roosevelt if you wanted, or even James Monroe, or, depending on how fundamental you think empire is to America, 1619. He and Nixon chose to escalate in Vietnam and pursue the destruction of Cambodia. But the Pentagon Papers showed that the Vietnam War was the result of compounding decisions made in the Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson administrations. The Vietnamese guerrilla and justice minister, Truong Nhu Tang, writes in his Viet Cong memoir that Kissinger, whose intellect he praises, inherited a conceptual framework from his American and French predecessors that led him to disaster. Kissinger and Nixon turned that into Watergate. As Grandin pointed out earlier in this story, Watergate began with a demand for vengeance on Daniel Ellsberg, the anti-Kissinger, for leaking the Pentagon Papers. Watergate was a grim demonstration for neither the first nor the last time that the crimes America commits abroad have a dialectical relationship with the crimes that America commits at home. This right here, by the way, is more true than ever. An example of this is the fact that the same techniques that have been used to brutally suppress the people of Iraq during and following the Iraq War have now been imported back home. The same tactics that were taught to American soldiers in the Iraq War are currently being taught to American police, and they're being deployed on protesters, people who are using their First Amendment constitutional right. Infamy has as many fathers as victory. That, ultimately, is why Kissinger died a celebrity, with the wealth necessary to get taken in by Theranos. It's why Roger Morris and Anthony Lake opted against telling the country that the commander-in-chief was an alcoholic who was secretly surveilling his real and imagined critics. Whatever Kissinger's origins, whatever rants about Jew boys he had to endure, Kissinger was an exemplar of the self-confident geopolitical potency that America's elites, whatever they might personally think of Henry Kissinger, want America to make the world respect. When the Roger Morrises and Anthony Lakes and Hillary Clinton see Henry Kissinger, they see, despite what they will rotely and euphemistically acknowledge as his flaws, themselves as they wish to be. Kissinger lived for over half a century in the world that he had made. He was its hubris. He could see that the Iraq War would be a disaster, but he went along with it anyway, declaring the case for removing Iraq's capacity of mass destruction is extremely strong. Kissinger's calculation, expressed in the noblest possible way, is that acceptance of an impending disaster is the price of influencing and hence mitigating it. His accommodation to the inevitability of political decisions he thought were folly harkened back to his 1968 embrace of Nixon. What were the lives of Vietnamese, Cambodians, or Iraqis compared to Kissinger's opportunity to help shape history? But Iraq and the broader war on terror that Kissinger wanted expanded lest it peter out into an intelligence operation while the rest of the region gradually slides back into the pre-9/11 pattern, presaged the world that Kissinger made coming apart at the foundations. The man who repositioned U.S. foreign policy as a wedge between China and Russia lived long enough to see the February 4 declaration uniting Moscow and Beijing. The reactionary forces he encouraged at home and abroad are showing the world that the rules-based international order is about capitalism and not democracy. Whatever bitterness Kissinger in his final days experienced over the erosion of his enterprise is little comfort to his millions of victims. America denied them the closure Kathleen Treanor experienced when America, declaring justice, ended Timothy McVeigh. Wow. Just so we're clear, once again, this is Henry Kissinger, war criminal beloved by America's ruling class, finally dies by Spencer Ackerman at the Rolling Stone. What a absolutely brutal piece. And I'm going to end this. I don't really have much else to add to that. I wanted to read that because I think it's important. And I think that there's going to be a lot of people who do not cover this, who do not choose to cover it this way, who do not choose to critique Henry Kissinger, who instead either remain silent or look the other way while people praise him. I don't have much personal to add to that. It pretty much says it all. It lays it all out. I'm glad that you were here with me to listen to this because you know, we already saw earlier in this stream that there's a lot of people who are unwilling to talk about these things, who are unwilling to talk about the bloodshed and the duplicitousness and the lying and the explicit deconstruction of democracy and freedom. I want to end this with a quote. Those of you who are watching the live stream on my website, Demonmama.com, already got to hear this earlier, but this is for you all who are going to be watching the video later, okay? And this is a quote from Anthony Bourdain. Anthony Bourdain talking about Henry Kissinger. Once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hands. You will never again be able to open a newspaper and read about that treacherous, prevaricating, murderous scumbag sitting down for a nice chat with Charlie Rose or attending some black tie affair for a new glossy magazine without choking. Witness what Henry did in Cambodia, the fruits of his genius for statesmanship, and you will never understand why he is not sitting in the dock at The Hague next to Milosevic. While Henry continues to nibble nori rolls and rimaki at A-list parties, Cambodia, the neutral nation he secretly and illegally bombed, invaded, undermined, and then threw to the dogs, is still trying to raise itself up on its one remaining leg. Again, Anthony Bourdain talking about the now dead Henry Kissinger. The world became a safer place tonight. That's all I have to say. If you enjoyed this segment and my reading of that article, if you enjoyed my commentary, if you found my voice interesting and powerful, make sure you press subscribe down below because I do this kind of stuff all the time in addition to a lot of other stuff. I'd love to have you hear the signal. Thank you very much. Damn. All right, how was that segment? That one was much better, right? We got a lot more coming. Don't go anywhere. I just got to catch my breath for a minute. Hey, Demonmama, have you seen this? It's very relevant. Me, I'm Chloe on Twitter at 10:29 a.m. today said, I have a feeling Henry Kissinger is about to die. Oh my God! I'm retweeting that. Oh my God! What? Sorry. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. That's absolutely breathtakingly incredible. Is that a plushie of Acrid from Risk of Rain? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right. Give me a minute, everybody. I'm going to catch my breath, and I'm going to eat some very delicious sushi, and then we have a bunch of other stuff to do tonight. That was a surprise breaking news segment, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to turn that into a video, and in addition, not just a video, but some shorts as well. Danny, I feel like there's a million lines from that I read that would make excellent shorts. Like a lot of lines. I feel like we could have like a bunch of shorts from this. You got gifted. Oh, I have to read all of the subs too. I'll do that after I eat, but I gotta eat this sushi. This sushi is, I don't want it to get warm. That'd be yucky. Oh my God. The sushi that we get is legitimately amazing. We have the absolute best sushi restaurant near us. We've been going there for almost 4 years now. They're so good. It's genuinely incredible. It's such high quality fish. Dang, look at those chopstick skills. I actually do have chopstick skills. I'm not kidding you. Of course, now I'm going to probably drop something and embarrass myself, but no, straight up. I've been eating with chopsticks for a long time. This is a mixture. I've got a whole bunch of different fish. I've got, there's tuna here. There's red snapper. There's salmon. There's shrimp. There's eel. This is my favorite. One of my favorite type of sushi is eel. Mama. I didn't drop anything, but I accidentally dripped some soy sauce. I want to do that. Good, okay, I didn't get any on my shirt. Are chopstick skills rare? Not, I mean, it depends on where you are. In America, yeah, they're pretty rare. Most people in America can't eat with chopsticks. I can. I learned very young. And I actually eat with chopsticks very frequently, so. Thank you all for watching. I'm happy to have you all. Do they use chopsticks often in Maine? Most people don't, but people who are into sushi do. There's actually amazing sushi restaurants in my home state of Maine. Seriously, I'm not kidding you. The fresh fish there is amazing. Oh, this one's falling apart. Oh no, don't do that. I was raised in the United States in California. Just a common thing you learn early at home. Yeah, for some people it is, for others it's not. In my house it was. My family taught me to use chopsticks quite early. Demonmama, did you add wasabi to the soy sauce? Yes. I love mixing wasabi into my soy sauce. I just really love wasabi. Some people don't, but I do. I love doing that, especially because the wasabi here is really good. This one fell apart. Well, why is this? Why are these ones falling apart? Aw. Me too, little morphine Annie. I love the wasabi. I love it strong. Don't mix it in front of Japanese people. I don't think that's true. Maybe it is. Maybe there's something I don't know, but I actually watched a video by a Japanese guy who talked about that. And he just said he doesn't really like mixing it, but that many people do. And it didn't seem to be a big deal for him. It's a YouTuber who does a traveling channel. He's a Japanese YouTuber who does a traveling channel. And he was like, I don't like it, but tons of people do, and it's fine. So I don't know if that's like a hard rule. I don't think you're gonna offend anybody by doing it. Yeah, I don't put ginger on top of the sushi. I eat it in between. Well, that one fell in the soy sauce, but. One second. All right. It's almost time to get to the next stuff. What a day. I didn't expect us to be doing such a huge news segment. Sorry if it was a little bit rough to start off with, but I literally wasn't expecting that news at all. Depresso Transo says, I think I remember that you've mentioned 40K. Do you have an army? No, I don't. I don't have the talent to paint. So I've always just played the digital Warhammer stuff, Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40K digital stuff. I always like the games, and I quite like them. But I don't do the army stuff because I'm just not a talented painter, and I feel like that's a big draw, is being able to express your creativity in that way. Rhodes, I will listen to that, actually. That's absolutely incredible. I will absolutely listen to that. I love that show. Meme time? No. We're not doing memes early right now. We're doing memes later. We have a lot of stuff to get through, and memes have to come later. One second. Let me go put my plate. Let me go put my plate away. 1 second. Give me a minute. Just a second. Don't go anywhere. It's not gonna be that long. Don't panic. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Oh, man. I have some soda. That's good. I could use a little bit of caffeine. You know, I need a drug to keep me awake. Got a hair loose. No. What an absolute mess. By the way, if you are here and you've been enjoying the stream, press like. We have 510 viewers, but only 444 likes. All of the likes bring in new viewers. This show has been growing at a massive pace, but I need your likes and they're free, so please give them to me, please. Thank you. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I gotta read the, okay, let me read my donos real quick. That I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read my donos so I can give all of our nice people who supported my show what they deserve, which is attention, because supporting my show is based, and if you support my show, you're awesome. Red Cactus with a tier 1 sub, thank you so very much. Naomi Chance with the $5 donation, thank you so much. Kissinger, I hardly knew her. True. Bizadoo with the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. This ghoul won't come back from the dead, right? Better not. Tyrannax with the tier 1 gifted sub, thank you so very much. Nerodia with the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Oh my God. Nerodia says, in honor of Kissinger's rotting corpse in the dirt, here's some white name genocide. Wow, that fits perfectly, except Henry Kissinger would never genocide white people. He was too racist for that. Lefty McLefterson with the unbelievably generous $20 says, my reaction to Henry Kissinger's death and a link to something that is unfortunately copyrighted, but thank you. Tyrannax with the $5 said the definitive words on Henry Kissinger have already been delivered, which is handy for us. And that is, of course, the link to the Anthony Bourdain bit. Naomi Chance with another $5 says Henry Kissinger died. True. And finally, Marceline Flowers with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Now I got to do the YouTube ones real quick. Let me bring up my YouTube ones. I think he liked power more than he cared about any race. That's true, but when you're in charge, when you pursue power in the United States and you work with racists, you end up just being a racist. Unchained Mel with the $3 super chat says, We're in Hell recently did a video about the shape of secrecy over the post-war period. That sounds fascinating. Thank you for the donation. Piero Gigon with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Doesn't say anything, but thank you so much. MKJ Moon with the $20 says, can always count on Demonmama for nuanced takes. I think that's referring to my drug takes. And yes, you always can. Thank you so much for the $20. Genuinely means the world to me. Thank you. All right, that's all of our donations. All right, everybody, we have a bunch of other stuff to do tonight. How long have we been going? We've been going for 2.5 hours. Okay, we better get to it. We have a special treat, my lovely imps. My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. We have been gifted a very strange but very wonderful treat. And that treat is a debate between Prager of PragerU, the Dennis Prager, and some guy named Sam Seder, who apparently comes from some show called The Majority Report, which I don't know, sounds like a movie title with Tom Cruise in it. But no, of course I jest. I almost said Tom Cruise. This is not good. Not off to a good start. But no, tonight, of course, we are going to enjoy Sam Seder, who is, if you've never seen a debate done by Sam Seder is one of the most talented debaters that I've ever seen. Like, he is right up there with the greatest of the greats, okay? Sam Seder's debate skills are incredible. He's funny, he's quick, he's well-informed on the topics that he chooses to debate on, and tonight, we get to see him go up against Dennis Prager. If you don't know who Dennis Prager is a arch-conservative propagandist. Dennis Prager runs Prager University, which is not a university. It's just called a university. It is a propaganda firm. It's a conservative funding filter. They make media that propagandizes and promotes conservative figures, and they direct money towards up and coming conservative video makers. So they basically do all this. And now, of course, they're breaking into the business of indoctrinating children. It's ironic, right? That these guys are constantly screaming about save the children and don't indoctrinate children. And yet their literal first method is to make a bunch of children's shows that basically say that kids should be in love with Christopher Columbus or else they're bad. And books to be used in schools that teach children to hate anyone who is different than them. Incredible, right? Anyway, that's what we're about to see. So without any further ado, let's together sit down and watch Sam Seder versus Dennis Prager. And they are going to be debating on Israel. Would you say that Sam is a master debater? There's nothing better than to see Sam Seder master debating, okay? Listen, a lot of us out there have remarked on many occasions that Sam Seder is a fairly attractive fellow. And what can I say? He looks great master debating. Okay? All right, let's do it.
What?
We're going to be on conference call with maybe Prager.
Oh, is that copyrighted music? I hope not. That's not copyrighted music, is it? Somebody said copyrighted music. Okay, let's go.
How much time do we got?
All right, I'll talk over it.
Hello? Is this
In 1 minute.
Damn it, god damn it. They play Misty Mountains?
15 seconds.
This is a great birthday gift. Thank you,
Yeah,
Greg.
you want me to just go right into it?
I told him that my son is in college and he's attended college.
Damn, this is some deep fried ass shit. They got a radio piping. They got like a little fucking tiny kid's radio with a mic next to it for this.
Really upsetting.
Okay.
Yeah. And my name is Ron. I'll just let you.
By the way, oh man, look, okay, we're gonna get into it. I don't want to spoil anything. Listen, I actually have not seen this debate, but I've seen a screenshot from this debate, which made me laugh so hard that I knew I had to cover it. Let's continue.
Ron,
Okay.
you want me to do it like last time?
Yeah. Let's do it this way.
The Dennis Prager
I'm just
Show
gonna mute my
on the
microphone.
Salem Radio Network. Returns from break in 45 seconds.
Happy birthday, you big idiot.
Oh, thank you. It's a good birthday present.
What has happened to the Democrats?
And that philosophy is being planted to Earth.
Has anyone brought up Kissinger dying yet? Oh, Voxel. Oh, Voxel, you just missed it. You'll have to pop back. We just did a big segment on it.
The Dennis Prager Show on the Salem Radio Network. Returns from break.
1-8-PRAGER 776-877-243-7776. Albany,
Oh, he's... Oh, man. Let's go.
Oregon. Ron, hello.
Hi, Dennis. Thanks so much for taking my call. I think I told your screener that my kid is in college, and
Oh, I should explain some context. I am a regular viewer of the Majority Report, although I don't watch as much as I used to. I used to listen to the Majority Report very regularly. I don't listen as much as I used to, admittedly. But for those who aren't in the know, when he refers to, they said that his name was Ron. The way that he got onto the show was by having a friend of the show whose name is Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is like multi times per week caller to the Majority Report. He's basically a guy who calls in and talks about interesting subjects with the Majority Report all the time. He's been a part, he's been like a regular character on the show for a long time. So Ronald Reagan offered to help Sam get into a conversation with Dennis Prager. And the reason for this is because Dennis Prager has been avoiding a debate with Sam Seder. Now, you might recall that Dennis Prager constantly goes on his platform and talks about, well, the left doesn't like to debate. And he does that type of shit. He likes to say all the time, the left won't debate anybody. But he's been actively dodging Sam Seder's debate. So thanks to Ronald Reagan for making this possible. Now you know the lore.
there are protests going on there, and needless to say, Thanksgiving was a little bit rough.
Go on.
Well,
Go on. Oh, man. Okay, I don't want to, let's go.
my child, I don't want to say the college that they go to, because I don't want them to be chased down or anything. But my concern is that my son doesn't appreciate what's going on in Israel at all, and doesn't understand what the dynamics are there. And it is increasingly a problem, is what's going on these campuses.
That's right.
Anti-Semitism
That's correct.
is a problem in this country. It is rising. I'm not sure if I subscribe totally to the idea that it's a function of secularism, because, obviously the Spanish Inquisition, we had a lot of anti-Semitism that existed before any type of secular movement.
In the United States it is. I make it clear in the column. You're right. American Christianity was totally different from European Christianity.
But, I mean...
This was a Judeo-Christianity. It was pro-Jewish. That's why I read to you John Adams, who was a committed Christian.
Well, that's true.
That
but,
Jefferson and Jefferson... Go on.
Well, I can tell you that, when my parents and my grandparents came over in the 1800s, they had to change their name. They couldn't get insurance. This was not a function, and they were very pious.
Oh, so you're Jewish. Okay, that's interesting. So the fact is, however, that you're right, compared to a truly perfect society, it was a failure. Compared to every other society, why did they flee their society and come to America? If you would have asked your grandparents, are you happy you came to America, even though it was harder to get insurance? They probably would have laughed at you.
Oh, well, no, of course. They left because of pogroms, but they weren't secular in Russia at that time, or Lithuania.
No,
or
you're right. I've said all of my life to American Jews, my fellow Jews.
Okay. This is one of those things that we keep seeing over and over again with right-wing talking heads that talk mad game on YouTube, and then when they get into a live format, it's like a giant embarrassment. Happens to Matt Walsh, happens to Candace Owens, happens to, what's his fucking name? That guy, Michael Knowles, and now we see it with Dennis Prager, where when they're in a live setting, they have just no charisma, and they also start to get really nervous and stumble over themselves all the time. This is just like, my God. Like it's like sucking the charisma out of the room. And like Sam is like just asking questions, and this guy sounds like he's gonna fall asleep. He sounds like he's falling asleep. He's like, I already told you when I read a column. Like, it's like, well, maybe this caller, like, even if this wasn't Sam, oh, it's right out there. Even if this wasn't Sam Seder, like, what if the caller hadn't heard the column or read the column? Like, what the fuck? Let's go.
That the European Christianity was not the same as American Christianity. These are the Christians that put Torah script on the Liberty Bell.
Right.
That had you study Hebrew. That said the greatest contributions were made by Jews, like I read to you from John Adams. This was a different country. This was a different form of Christianity.
Well, I agree. I mean, you have someone like John Hagee speaking at the rally for Israel. I think was frankly an abomination. I mean, I wasn't for John Hagee speaking there. He has a record.
I was.
Well, even John McCain.
I thought it was a great choice. I know him very well. Back in a moment.
Okay.
Back in a moment. What a terrible, by the way, also another thing that becomes immediately apparent is how much, can you guys, wait, real quick, how long was I reading that article and exactly how many ad reads did I do to you all? I did, what, in the entire reading of that article, I asked for subscriptions quickly 2 times. No fucking ads, none of that shit. Crazy. Right-wingers, every 30 seconds, they got to interrupt you. They spout their practice lines, they hit you with an ad. They spout a practice NPC line, hit you with an ad. Hit you with an ad, hit you with an ad, hit you with an ad. Ad. Never get any depth. Always just practiced NPC lines. And every show that they do is like this. All these conservative shows are like this. It's so fucking annoying.
The Dennis Prager Show returns in 5 seconds.
Oh my God, it is! It's Misty Mountains! Why are they playing Misty Mountains? Chariot says the music should be the Oblivion soundtrack, but they almost did it! They basically did by playing the Hobbit music! We are dwarves, and we want some gold from the dragon whose name is Smaug. We are a wizard and some hobbits and some dwarves, and we're gonna get the Ark in stone. We'll be there soon. We'll home a song.
Relief Factor has a new product. And it's
Wait, isn't that like a urinary product? Relief? Isn't that? No! Oh, it's joint pain! Relief Factor is a joint pain ointment!
called sleep. And guess what it does? I'll give you a moment here to think about it. Sean is baffled. It's fascinating. Sean, I don't understand. It's sleep. Sleep. Hello, sleep.
What is this ad read? He's phoning it in. Oh my God, his advertisers must hate him.
Folks, a lot of you have problems falling asleep or staying asleep. My heart goes out to you. It's not a problem I've ever had. I'm very lucky, and I know it. But if you need to, this is a great product. On occasion that I have taken it, like, for example, when I went to London and I wanted to sleep.
By the way, if you've been enjoying this incredibly funny debate review, make sure that you subscribe to Demonmama so you can hear the signal!
Sleep on the plane, this thing is fantastic. Anything Relief Factor does, I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, this medication's great. Whatever it does, I like it. It's great. It's good. Whatever it does is good. I don't know what it does, but it does good stuff.
So, if you need to sleep or stay asleep, try it. Go to relieffactor.com and order sleep for restorative, regenerative sleep.
Bizadoo says, this live stream is supported by viewers like you, Chatterinos. Our community spaces are more human, unlike right-wing ghouls whose pure existence is all capitalized. True! Absolutely true, and thank you for supporting the show. Deeply appreciated. This is a viewer-supported show. Thank you. And also, we just witnessed Sam unaliving himself with scissors.
Sleep, relieffactor.com. So my column this week is essentially that when America was more Christian, Jews were more secure. So there are two issues with my caller. This is a really important call. You called because I have a lot of thoughts on what you're saying. So this is Ron in Oregon, and there are two issues. One is that his son, this is a Jewish family, and his son has been participating in anti-Israel protests at his college. And the other is that he doesn't fully agree with me because look at all the anti-Semitism in Europe, which was done by Christians, and he's absolutely right. But as I've said all of my life, American Christianity was not European Christianity, and the best place Jews have ever lived outside of their own land has been the United States of America. So
do you see how he took all of the airtime to read off a bunch of literally just assertive propaganda statements? That is like the heart and soul of radio propaganda. Now, he has no charisma while doing it, but it doesn't really matter. He's preaching to a choir. He's repeating this propaganda to reassure people in their beliefs. No real depth to it. America is the best place for Jews ever, besides Israel. Israel is slightly better, but not that much. And Israel, the state of Israel, is the only safe home for the Jews.
Your last comment was that you were distressed that at the rally in Washington for Israel, they had Pastor Hagee speak, correct?
Yes, that's right. I mean, I never totally agreed with John McCain about all things, but when he distanced himself in 2008 from Hagee, I thought that was the right thing to do.
And the reason?
Well, I don't think the idea that, and this is what Hagee believes, obviously not what I believe, or I would imagine not what you believe, is that Hitler was sent by God to push Jews to Israel. And I mean, I understand the Christian prophecy that we as Jews are a part of that, but not necessarily in the best way. But I guess my biggest concern is we just had the greatest attack on Jews since the Holocaust take place. And I look at Israel as a place that was founded, at least in part, to protect Jews. And I think that after 75 years, what we're looking at is a situation where that project has failed. And I think in part it's failed because of the way that Israel has gone about it.
Okay, so we now entered a third arena. They're all related.
Exactly.
Let me just say this about John Hagee. First of all, I never, ever judge people on the basis of their beliefs. I'm sure you're a
Wait, what? That's incredible. Did he mean like religious beliefs? Like, I don't know, man. I feel like I feel like that's the one thing you're supposed to judge people for. Like, I believe, like, you can't judge the Nazis because that was their beliefs. Like, what?
When Christians think you're going to hell because you don't believe in Christ. So why are you annoyed with John Hagee for his religious beliefs? If indeed that's what he said, I have reviewed it. It's not fully clear to me, but let's say he said that. God sent Hitler. My father, who was an Orthodox Jew and fought Hitler in the U.S. Navy for 3 years, believed that God sent Hitler because he couldn't believe that the Holocaust just happened and God watched it. There are a lot.
Oh man. Oh man, this is like the, oh man, we need it.
That's yes, but that is
okay, so I am Adolf Hitler. So fine.
I feel like we're gonna need that button a lot. I feel like we're gonna need both of those buttons a lot.
So what exactly, how remarkably different was my father's view? I don't agree with my father, but it doesn't matter. As I said, I judge beliefs, but I don't judge people by their beliefs. So John Hagee.
What?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Hagee has been one of the most pro-Jewish, pro-Israel figures in American life. He has founded the largest organization of Christians. It is the CUFI, Christians United for Israel.
I know that. But Dennis,
okay.
that actually relates to my other point.
Good?
Because I do think that intent. I do think intent is important here. So it is true that that Israel has a lot of support from CUFI and other Christian Zionists, but they want the Jews there so that they go through hellfire. And I also know that, the Netanyahu.
That's not true.
That
isn't true. I know that.
Oh, he's gonna say this isn't true, but let me tell you, I can tell you firsthand, yes, it is absolutely true. This is actually absolutely, it's absolutely true that Christians do believe that Israel is necessary as a part of end times prophecy. That was repeated constantly in the church that I grew up in, and even just like 2 or 3 weeks ago, Doe and I were watching random sermons from pastors who are partnered with TPUSA, a lot of whom put their sermons online, and we were just checking them. We were just watching them out of curiosity, and they had a sermon on Israel-Palestine, and they explicitly said that. And this is a TPUSA partnered pastor who was saying this. It's a commonplace belief. It's an open belief among Christians. When conservatives are confronted on it in public, they pretend that it doesn't happen. But in every church in America, every conservative church in America, they say this all the time. It's so fucking common. Revan777 says, my dad is a Calvary Chapel pastor, and he says that often. Yes, it's incredibly common view. It's mad. It's just, they're just lying to you when people pretend that it doesn't happen. And they're usually doing it to try and make themselves seem more reasonable, which is ridiculous. They're just cowardly about their beliefs.
That is exactly the prophecy that Hagee is talking about. And,
no.
And I will also say this, with Netanyahu, with Netanyahu also making common cause with
yes, because he's making common cause because the greatest support in America for his country is coming from Christian Zionists.
Well, but I think that's problematic in the end.
Common cause with them?
Well, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain because I think what it breeds is a type of singular nationalism in Israel, which has left Jews unsafe. The road that could have been taken with Zionists, we know that there was a strand of Zionist thought. No, not Israel. I'm saying certain elements within Israel, because we know there was Zionist thought, starting in the late 1800s into the early 1900s, where the idea of a multi-ethnic, multi-religious democracy could have taken hold. Folks like Buber and Hannah Arendt espouses.
Well,
instead, we have a fascist...
Don't be shocked.
Another ad read. It's been like 4 minutes. Another ad read. Somniostatic says he has to know it's Sam. No, never assume that. He doesn't. He definitely doesn't. That said, from what I understand, Dennis Prager is like personally very invested in this type of conversation. So I think that Sam is kind of the perfect person to go up against him on this, and also the perfect bait in that Sam knows enough about a topic that Dennis Prager is very invested in personally, that Dennis Prager won't simply hang up the phone on him.
That your child has taken your ideas to their conclusion.
Oh, Dennis. It's weird that you had to cut me off.
Was Einstein a Zionist? I don't think he was. I think he critiqued Zionism. I don't think he was strictly a Zionist. Oh God, I can't remember. I was just reading something about this too, but I can't recall it. Anyway, let's continue.
The Dennis Prager Show.
I'm just gonna hang out to the music for a while, if you don't mind.
Return from break in 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
I don't know. I think he might be done with me.
I get the sense he was. He definitely cut me off.
Should we hang on the line to see if he comes back to you?
I don't know.
That's up to you. I'm just working.
Because you're not having real conversations.
The Dennis Prager Show on the Salem Radio Network returns from break in 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Well,
You got more runway than you thought you might.
I
right?
definitely did. Yeah, I really greased that runway though, didn't I?
Oh, you did such a good job with like
Ronald Reagan, I really appreciate the birthday gift.
being obtuse about the what your son.
Oh, we're gonna stay
Did
in
I kill you guys to get some hold music like this?
What the fuck is this? This is like another. This is like a Hobbit feast song. Another fucking Lord of the Rings ass tune.
Is it bagpipes?
That's what it means to be a mighty man of
What do you
valor.
gotta do to
Prager
make
Show
that happen?
on the Salem Radio Network returns from break in 1 minute and 45 seconds.
All right, we're gonna hang on for
A
the.
minute and 45-second break? It was 4 minutes since the last. Oh my God.
1 minute 45 seconds.
Okay. I know that it's because most of the people who listen to this don't even know that they're listening to the Prager Show. They just have the radio on in their nursing home. But like, how do they not lose all their listeners when they bombard you with boring ads and terrible 1 minute, 1.5 minute, two, even 3 minute breaks every 4 minutes of content? How would that not? Oh my God, it feels like it would drive you crazy. I can't even get up to go to the bathroom for 1 minute without people tuning out and wanting to go find something more interesting.
Do you have clients in your office right now, Ronald Reagan?
Yeah, but they don't speak English, so they don't really know what's going on. I told them I'm calling immigration to check on their case.
The Dennis Prager Show on the Salem Radio Network returns from break in 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Well, this guy's ripping the.
By the way, if you're, hold on, I need the fiddle music. By the way, if you're enjoying this, make sure that, oh, they're talking now too, but make sure that you are like a good hobbit subscribing to my show. Make sure that you press like down below. Make sure that you throw a few tips to me because I'm keeping you entertained.
Whoopsie.
You know,
This is like electro. This is like electro river music, river dance music.
The Dennis Prager Show
try to encourage
on the Salem
people
Radio
to post
Network.
and try to,
break in 45 seconds.
Help them if I can.
Unironically good hold music? No! It's deep fried to hell!
what has happened to the Democrats.
The Dennis Prager Show on the Salem Radio Network returns from break in 15 seconds.
Oh my God!
The Dennis Prager.
This is the tunes you tune. This is the tunes you turn on when you're about to bag a Proudfoot babe in your hobbit hole in Hobbiton.
Prager Show returns in.
You're like, ooh, baby, it's time.
5 seconds.
Oh my God! I feel it in a human realm. I cry when a human abound.
Go to ReliefFactor.com, read what people have written.
Make sure you put the ointment on your joints. Make sure you put it everywhere you ache. You don't want to get bruised. And if you do, you want to feel great.
About this product, which relieves pain in muscles and joints. I know it. I endorse it. I use it. The Living Martyr uses it. My wife uses it. In fact, my wife used it before I ever heard of it. That's why I actually agreed to even promote it years ago, because she told me, oh, it's fantastic for her knee pain. It's so good, she sometimes forgets to take it, and then she doesn't take it, and the knee pain comes back. Try it for 3 weeks. Doesn't work in 3 weeks. The makers say you should cancel your order, because it probably won't work for you if it doesn't work in 3 weeks. Go to ReliefFactor.com, $19.95 for 3 weeks. That's it.
Literally the most passionless ad reads. But I guess that's what happens, right? That's what happens when your life is like an oiled machine of coughing out boring propaganda. You know, there's a real possibility that this is the first actual intellectual stimulation that Prager has felt in a long time. Like that he's finally having someone to talk about something, and he knows that his agenda would tell him, oh no, I should not have this conversation, but he's desperate for that stimulation.
You should definitely try it. ReliefFactor.com, 800-500-8384.
You should definitely try it. You should definitely try. My knees, my soul is hurting right now, and relief action relief. What's the product called? It can't soothe the pain of a soul, but it might soothe your bunion.
Okay, so just a final word here. I rarely keep somebody on so long, but I thought that was valuable. So I just want to say, and this is, God knows, I thank you for your call and your openness.
Thank you.
But with your views with regard to Israel, it's not shocking that your son would have participated in anti-Israel demonstrations at college.
Well,
I know you wouldn't, and I fully appreciate that, but he didn't come from a home that made peace with Israel as a national Jewish.
Oh, he's armchair psychologizing. Ooh, bad move, man. Bad move, especially because this is a fictional character. Oh, man. Yeah. Freud you now.
Project.
Well, I don't think that's true, actually. I mean, certainly much of my Hebrew school, and I at that point was more conservative than Orthodox. But much of my Hebrew schooling was oriented towards Israel. Many of my teachers were
but
were
that's
former
irrelevant. It's your views.
Well,
look, you said.
But all I'm saying is I'm looking at this as a practical
flawed.
matter, though, Dennis, because as a practical matter, if the part of the Zionist project was to provide a safe home for Jews, I mean, and surely you know this as well, we have Israelis now who are in bomb shelters 4 times a day. And that it has not worked. The peace and security for Jews as a single ethno-national state has not worked.
So therefore, you believe Jews would be more secure if there weren't a Jewish state and it was just a Jewish and Muslim state.
And Christian. I mean, I think
but there are so few Christians there. Okay,
well, yes, yes, of course, it's academic.
You believe Jews would be more secure with majority Arab rule?
I think absolutely a multi-ethnic society could be set up. I mean, listen, this is the same thing that people said about South Africa.
Look, I got to leave you at that because we've talked so long.
Okay. Well, Dennis, I really appreciate you having this conversation with me.
The listener decide.
Thank you.
But I think you need to be honest with yourself. If you believe that.
I am being honest with my.
Oh, dude. Oh, that is so. Oh, he got overwhelmed. He realized he was out of his comfort zone, and he had to run. He's like, oh no, this might be effective counter to my propaganda. I better turn it off now. He might have a producer going, hey, this is gonna wake up some of the people in the nursing homes. They're getting stimulated. You need to turn it off, quick.
This project is a failure. It is not that surprising that your son would have demonstrated against Israel on his campus.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't characterize the demonstration
St. Petersburg, Florida. Corey, hello.
All right.
Yes, hello, Dennis. Since October 7th, I've been to 4 or 5 Catholic churches for Sunday Mass.
All right, hold on.
Wow, that was a fucking bad showing by Prager. Chariot says, Dennis realized he couldn't counter Sam's point without condemning the idea of a multiracial society, at which point he's endorsing ethno-nationalism. Yeah, that was a really good move. And also, Sam, and I want you guys to pay attention what Sam did. Sam set up the fact, early on, he got Prager to say, yeah, America's like the safest place for Jewish people. And America is according to Dennis Prager, America is a multi-ethnic, multiracial, multi-religious democracy. But then all of a sudden he changes his tune when it comes to Israel. So Sam Seder set him up, and Prager basically realized, oh shit, I'm in trouble because I just spent the first half of this conversation explicitly because Sam pretended, like early on, he got him to expound by talking about the secularism subject. He got Dennis Prager to expound about how good America is. America being multi-ethnic, multiracial, multi-religious, and then that set him up for the later question. That is the type of shit I'm talking about when I say that Sam is an excellent debater. And Prager knew he was caught, and that's why he had to leave. And the thing is, of course, most of his viewers don't care. Most of his viewers are not even thinking about it. They're listening for all of the activation words that he read leading up to that, and that's all that really matters to them. But what this does do is this shows people who are questioning just how incapable of grappling with actual questions and actual challenges conservative talking heads are.
And not one time has the priest mentioned in his homily.
I guess, he left. All right.
Reagan hung up.
We got the held over 2 commercial breaks.
I mean,
I thought he was taking commercials.
I got news for you, folks. That doesn't happen. You got to really know. Like I did too.
I can't believe you got on that long. And you've spoken to him before, right? Like he supposedly knows your voice.
Well, I mean, I don't.
You got on for like a second the one time, and he
hung up immediately.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
I mean, it was nice to be able to reach his audience, and you know, I don't think I went super hard, but to have that long of a time.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that kind of telling, right? Sam wasn't being super belligerent. Sam wasn't even being super argumentative. He just brought up points that are inconvenient for Prager and also reveal flaws in Prager's worldview. And that's just they just can't deal with that. They have to shut it down.
I feel bad now because my son's not in college.
Yeah.
He's in elementary school.
And your name.
Striped Kidder says, why does the right always paint left-leaning people as inflexible and unwilling to engage? How do they not acknowledge this as blatant protection? Because they don't care. It is literally, Conservatives, okay, right-wingers believe in an us versus them world. Rules do not apply to them, and they do apply to other people. So what they engage in is a very Machiavellian approach to their language. They don't actually care that they're hypocrites. They don't actually care any of that. What they care about is winning. What they care about is projecting strength. It's the same reason that there's a bunch of fucking conservatives who will call everybody else a pedophile all the time and then double down, bending over backwards to defend institutions like the Boy Scouts of America or the Catholic Church or the Jehovah's Witnesses or I don't know, the Southern Baptist Church, organizations which have had explicit massive mountains of evidence showing the widespread and systemic embedded in those agencies child abuse. Because they don't care. They care about raw power. That's what they care about. In the conservative worldview, and I know this because this is the environment I grew up in, this was what I was taught and told. In the conservative worldview, what matters is winning. You say whatever you need to win. It does not matter. You are blessed by God. You are sent with a mission from God to make the world a good place. And the secular right-wingers, of which there are less, but there are still some, they don't necessarily always bake God into it, although they usually do at least a little bit. Their view is you're saving the West from degeneracy, but it's the exact same structure. You must save the West, which means whatever tactic you need to use in order to win, you do it. Even if it's hypocritical, even if it's a lie, it doesn't matter because you are fighting for a greater good. You're saving the West from degeneracy. You're saving the heathen from sin. You're saving the lost world from falling into the grip of Satan. I'm serious. That's how it all boils down. That is the core of their belief system. And it's why they act like this. And I'm not saying there aren't leftists who act like this too. There are Machiavellian leftists, but it's not core to most leftist viewpoints to behave like this. And part of the reason why you see that leftists don't have the same level of just impunity with regard to their tactics is because they feel bad. They have an emotional and moral center that makes them go, I don't want to engage like this. It's the same reason why lefties don't love to fucking riddle their show with ads to the degree that they just lie about 120 different products that are giving them money to say whatever. It's the same shit. Yes, Bizadu brings up the Sartre quote, and yes, that's an absolutely good quote for this. Yes.
My name is not Ron.
And my name is not Ron.
And no wonder.
But Ron is one of my nicknames.
But, you know, if Dennis wants to avoid this kind of deception, he can just come on the Majority Report and debate Sam long form without those kinds of obstacles.
Wow. I'll tell you something. There was...
Brutus Magnuson with the $10 says, Ayan Hersey Ali saying we need to embrace Christian nationalism, even if Christianity isn't true, is just giving the game away, that power and dominance is all that matters. Yeah, you ever wonder why all of those atheist right-wingers all of a sudden are constantly peddling to Christians now? Like, for example, a great example of that is Dave Rubin, Mr. Intellectual Dark Web, Facts Over Feelings, and he suddenly had a Christian moment, and now he's a Christian all of a sudden. It's because they don't care. They will shift their views like a fucking chameleon to whatever is necessary to take part in an agenda that gets them power. Whatever they think is convenient, they will say. It's that simple. It's that simple.
12 minutes of, or 9 minutes, 10 minutes of ads in what was literally like 30 seconds.
I thought he did to avoid and end the conversation, but
No.
he was actually just taking scheduled ad breaks.
Yes, that's amazing.
Keep getting them checks, Dennis.
All right. Let's read a couple IMs and get out of here.
People complain about our ads.
Also, it's really funny too. Another thing, by the way, massive shout out to Sam Seder. That was an excellent play. And he, even though none of Dennis Prager's listeners care about the truth, it's definitely awesome to put Dennis Prager in an uncomfortable position. So shout out to Sam Seder for that. I wanted to point out something that Dennis Prager did, a debate tactic that Dennis Prager did that's effective with his type of audience. You notice how at the end for the entire last bit, what he did was he basically said, you don't actually have a strong enough commitment to your belief, and that's why your son is anti-Israel. It's because you raised him in a household where he wasn't taught what was right, and therefore now he's like a liberal. That is literally, that is such a practiced line. The audience that he preaches to is primed to be afraid of their kid going to college and becoming gay, trans, liberal, a hippie, whatever. That's like a fear, an anxiety. And he goes and he wins for his side of the debate by basically spinning it into that, by saying it's a thought-terminating cliche ultimately, but it's a little bit more of a complicated thought-terminating cliche in this case. It says, oh, well, you are questioning Israel, which means look at what you've done. No wonder your child became a heathen. No wonder your child wandered off the path, because you didn't build the foundation for him, and now look, he became a liberal. It's literally like laser targeting the anxiety of the boomers that listen to his show, which, by the way, they reinforce constantly. So, of course, this is a created anxiety. For some people, it's a real fear. Like, a lot of people fear that, like, their kid will leave home and not love them anymore or not care about them anymore. That's like a basic fear that some people have. But in conservative spaces, it is perpetually reinforced over and over and over again, day after day after day, until it literally becomes almost pathological. And there he was, brings it right up to make sure that people don't actually engage. Instead, they go, oh, thank God that's not me. I'm bringing my kids up on the right path. I'm bringing them up on Prager University kids. Thank goodness I won't have to worry about my kids falling off and becoming critical of Israel like this stooge. It's so wild. Oh my God, it's actually wild how that rhetoric works and how you can learn to see it. If you go and watch Tucker Carlson, you'll see him do the same thing too. He'll constantly reinforce that same idea. A lot of conservative media is just a long string of like well-polished fear-causing pearls. And they just string them along on a string, and they deliver it with ad breaks in between to make sure that the sponsors are getting money, to make sure that everybody's well-oiled. Yeah, it's really stunning. It's stunning how simple it is and how much it's just built off of thought-terminating cliches that are meant to short-circuit your ability to actually reason and instead immediately plug you back into whatever fear they're trying to peddle. Anyway, I don't think I have much else to say about that debate. It was certainly fascinating. I think Sam did a really good job and proved his rhetorical finesse and also his strategic finesse. But I think it's educational for us to review debates like this, because you can see just how deeply and calculatedly manipulative things like PragerU and his radio shows and Daily Wire and all these things are constructed. The way that they use very, very specific pre-packaged manipulative thought-terminating cliches and repeated memes and reinforcing arguments that don't really have any substance. They're just, I shouldn't say arguments, I should say assertions. They repeat these assertions until it eventually builds a shell around the mind of their viewers, which a lot of their viewers are already seeking. They're already looking to have their shell reinforced. They want to be safe and comfortable in the worldview that they already live in. One that repeatedly tells them that they're doing things right, that there's nothing wrong with them. You don't need to think anything wrong. Just buy the Pain Relief Plus. Just join the Mug Club. Just tithe to your local church and everything will be fine because you're doing God's will. Anyway, thanks for listening to me rant about this and discuss the way this type of rhetoric works. Pay attention to it, and the more of us that get aware of it, the more we'll be able to teach other people, and the more resilience there'll be against this type of stuff. My goodness. Chariot says, is this a Cooking Mama stream? Because you just cooked. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you enjoyed this segment, please make sure that you're subscribed to Demonmama down below so that you can hear the signal. And of course, If you disagree with anything that I've said, or if you agree and want to let me know, put it in the comments. I love to hear from my fans. My fans can tell you I'm really good about responding to comments. I spend quite a decent amount of time actually responding to my comments, unlike a lot of other creators, so consider it. Anyway, thanks for listening. Damn. That was a wild segment. What Who Win with the $5 says, many fundamentalists believe that you can speak truth into being via faith. And I think that's why they will lie about reality. Truth is what they say it is. I think there's a certain truth to what you're saying. First of all, thank you for the $5 super chat. Deeply appreciate that. But secondly, I think there's truth to what you're saying there for some people, but also for a lot of them, they believe that the truth is a foregone conclusion and that nothing else matters. They believe that their holy book they already know that it's true. That God told them it was true, and it's a decided matter. So they don't believe that they need to think about the fundamentals. The fundamentals are decided, they know the truth, and all that matters is asserting that truth over the world. You see what I mean? That's what leads them to have a very Machiavellian approach. That's what leads them to be willing to do all kinds of things without introspection. Everything from disowning people to harassment to all kinds of other, to just lying or complete and utter blatant projection. They don't care because it doesn't matter. They are just an agent of a predetermined truth that they already believe is like self-evident, essentially. And it doesn't matter. If you lie, maybe you made a mistake, but it doesn't matter. You are doing something for the good state of the world. You are fighting for the kingdom of God to be realized onto earth. It's a very sinister structure, and one that I fight against a lot on this channel. What? Turns out the way you break in raw denim jeans is by bathing in them for like 2 hours. Oh, I guess you learn something new every day. Yeah, he's gonna end up on Wikifeet now. The fashion pill has gone too far? No, the fashion arc has not gone far enough. I will not rest until the day that I see Vaush as the second fruitiest streamer to ever touch the online space, behind, of course, myself. Vaush denim bathtub water win? He probably could make a lot of money with that, sadly. Oh, he already has a Wikifeet? Wow, impressive. No one has a Wikifeet for me because I've never shown my feet. But that's because of my camera angle. At least I don't think I've ever shown them. Maybe I have. Oh my God, he actually has a lot of pictures of his feet. Jesus Christ. Wikifeet is weird, okay? So weird. Why the hell not, Demonmama? You're not tricking me. It happens when it happens. There actually is probably a picture of me of mine somewhere. There was the one time where you'd been talking about kink and you said you walk around barefoot and someone asked you to prove it. I'm barefoot right now. I don't wear socks or shoes when I'm streaming. If I didn't ever have to stand up on stream, I wouldn't even wear pants. Why would I? That's ridiculous. Didn't you show? Oh, I did show my feet when I leaned back on the recliner. That means, do I have a Wikifeet? Oh, I don't have one. Maybe that's a good thing. It is a weird thing, but it's also kind of like I feel like a little left out in some ways, you know? You see what I mean though? Like, listen, I've already like, I'm already at the point where I've had like so many deranged people do weird shit at me on the internet. Not having a Wikifeet just means that I'm not famous enough yet. And to be honest, that's kind of your guys' fault, right? Like, you guys aren't promoting me enough. I'm blaming my chat for this. And also, I'm going to blame them when the Wikifeet goes up because I am very consistent. I learned it from Penis Prager. No, you can't do that, Pond Curtis. Pond Curtis, that is ridiculous. You can't do that. That is lame. That is uncool. You lose points if you make your own entries. That's not how it goes. That's fucking lame as shit. That's not real fame. What do you think I am, a fraud? Do you think you think that of me? I discover that I don't have a Wikifeet. And you think that of me, that I would make a fake page? No, I don't desire the appearance of fame. I desire true fame. I desire legend, which I already am in some places. I already am a legend in some places, but that's what I truly desire. I don't want the pretense of fame. I don't want to pretend. I don't want a little badge that says, you did so good. I want the real motherfucking deal. And I have had it in many ways. I mean, after all, there are 500 people watching me yell about people's feet on the internet right now, which is pretty amazing, I gotta say. It only allows people with IMDb pages. How do I get an IMDb page? What do I have to qualify for an IMDb page? I have done so much shit. Star in a movie? Vaush didn't star in a movie. I've been in other people's video essays that have reached large viewerships. Demonmama fraud arc win? Never, because I don't need to. I don't have to stoop that low. I have a congregation at all times. You need film or TV credits. Oh, the sad thing is I have film credits, but they're under my dead name. Oh, that sucks. I have film credits under my dead name from when I was in film school. Because I worked on a ton of legit projects. T-5 TWU, self-conceited much? I don't think that's the word that you mean. I know that because I'm intelligent and you're not. But I don't know. Maybe I should say this, not to like roast some random ass loser chatter who won't live up to anything. No, just kidding. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so mean to you. I don't know. Maybe you're fine. But yeah, a little bit. Obviously, you know, you want to know something about being a streamer, especially being a trans streamer, you have to learn to be your own greatest cheerleader. You have to, because no one else will give it to you. There's a bunch of fucking assholes out there. Everybody's a goddamn critic every 5 minutes. Every word you say will be scrutinized. People will comment on every single thing that you do, positive or negative, mostly negative. No, not mostly negative, but a lot of negativity, an undue amount of negativity. So yeah, you learn to fucking have some pride in yourself, which I do. I remember where I fucking came from. And some of you imps do too. You guys remember when I started this shit in a room with a fucking, in a spare room with a shitty mattress in the background and no backdrop and just my iPhone on a little stand and a crappy mic? You guys remember that? And where am I now? Fucking 500 people roll up. I could title my stream Poop, and 500 to 600 people would show up to hear what I have to say. I am currently going on an ego trip in live 4K, and there are 500 people happily watching, more than 500 people. Incredible. There are more likes than viewers currently. Yeah, that's awesome. That means that people who came in liked, and there's more people here, which means there's people who haven't liked, which means there could be even more likes. That's how it goes. You know, when I stream for 6 hours or whatever, we're at 3.5. When I stream for 3.5 hours, a lot of people come in. Some people watch for an hour, 2 hours. Some people will tune in to a stream that I titled The Word Retard, and they will watch me talk about that and many other topics for 8 hours. And you're telling me I'm not supposed to be proud of that? You're telling me I'm supposed to be like, I'm so humble all the time. I'm about as humble as it gets as far as streamers go, okay? There aren't many streamers who are more humble than me, okay? It's just that's just how it works, all right? Just trust me. Go tune into another streamer and you'll encounter some real ego. I'm the most humble person who's ever lived. No streamer more humble than me. The most humblest. Humble in the bigliest. Oh yeah, we gotta talk about the Elon Musk thing. You wanna do an Elon Musk segment? Yeah. Is this the same one? Oh, okay, yeah, this looks like it's the same one. Okay, everybody. We're gonna do an Elon Musk segment. All right, real quick. I am Adolf Hitler! All right, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps. It is with great pleasure that I get to report on the continued downfall of Twitter at the hands of its incompetent, egotistical, and wholly undeserving owner, Elon Musk, once again. As you all know, I have been on Twitter, like, historically for quite a while, and I used to quite enjoy the platform because it used to actually work to some degree. It's always had issues. I've always been able to talk about those issues, but since Elon Musk took over, Twitter, now supposedly called X, even though everybody still goes to Twitter and it still just takes you to Twitter, whatever. It used to actually function. It literally just doesn't work properly anymore. There is gore all over the timeline. There is advertisements showing up next to extremely offensive content. There's an absolutely rampant misinformation problem. There are literal scams being promoted as ads. There are viruses being promoted as ads. And there are also people who just pay a couple of bucks to have their stupid opinion automatically boosted to the top of conversations, no matter how stupid and wrong it actually is. Because you can just pay for visibility on the website now. And not even as an ad. It won't be marked as an ad. So there are companies who have accounts with Twitter Blue, and they use that to basically functionally run ads that circumvent the laws about ads. Because normally, if something's an ad, you have to mark it as an ad by law. But if you're just posting an opinion as a Blue Twitter Premium user that just conveniently also supports a product that you're selling, well, you've got a way around it. But even still, even with all of that I just said, Twitter's falling apart. And one of the biggest reasons that Twitter is falling apart is because it has experienced a apocalyptic advertiser flight. Advertisers, the biggest advertisers that previously used to buy a lot of money worth of ads in Twitter have left. Some of them have come back, but they have come back in heavily reduced quantities. And almost none of the advertisers who previously bought large quantities on Twitter are back to in any way close to the quantity of ad buys that they were doing before. And it only gets worse because today something very funny happened, which we are going to watch right now. Let's enjoy this extended clip from the New York Times Deal Book Summit. Let's do it. Let's do it, shall we?
Public perception that, and you're clarifying this now.
For those who don't know, this guy who looks kind of like a Wojak, who kind of looks like the one Wojak with the little Adam's apple that goes that one. He pretty much looks basically like the profile of that guy. That's Elon Musk. That's the current owner of Twitter, aka X.com.
But there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
Wow.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself.
But
go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
So that's by the way, that's him calling out I believe the CEO of Disney. Yeah, as Hellhound says, not giving me money is apparently blackmailing. Me taking a giant dump on the product that was already on shaking grounds, and then people saying, I don't want to buy a product that has human feces on it, is apparently blackmail. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Sirius says, is he even allowed to say this? Like, isn't it a violation of fiduciary responsibility to say that you don't want to make money like this? I've seen people make that argument, but I don't actually know. I'm not a lawyer, and so I don't know how far that goes. But I do imagine that this is going to be absolutely devastating for the remaining stockholders, regardless of whether he's violated any laws of like financial laws as his position, his legally empowered position as an owner of a registered company. I don't know if he's violated any laws, but I can tell you this is not going to go well with anyone who has any interest in Twitter, which means the decline is only going to get even worse. And I just want to point out that like there is no world in which this is even remotely like based or interesting. Like it's just cringe. It just comes off as like a 14-year-old who's giga mad. Like the guy asked him a very serious question about like, hey, there's been a massive problem with anti-Semitism on the platform that a lot of people have brought up, and not just anti-Semitism, but other things as well. How do you respond to this? And he's basically like, fuck you, man, fuck you. He's doing like a Cartman routine. Did you notice the IDF dog tags? Oh yeah. Is that what they are? Is that what that is? Is that square is an IDF dog tag? Also, remember, it's been a long time since we've talked about this, but just remember that that a lot of his investors at this current measure are a handful of mega investors. The Saudi royal family was one of his biggest investors, a single large investor that is now seeing him say, I'm intentionally going to tank this platform that you gave me billions of dollars for. It's actually incredible. His meltdown is phenomenal. Oh, yeah, that's an IDF dog tag? Holy shit. Why do they look like that? Oh, they are squares. That's so strange. Yeah, he recently went on a press tour to Israel and was taking tons and tons of photos with Netanyahu. It's actually shocking how blatant his attempts to like ward off criticism is. He's like, look, I'm standing here with Netanyahu. You can't complain about anti-Semitism because I'm hanging out with this one conservative leader of Israel. Oh man, it's just incredible. Just an incredible level of soy-brained, Reddit-brained, let-up-doot behavior. Incredible. Anyway, let's keep watching.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model.
Show this to stream. Oh, okay. So there's a close-up of it, or like a, oh yeah, it is. Yep, it definitely is. There's the picture, and there's what an IDF dog tag looks like. So yeah, he's definitely wearing an IDF dog tag here. Oh man, that's such a dumb guy way of deflecting criticism. That's such a dumb guy way of deflecting criticism. Incredible.
At least today, and maybe it needs to shift. Maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. If you believe,
it sounds like a bit from The Office, right? Where like Michael Scott gets accused of doing anti-Semitism, and so like the next day he comes in and he like is wearing he's wearing like a kippah on his head, and he's like, I bought this at the Jewish store in downtown. How dare you call me anti-Semitic? It's very Michael Scott energy. I'm like 80% sure that actually happens in The Office.
I believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view. What do you do?
Why?
I understand that, but there's a reality.
Oh my God, he literally thinks he's so funny. Oh man, look at this, look at the head jiggle that he does, the turkey bobble. Please watch the turkey bobble with me.
I understand that, but there's a reality too, right?
Yes. No.
I mean, Linda Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, totally. So
Linda Yaccarino on suicide watch at the moment. Listen, Linda Yaccarino seems like a giant asshole and a really dishonest person, but at the same time, I feel like her mental state must be so bad right now. I cannot even imagine what it would be like to be so publicly associated with a company and then just watch that company because of this bobble-headed chuckle fuck intentionally tanking the company. What I'm saying is I feel the smallest drop of sympathy for the girl boss, gatekeep, gaslight, Linda Yaccarino.
No. Actually, what this advertising boycott is going to do, it's going to kill the company.
And you think that
and the whole world will know that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
Dude! Oh, it's done, man! I shit in the cheeseburger and they wouldn't buy it. And it's gonna kill the company that they didn't buy the cheeseburger. And the history books will show that they wouldn't buy the cheeseburger with shit in it, and it will be their fault that the company died because they wouldn't eat the shitty cheeseburger that I cooked for them. The history books will show this guy, unironically, if I hadn't been following Elon Musk's deranged behavior for the last, like, I don't even know, half a decade. I don't even remember when I first learned about this guy. By the way, I have really old school claim to being a old school sus. Oops, I pressed the wrong I pressed the wrong one. I meant to do the sus button and I hit the left. I was gonna say oh my I was gonna say like way back when everybody was jerking him off on Reddit, I had the biggest sus of him ever. I was like, this guy seems like a total charlatan and a complete fraud. And there were people in my life at that time who actually got mad at me because they were like, why can't you see that he's a genius inventor? I was like, he's not. I don't see that he's invented anything. I've seen he's bought a lot of shit. And this was like years ago now. Let's see. I'm trying to think what year it actually would have been. It would have been almost 8 years ago now when these conversations happened, where I was like, I don't buy this guy's crap. And now look at where we are, okay? But again, if I hadn't been aware of this guy's behavior for the last 8 years, this would be surprising to me, and I would have to say I think this guy is on drugs. And I do actually think he's probably on drugs, but I think he's always on drugs. This is some of the most weirdest, like unhinged, just completely stupid and irrational behavior. No matter how you slice this. Him just saying, the company's gonna die, and it's because the advertisers won't buy the product, is just stupid. You don't have to be, whether you're a right-winger, whether the only people that this is based to is people who are in his personality cult. And those people are a lost cause. Like, they're done, okay? But like no one, there's no side of the issue. Everyone can see that this is the dumbest thing that's ever occurred.
But those advertisers, I imagine, are going to say, they're going to say, we didn't kill the company.
Oh, yeah?
They're going to say...
Tell it to Earth.
Tell it to Earth? What? Tell it to your mom and all the other moms on the planet Earth. They won't, maybe they'll still make you pizza rolls, but they'll be able to see that it was the advertiser's fault. I gotta see this again. I'm sorry. This is so deranged.
Company?
Oh, yeah?
They're going to say...
Tell it to Earth.
But they're going to say, Elon, that you killed the company because you said these things and that they were inappropriate things and that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, right? That's what they're going to say.
And let's see how Earth responds to that.
Okay, then this...
Is there more? I want to see more of this. Does anybody have a full link to this? If anybody can get me the full link to this, it's like, I would love to see more of this. I want to see just how ridiculous it gets. Because there's more. This is not all of it. That was like a longer clip, but that's not the whole thing. I want to see more. Here's another clip from it. I don't know if this is the same part that we just watched. Someone sent me this.
Is going to do it. It's going to kill the company.
You recognize that some of those people are going to say that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform going for a very long time.
Okay, so this is a little more of it. Hold on, let me see. This is the Dealbook Summit, Elon Musk. I want to see if we can find the full version of this. I would love to watch the rest of this. Let's see if I can get the full version. That's a 3-minute one. Oh my God, it's all in clips on CNBC. Where's the full version? If anybody can help me find the full version of this clip, I would really love to react to this full thing. I'm only finding clips of it. Okay, so it's Andrew Ross Sorkin. Let's see if I can find the full version. It's like literally, I'm only seeing it published in segments. Maybe it's on CNBC's website. Let's see. Check DMs? Okay, thank you. I'll check that right now. Oh, you got the full version. Oh my God. Is this it? This is it. Oh my God, we got the whole thing. We're doing it. All right, everybody. We're doing it. There's a lot of bonus content tonight, but I'm making sure that we all eat well, okay? We're eating well for the holidays. Look at this. We got the full thing. It's posted as a goddamn Twitter video. Let's do it.
You hope, don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much,
Somebody's gonna try to
Mycena.
blackmail me with
Shout out to Mycena. Thank you so much. Let's do it. Let's do this.
advertising? Blackmail me with money? Go fuck yourself.
But
go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope.
He had to say it like 4 times before anybody even laughed, and the first laugh sounded like somebody crying out in pain.
It is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift, maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. If you believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view, what do you do?
F-Y.
I understand that, but there's a reality too, right?
Yes. No.
I mean, Linda
no,
Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, no, totally. No. Actually, what this advertising boycott is going to do, it's going to kill the company.
Why GFY? It means go fuck yourself. That's what GFY means.
And do you think that
and the whole world will know that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
But those advertisers, I imagine, are going to say, we didn't kill the company.
Oh yeah.
They're going to say,
tell it to Earth.
But they're going to say, Elon, that you killed the company because you said these things, and that they were inappropriate things, and that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, right?
Yeah, this video is 1 hour and 25 minutes, Posadas John. We got a bit to buckle in for. We'll watch the rest of the Elon Musk one. We'll go from there. Also, it's really funny that he says, like, go tell it to Earth, because that is the most Reddit attitude ever. He's like, I'll show you in the updates. You'll see. When I say that the company wasn't destroyed by me, but instead was destroyed by the people who refused to buy my bad product, well, they'll show you with I'll get more upvotes than you, and that will show you. He's literally stuck in Reddit brain. It's so funny.
That's what they're going to say.
And let's see how Earth responds to that.
So this goes back to
we'll both make our cases,
right?
And we'll see what the outcome is.
Oh my God! We didn't even see this part before. That's what I literally just said. We'll both make our posts and we'll see who gets more updates. Good sir, I'll see you on the forums.
What are the economics of that for you? I mean, you have enormous resources, so you can actually keep this company going for a very long time. Would you keep it going for a long time if there was no advertising?
I mean, if the company fails because of an advertiser boycott, it will fail because of an advertiser boycott. And that will be what bankrupted the company, and that's what everybody on Earth will know.
What do you think then of the? This goes back to the idea of
everybody on OIF. I mean, yeah, he was like struggling to get through that sentence, but
trust though.
Then it'll be gone, and it'll be gone because of an advertiser boycott.
But you recognize that some of those people are going to say that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, and I just wonder and ask you and think about that for a second.
Tell it to the judge.
Tell it to the judge. Does he think that he's like an action movie guy delivering one-liners? This is straight up. This is like fedora tipping behavior. Yeah, tell it to the judge. What are you talking about? Let the voice chat records recording show that I won. I won in this Xbox Live lobby.
But the judge is going to be...
the judge is the public.
And you think that the public is going to say that Disney is making a mistake?
Yes.
And they're going to boycott Disney?
They already are.
Dude. Dude. Oh man, this is okay. Not to make an appeal, you know, to the grand liberal arts, to the humanities, but this is some like Greek tragedy level of hubris. This is hubris on display on an unbelievable level. The idea that he thinks that Disney is going to suffer a meaningful boycott because people are mad that Twitter doesn't work as good as it used to, and that actual insanity, like literal actual, you have to actually be completely disconnected from reality. Not just slightly, completely. This is like legendary Tales of the Ancients level of hubris. Incredible. Just amazing.
Well, there are some that are for lots of different reasons, but you think that this is going to, that you have the, this goes to actually the interesting of power and leverage.
Let the chips fall where they may.
Hey, dude, I got one for you. Hold on, Elon, try, that's how the cookie crumbles. Hit him with the cookie crumbles next. I'm serious, bro. Hit him with the cookie crumbles. We got the chips. We got the earth will tell. We got tell him to the judge. Hit him with the cookie crumble.
Let the chips fall where they may.
Can I ask why that is the approach? And I ask it.
This guy is trying so hard not to laugh right now. It's actually so funny. I bet that this guy, the moment that he gets a chance to go backstage, is going to laugh until he pisses himself. I bet this guy's gonna remember this moment for the rest of his goddamn career. I don't know anything about this guy, but I just gotta read. Softest Leftist with the tier 2 sub says, God damn, I didn't expect to get a second Thanksgiving meal. We are feasting tonight. We are feasting tonight. Indeed. Thank you so much for supporting the show. If you're watching right now, whether this is as a video form or live on the stream right now, please give me your likes. They're free and I deeply appreciate them, and make sure you're subscribed to Demonmama. Let's continue.
Because you've been
What's the other approach?
Well, you've been very particular about the approach to Tesla. When you think about the engineering involved in that, the approach to SpaceX, the approach to some of the stuff you're doing with AI has been very specific, right? There's not a let the chips fall where they may approach to those businesses, I don't think.
No, we focus on making the best products. And Tesla's gotten to where it's gotten with no advertising at all.
What is his shirt? Why does his shirt have this random block of text here? What is this? Has anybody done an analysis on what this is? It looks like it's got like a bit of children's homework left on it.
I understand that.
Tesla currently sells twice as much in terms of electric vehicles as the rest of electric car makers in the United States combined. Tesla has done more to help the environment than all other companies combined. It would be fair to say that, therefore, as a leader of the company, I've done more for the environment than everyone else, and any single human on Earth.
Man. Dude. This is something else. Yasmin with the $5, thank you so much. I'm waiting for Elon to unironically say that his old colleagues will rue the day they picked him last for high-tech kickball. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is genuinely, I mean, I don't know, like, he's like seriously struggling to deliver his lines. Like, what the fuck?
How do you feel about that? No,
How do I feel about that?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you personally how you feel about that, because this goes, we're talking about power and influence and...
I'm saying what I care about is the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil.
You say, while your company is in the middle of a massive scandal over hate content being served next to advertisers, which is being driven by advertisers to the degree that you are saying it's an advertiser boycott. Chariot says, well, you know, it's like they say, I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing, you know now the old king is dead, long live the king.
Fuck them. Okay?
Let me ask you this, because I think part of this, by the way, there's some people who said, look, owning X to begin with has just created problems, that you've created so many amazing things that are changing our world. And I know you want to make X this fabulous town square free speech platform, but that unto itself, that has created such a distraction of all of these things. This is the conversation we're having. We're not focused, or we're not talking at least yet, and we will. On Tesla, you have your Cybertruck deliveries tomorrow and everything.
Oh my God, he's barely containing himself. The Cybertruck delivery has been entirely bungled, by the way. The whole Cybertruck thing is a massive embarrassment, and everyone knows it. Everyone knows how bad the Cybertruck has been bungled.
Else that you're doing, but
yes,
is there any...
it will be the biggest product launch of anything by far on Earth this year.
Is it...
The Cybertruck is going to be the biggest product launch of anything on Earth this entire year. That's so insane. That's so insane on so many levels. It's just, wait, hold on, let me see. Hold on, I want to see how many have been delivered. 2 days ago, Tesla has been spotted building a fleet of over 25 Cybertrucks ahead of the launch. Tesla will deliver 10 Cybertrucks at the event this month. So somewhere between 10 and 30 Cybertrucks are going to be delivered. And he is trying to tell these people with a straight face that this is going to be the biggest product launch on the entire planet Earth for the entire year of 2023. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm not even joking, that hot dog stands in New York City have had more substantial product launches by opening their door for the day than 25 to 30 Cybertrucks being delivered to certain customers after massive delays.
Is there any part of you, though, that just says, you know what? I just shouldn't have done this, or maybe I should sell it or give it away or do something else with the X piece of it?
Yeah.
Given the propensity for some of the things that you do and say on that platform to create these issues.
Yeah. Of all the posts I've done on the platform, I think there might be 30,000 or something like that.
Right.
Once in a while, I will say something foolish. And I have. And I would certainly put that comment, that you said the actual truth, among perhaps one of the most foolish, if not the most foolish thing I've ever done on the platform. And I did.
Oh, yeah. So what they're referring to here, by the way, just for context for those who might not be up on the Elon Musk news, what he's referring to here is when he replied to a guy who was quote tweeting a thread about Hitler. A person was like, does anybody have the link? I would love to be able to show the actual thing. Does anybody have the link? It was him saying that the Jewish question was true. That's what he was saying. It was somebody said like, what is something that Hitler got correct? And someone quote tweeted that the question about what Hitler got correct with the Jewish question, and then he responded by saying this is the actual truth. From his enormous account, he boosted explicit Nazi propaganda positively to all of his followers. Insane, actually insane. Actual, unironic, just no questions asked, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, nothing, no doubts can be shed on this whatsoever, Nazi shit.
My best to clarify afterwards that, you know, I certainly do not mean anything anti-Semitic in that. The nature of the criticism was simply that.
Here's the one. Yeah, here we go. Here you go, right here. This is the actual tweet right here. To the cowards hiding behind the anonymity of the internet and posting quote unquote, Hitler was right. You got something you want to say? Why don't you say it to our faces? So that's this one. They're saying, you cowards who are saying shit like Hitler was right, you got something you want to say, why don't you say it to our faces? This guy responds and says, and I quote, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact type of dialectical hatred against whites they claim to want to stop people using against them. And this is a giant post, and Elon Musk just directly responds to it by saying, you have said the actual truth. Yeah, just no joke. This guy says, why are you saying Hitler was right? This guy says, here's why Hitler was right. And he goes, yeah, you've spoken the truth here, bro. Which means, like, I don't know, like, it's pretty obvious what he just did there. Like, it's so obvious. And you now understand why there's a giant situation. There was already massive critiques about his platform for the 900 other times he's done shit like this, but this was just open. And of course, every single fucking advertiser was like, dude, what the fuck?
The Jewish people have been persecuted for thousands of years. There is a natural affinity, therefore, for persecuted groups. This has led to the funding of organizations that essentially promote any persecuted group or any group with the perception of persecution. This includes radical Islamic groups. Everyone here has seen the massive demonstrations for Hamas.
Imagine saying that Hitler spoke the absolute truth. Imagine telling a Nazi that they're speaking the truth about Hitler being correct and then trying to pin it on Islamist extremist groups. Do you think anybody is going to buy this? Like, anybody? Do you think, look, I've been very open in this conversation that I have never trusted Elon Musk from the start. I have been a longtime critic of Elon Musk, but be real. If you're watching this right now, be real. Do you think anyone will buy this? Like anyone outside of people who literally have like his shriveled balls jammed down into their fucking esophagus? Anybody but that, do you think is gonna buy that? For real?
In every major city in the West. That should be jarring. Well, a number of those organizations received funding from prominent people in the Jewish community. Right. They didn't.
Oh wait! He's just fully defending the JQ again here. He said that was the most foolish thing he's ever done, and now he's just JQing on national television. Oh, incredible! Oh man, incredible!
Expect that to happen.
Man.
But if you generically, right, without condition, sort of fund, if you fund persecuted groups, in general, some of those persecuted groups, unfortunately, want your annihilation. And what I meant by that, when I subsequently clarified, is that it's unwise.
When you accidentally JQ and lose, not accidentally, when you intentionally JQ on Twitter and then lose all of your subscriber and get down-dooted to hell, and so then you go on national TV to get down-dooted to hell by actually JQing on national TV. There you have it. This is a real photo. A real photo of the inside of his soul.
To fund organizations that support groups that want your annihilation. Is this coming across clearly?
Yeah, no, it is. My question to you, though, is
he bleeding? Is his nose bleeding? Does he have a bloody nose?
Support groups that want your annihilation.
Did blood just, I'm not even joking, does he have a bloody nose? Is that what actually just happened here? He turns his head, and there's not, I mean, it could be an artifact, but it really looks like he's got a bloody nose.
Is this coming across
clearly? Oh my God, there it is again.
My question to you, though, is...
I don't think that's an artifact. Maybe it is an artifact, but it doesn't, it looks like, it actually looks like he's got a bloody nose. It could be an artifact.
Logically, this makes a lot of sense.
Is there any part of you, I mean, just tell me what happens, though, once all this happens.
Let's say you fund a group, and that group supports Hamas, who wants you to die. Perhaps you should not fund them.
Right. But you do.
Thank you.
Well, he did do the Wario face there. He stole my joke. I put the Wario up there, I put him up there doing the Wario face, and then he just does it in real life. I can't even parody this guy. I literally can't even parody it. Yeah, he's literally, he's pulling a yay. This is like yay level.
You do appreciate that when you wade into these very delicate waters, at these very delicate times.
Yes.
That it can create a real, I mean, as it created headlines for the past 2 weeks, and economic impact. I'm just so curious what happens in your brain when you see all this happening. Are you sitting there going, oh my God, I stepped in it, I wish I didn't do that? Are you saying, screw them, I hate these people, why are they after me?
But all of that.
Oh, man. Oh, dude.
Yeah, all of that. I mean, look, I'm sorry for that tweet or post. It was foolish of me.
Dude, but you just repeated the rhetoric. You just almost exactly repeated the rhetoric in the tweet that you're supposedly apologizing for, and everybody can tell. Everybody can fucking tell.
Of the 30,000, it might be literally the worst and dumbest post that I've ever done. And I try my best to clarify 6 ways to Sunday. But, you know, at least I think over time it will be obvious that, in fact, far from being anti-Semitic. I'm in fact philo-Semitic.
Okay, yeah, it actually looks it looks like this might be like a really weird shadow or something, or like a weird divot in his skin. It really did look like he got a bloody nose. I'm not gonna lie.
And all the evidence in my track record would support that.
Let me ask you this, though. There are people who say crazy things on X, as you know. Maybe you think they're crazy, maybe they're not.
The aspiration for X is to be the global town square. Now, if you were to walk down to, let's say, Times Square,
right?
Do you occasionally hear people saying crazy things?
Yes, but they're not. But they don't have the megaphone, right? And that's the conundrum.
No.
Yeah, Posadis John, it's the Hitler mustache growing in real time. It's like one of those Animorphs covers, but it's like him, but with a Hitler mustache appearing.
They can only say it to the 50 or 100 people that are standing there in Times Square.
They don't have a I mean, look, the joke I used to make about old Twitter was it was like giving everyone in the psych ward a megaphone.
Dude, you made it so that people can just pay money to have their voices boosted, and it's apparent on every post. You can go to literally any post, and you will scroll down, and you have to scroll through a bunch of people saying the dumbest things you can possibly imagine. It will literally be like an incoherent sentence full of misspellings on every single post on the internet now. Every single one. And now you're saying that like old Twitter was with a fucking psych word megaphone, dude? Are you crazy? Obviously, he's crazy.
You know, I'm aware that things can get promoted that are negative beyond the sort of circle of somebody simply screaming crazy things in Times Square, which happens all the time. You know, so it's actually pretty rare for something, frankly, that is hateful to be promoted. It's not.
Dude, you did it from your account as the owner of Twitter with one of the biggest accounts, and it has been proven that he boosts his own reach. And you didn't just like accidentally promote something. You promoted a post that was saying that Hitler said things right, and you said that oh my God, Jesus Christ.
It's not that it never happens, but it's fairly rare. I mean, I would encourage people to look at, for those that use the system, when you look at the sort of the feed that you receive, how often is it hateful, and over time has it gotten more or less hateful? And I would say that if you look at the X platform today versus a year ago, I think it is actually much better. I mean, what is your personal experience?
Are you surprised?
I'm just curious. You use this? I
use the platform religiously. I will admit to being an addict, and I use the For You, and I will say. Now the problem is, because I'm a journalist, I go looking for stuff.
Well, that's I'm
just saying. And because I also think the algorithm for me personally, because I'm looking for stuff, also is feeding me other things.
This is actually a challenge in that, like sometimes people will say, like, why is it showing me?
Could Elon be fixed by mass gooning? No, I don't even think the gooners have the power. I don't even think the most concentrated goon sesh you've possibly imagined in the most perfectly feng shuied goon cave could manage to generate enough energy to fix this man. I think he's gone. I think he's too far gone. Not even the most powerful gooners could reach him.
You know, posts from this person that I hate, and we were like, well, did you interact a lot with this person that you hate? Well, yes. Well, therefore, it thinks that you want to interact more with this person.
Nah, this is complete bullshit, and he knows it. This is complete and utter bullshit. He could have made this argument plausibly under old Twitter, but under new Twitter, we know how it works. The information about how the fucking timeline works has been published, and not only that, he himself openly said that blue checks get promoted to people. So this doesn't fly here, because by his own admission, blue checks, who might be people that you hate, can pay to appear on your For You page and in your comments. It's that simple. It's that simple.
That you hate. that's like a reasonable.
Let me ask you this:
you know, you kind of want to have an argument.
When you tweet,
yeah.
Do you ever post? Let's say post. When you post,
I mean, listen, I'm open. If anyone can come up with a better word, that would be great.
When you post, though,
but the least bad word I can think of is post. Yeah.
When you post, though, are you trying to rile up either a base or an audience? Do you recognize the power you have in that? And also, by the way, not just rile up one version of side of it, but also rile down, which is to say, as I said, there are people who are demonstrably anti-Semitic on the site. I get Jew boy things and all sorts of things that come my way.
Hey, for a while they thought I was Jewish, so they would, I'd get it too.
But the question,
dude. Oh, dude, come on.
My name is Super Jewish.
Do you ever think to yourself, you know what? I'm going to go online and I'm going to say, these people, I condemn these people that are on my site saying these things. Because
I have said,
you say I've condemned anti-Semitism, but do you ever go?
Yeah, I said I literally posted I condemn anti-Semitism in all its forms. Like that is a literal, I believe, literal post that I made.
While saying that Hitler had it, that was correct. That's what you tweeted that while saying Hitler was correct, bro. Dude, you're so cooked. He's so fucking cooked.
I mean, I'm like, listen, if I can get out the thesaurus, if you know.
Delance says, I think he needs to go to either rehab or a care clinic. No, he's beyond that. Okay, this is a guy who, he won't do that. His problem is not going to be solved by rehab, okay? Because he won't go to rehab. He's convinced that he just spent the last 10 minutes of this talking about how he's a god among men and how Earth itself is going to reject Disney. He believes that his website is going to cause the downfall of Disney. He stated that he believes that he is the most impactful environmentalist who has ever lived. The level, there's no amount of rehab or anything can help him with this. His brain is completely gone. He has a god complex while being a total moron.
We could,
let me ask you a different question.
You compose it, I'll post it.
Okay, let me ask you this. You were on a podcast about a month ago, and you said something that struck me, and it struck me as accurate. It came out of your mouth, so hopefully it is. But I'm hoping we go deep on this.
Just because it came out of my mouth does not mean it's true.
No, but you said my mind is a storm.
I'm gonna hit that every single time he makes a fucking dud-ass joke.
I think most people would want to be me. They may think they want to be me, but they don't know. They don't understand. What did you mean by that? What was what your?
Oh man, this is such a good question. Can we listen to the? Oh, I wish we could listen to the question again without. Hold on. 1328, 13. Can we go down to here? Let's listen to the question again. That is such a killer question.
It's true.
No, but you said my mind is a storm. I don't think most people would want to be me. They may think they want to be me, but they don't know. They don't understand. What did you mean by that? What was your mind being a storm? And I think it. I mean, I have known you for quite some time. I think it is a bit of a storm.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, in as much as a weather metaphor makes sense, my mind often feels like a very wild storm. I mean, I have a fountain of ideas. I mean, I have more ideas than I could possibly execute. So I have no shortage of ideas. Innovation is not the problem. Execution is the problem.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Can you hear that helicopter? This is what these motherfuckers do over our house every single goddamn day. Not every day. It's like every other week for hours. God, it's the worst. Sirius says, this is a sincere question. It's very funny to make fun of him for this, but is there an argument to be made that some of his behaviors, inappropriate laughing, repeating himself, are a part of autism? Like, what's the line for what's off limits? This isn't a condemnation. It's just something that I've been wrestling with because I do some of this. No, I'm sorry. I will not let you smear the autism community by trying to give Elon Musk the neurodivergent and a minor argument. This is not just idiosyncrasies, and most of what we've made fun of is him not just repeating lines, but specifically repeating lines like, tell it to the Earth. Tell it to the galaxy, bro. Tell it to the galaxy. Come on. Come on. Come on. No. Come on.
I've got a million ideas. I mean, I've got an entire design for an electric supersonic vertical.
Yo, Tippy! Tipster and all of the tipsterites, welcome. Come in, come in, come in. Get comfortable. If you've never been to my website, come on over to demonmama.com/live. It's super comfy over here, easy to log into, and we have amazing emotes and a ton of wonderful, beautiful people over here. Thank you so much, Tipster, for the raid. Deeply appreciate it. Deeply appreciate the love, and I hope you're having a wonderful night. We're having a wild time. We're having a good old time. Hey, Tipster, good to see you in chat.
Takeoff jet, but I mean, I just can't do that as well. I've had that for 10 years. And there's a million things.
Is your storm a happy storm?
Oh, dude.
No.
It's not a happy storm.
Log off! You are a billionaire! You could literally stop everything you're doing right now and go and live in a palace in the woods and you would have no problem. And you're sitting on here telling everyone to go fuck themselves, trying to claim that the Tesla Cybertruck dud launch is going to be the hottest thing that has ever happened on Earth, the biggest product launch of all time. Oh my God, somebody should have asked him if it was going to be bigger than Microsoft Windows. This guy is incredible. Incredible. Is it a happy storm? No. No, I live a sad life, a darkened life. Post sad image of Batman. Yeah. Everyone knows this image. Everyone knows this one. The time where he was like doing the Marquis de Sade thing. The famous image. But honestly, does anybody have the tweet where Elon Musk posted sad Batman? Because that one was legendary. That was truly legendary.
Yeah.
Tell us about that, because I think that actually, when people try to really understand you, I think that there's a lot of this comes from some other place, and I want.
Oh yeah, everybody. Yeah, this is another one that gets posted all the time. Him posting with the fucking katana in front of the American flag. There is a large graveyard filled with my enemies. I do not wish to add to it, but I will if given no choice. Those who pick fights with me do so at their own peril, but maybe this is their lucky day.
I want to talk about that. What do you think that is?
we should need like a psychiatrist couch here or something.
Serious. Look, lots of people laugh nervously, okay? Lots and lots of people look, like, I can't help but feel like maybe there's a connection being missed here, okay? People do embarrassing things all the time, and people have minor embarrassments, but the thing that separates them from Elon Musk is that Elon Musk is a billionaire anti-Semite who pretends that he's a god while still having the same flaws and traits as every other humble motherfucker on the planet. every person you know who's just a normal ass, nice person, loves their family, takes care of the people around them, and happens to have a problem where they nervous laugh in the or say something wrong is completely and utterly separated from a guy who literally thinks that he's a god, goes on a stage, has a whole bunch of things that prove that show that he is not actually above anybody else, and yet acts as though he is. I don't know how to explain the concept of poking fun at someone's disconnect from their own reality, but I tried. All right.
I think to some degree I was born this way, and then it was amplified by a difficult childhood, frankly. But I can remember, even in happy moments when I was a kid, that it just feels like there's just a rage of forces in my mind constantly. But now this, productively manifests itself in technology and both.
Dude, at this point, everyone should know he's not an inventor. He hasn't invented things. He didn't invent the Cybertruck. He didn't invent the Tesla. He bought those designs. And then he hired people to refine those designs. He bought PayPal and hired people to refine it. He bought X and has the first thing that he's been super hands-on with is covered in muck, covered in diarrhea.
Building things for the most part. So, and I think on balance, the output has been very productive.
I see that we've entered the territory of, I think people are, I think maybe we need to stop the Elon Musk segment, because I feel like the amount of derangement is like making other people catch derangement. As someone who grew up rich but emotionally neglected and physically abused, I'm tired of people dismissing the concept of rich people having a rough childhood. Elon is a piece of shit, but that doesn't mean that he had an okay childhood. Where did anybody say that? Nobody said that. I never said that they can't have a bad childhood, but he's a multi-millionaire. No, like, I think he was literally a billionaire heir to begin with. And on top of that, this is in a panel where he's being asked, why the fuck is he promoting Nazi ideology on his fucking platform? Can we fucking have a refresh here? Can I have a reset on the sanity button for a minute, please? No one said anything about rich people not being able to have bad experiences. But this guy's sitting on here using he's like, I had a really rough childhood, you know? I had a rough childhood and it's just resulted in me being such a troubled genius. So I just can't help it when sometimes I, Sieg Heil a little bit. Or maybe I say Hitler did nothing wrong. It's my rough childhood. Dries his eyes with billions of dollars. People just don't understand me. They don't understand that I had a hard childhood and my brain is so large. Yes! Here's the post. The legendary from 2022. Elon Musk, some nights. Posting sad Batman standing on the church roof. Some nights you just don't know. Sometimes you're just Batman standing on a cold roof in winter, wrapped in your cape and looking sadly down.
I think the results.
Some nights I stay up, cashing in my bad luck. Some nights I'm Batman alone. Sometimes I don't have Robin standing by my side. Sometimes I blow up my website.
As we discussed earlier with SpaceX, Tesla, PayPal, which is still going today. The first internet company that I started, in fact, the first internet company I started, Zip2, was funded.
Demonmama, won't you ever think of the billionaires just for once? They have a storm in their giant brain. Everyone, don't you understand how painful it is to sit on your own brain and have to play chess with your own brain matter against your own brain? Don't you understand? You can't even understand what it would be like. Your brain is sensitive. Sitting on it isn't comfortable. When your brain gets so big, nobody can beat you at chess except for your own brain, which is also the chessboard. It's the chessboard, you fools.
By a New York Times company, Hearst Knight Ridder, and in fact, we wrote some of the software for the New York Times website, and we helped bring online several hundred newspapers that previously were only in print. Now this is in the 90s, which at this point is like, I'm like a grandpa, basically. The 90s and internet feels like a Precambrian era when there were only sponges.
Dang Catlord, you better put that in the clip channel. I am making so many golden clips for you all, okay? I am making golden clips for all of you tonight.
Anyway, so, I feel like a lot of productive things have been done. And you can also look at Tesla as being sort of many companies in one. Like our supercharging network is, if the Tesla supercharging network were its own company, it would be a Fortune 500 company by itself.
Okay, the Tesla supercharging crap is such a gigantic fraud, okay? And I recognize that this is anecdotal. It's only partially anecdotal though, okay? The Tesla fucking supercharging network is such a load of crock, okay? Every single fucking last legs mall that you go to in America has a block of Tesla chargers, which will have 2 Teslas in them at fucking max at any time. And the Tesla chargers can't be used by any other car because they're proprietary. If this was such a grand endeavor, the Tesla supercharge network would let you charge any electric car, even if they ultimately wanted to advertise and promote their own thing, but they're not. They're proprietary chargers. So what that means is that every fucking place, even though the most common electric car is, if I'm not mistaken, the Prius, the hybrid Prius is the most common electric car, not the Tesla. Hold on, let's double check. I'm pretty sure it's the Prius. Oh, it is the Tesla. Wait, is it? I guess it is the Tesla. All right. Well, it's the most common, but nonetheless, it's a very niche market and most people can't afford that. So there's a bunch of people who don't even have chargers for their other cars. And also, wait a second, and also, all of the other types of electrical car outnumber the Teslas in the end. Tesla chargers aren't proprietary anymore from what I've read. I have not seen that anywhere. I have not seen Tesla chargers that use the ones that any other car can use. If you're like driving in the middle of fucking nowhere and you find a place that has electric car chargers, they'll fit your Nissan Leaf, they'll fit your Prius, they'll fit whatever, but not Tesla chargers. The other car companies have to pay royalties to Elon to be able to use the adapter. Yep. And so what you have is you have all of these fucking dead-end parking lots full of Tesla chargers that don't even get used, and nobody else can even use them because they're proprietary. It's fucking bullshit.
Just the supercharging system. We also make the cells. We we build the power electronics and the powertrain from scratch. We have the most innovative.
He's literally just doing an ad read for Tesla cars now.
Structural design.
Which, remember, he didn't invent. Elon Musk did not invent the Tesla. He didn't. He didn't invent any aspect of the Tesla.
The largest castings ever used. We have the best manufacturing technology at Tesla, better manufacturing technology than companies that have been doing it for 100 years. So these demons of the mind, you know, are, for the most part, harnessed to productive ends.
Okay, so let me ask a
but that
question about
doesn't mean that once in a while they, you know, go wrong.
But, and this is a question I think a lot of people, you know, are always trying to figure out about not just you, but sometimes themselves. Meaning, what is driving all of this? You're doing all of these things. Do you think do you think that you would be as successful, whatever success is, if it was?
85D2D Derek says with the $5. First of all, thank you very, very much. But 85D2D Derek says, I'm really ashamed, but a decade ago I admired him. It's almost incomprehensible now. He's such a piece of shit. I understand that some people were able to get into him back in the day when he mostly just did like pop science promo shit and then like talked about electric cars. But yeah, I don't really like hold it against people. I would have disagreed with you at the time because I have been a not buy in the Elon Musk hype train. But I understand why some people were willing to be like, hey. But anyway, thank you.
Wasn't being driven by I think that there's something you're trying to prove, either to yourself or to somebody. I don't know. We're all trying to prove something. Maybe I'm trying to prove it to my mother. I don't know.
No. If I were to describe my philosophy, it is a philosophy of curiosity.
Oh, yeah.
I did have this existential crisis when I was around 12 about what's the meaning of life. Isn't it all pointless? Why not just commit suicide? Why exist? I read the religious texts. I read the philosophy books that, well, especially the German philosophy books, made me quite depressed, frankly. One should not read Schopenhauer and Nietzsche as a teenager. But then I read Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is a
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
book on philosophy in the form of humor. And the point that Adams was making there was that we don't actually know what questions to ask. That's why he said that, you know, the answer is 42. Like, basically, Earth's a giant computer, and it came up with the answer 42. But then to actually figure out what the question is, that's the actual hard part. And I think this is generally true also in physics. At the point at which you can properly frame the question, the answer is actually the easy part. So my motivation then was that, well, my life is finite, really a flash in the pan on a galactic time scale. But if we can expand the scope and scale of consciousness, then we are better able to figure out what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe.
Oh, come on. Come on now. Come on now. No. I'm sorry, Spaghetti. Don't do Neil deGrasse Tyson dirty. Not even Neil deGrasse Tyson is this bad. Not even close. Neil deGrasse Tyson is like 18 levels higher above this guy on the ability to talk about things profoundly. This is just dog water. This is just, oh man.
And maybe we can find out the meaning of life, or even what the right question to ask.
This man, hogwash. That is what we just, you know, we need to keep advancing the scientific, technologically future of the future, because that way we can discover the question for the answer, which is the universe.
Is, you know, where did we come from? Where are we going? Where are the
Advark says, this is identical to a conversation I had smoking weed behind a dumpster at 16.
aliens? Are there aliens? And, you know, these questions.
We just need to keep asking the questions so that we can discover the correct question for the answer, which is, where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
You know, and is there new physics to discover? Or is this, because there seems to be some real questions around dark matter and dark energy and...
What is he talking about? He's just saying words. Dark matter, dark energy, 7 states of matter, nuclear fission, relativity, gravity, string theory, Golgi body.
So the purpose of SpaceX is to extend life beyond Earth on a sustained basis, so that we can at least pass one of the Fermi great filters, which is that of being a single planet civilization. If we are a single planet civilization, then we are simply waiting around for some extinction event, whether that is man-made or natural. But if you're a single planet civilization, eventually you will, something will happen to that planet and you will die. If you're a multi-planet civilization, you will live much longer. Also, a multi-planet civilization that's the natural stepping stone to being.
Yes, I do recognize that right now would be a perfect time for the dementia clock, but I'll be completely honest. I don't even think the dementia clock would help here. This guy is so he's so out of it that, like, it would just distract from his actual dementia on display. We've never had a moment. It wouldn't even parody him anymore. His own words and face are inducing dementia more than any dementia clock could prove.
A multi-stellar civilization and being out there among the stars. So, you know, this I think has two, this is not simply a defensive motivation, but it is also one where that, you know, that gives meaning, man's search for meaning.
Can I ask you a different...
But let me finish this philosophy point, even though it may seem rather esoteric. It may resonate with a few people. We must get past this Fermi filter of being this great filter of being a single planet civilization. And if we do that, we're more likely to understand the nature of the universe and what questions to ask. If you're a believer in the philosophy of curiosity, then I think you should support this ambition. But it's more, being a multi-planet species is more than simply, you know, life insurance for life collectively. That's a defensive reason, but I think also that life has to be more than simply solving one sad problem after another. You know, there have to be reasons where you wake up in the morning and you're happy to be alive. There have to be reasons that you have to say, why are you excited about the future?
Bro. I mean, this is a tactic, you know. Like, someone points out that you, like, pins you specifically on something that you did that's, like, unequivocally bad, and so you ramble and run out the clock for as much as possible so that people fixate on all the incomprehensible stuff you said and not the fact that you got directly asked a question about why you were promoting a Hitler supporter on your main account on your website, which is currently dying. And he was asked that after going on a megalomaniacal rant and telling the advertisers to go fuck themselves. Like, his goose is cooked. His goose is giga cooked.
Like, what gives you hope? And if you aren't sure, ask your.
Oh, that's a throwback. Polaire says he must be doing Kissinger's act crazy move. Yeah, the madman theory. He's in honor of Kissinger. He decided to do madman theory. Yep.
Kids. And
oh, what? You're gonna call me a Nazi? What do you say to that? What do you say to that? How can I be a Nazi if I can do this? Juggles.
And I think the idea of us being a spacefaring civilization and being out there among the stars is incredibly inspiring.
The old turkey tactic. Hit him with the meltdown. Hit him with the psych ward.
And exciting and something to look forward to. And there need to be such things in the world.
Let me ask you a different question about confidence. We were having a conversation here earlier about people and where people get their confidence from. Some people have great insecurity. Other people.
This is deciding to watch this was the greatest decision of tonight. I know people are going to be mad when I have to say that we're going to if we either have to choose between Holy Mackerel or Dark Souls, but I don't care. This has been so much fun. I don't even care.
Have great confidence. And I was thinking about you because you have a very interesting history where people have told you over and over again that you're wrong.
Well, sometimes they're right.
Well, sometimes they are, but I would say that when it comes to Tesla, when it came to SpaceX, people told you that you were crazy, you were out of your mind. This was never going to happen. This was never going to work. And so, really.
No, actually, that's not what they said. There were specific junctures where that was the case, but keep in mind that SpaceX and Tesla were backed by a ton of money, and they very, very, very specifically hired as many at the highest pay possible of the highest qualified engineers that you could find, that money could buy. Like, I remember when I was in college at one of the best engineering schools in the country, a bunch of my friends and dorm mates were getting job offers and were seeking work with Tesla and SpaceX because they paid so much and they were considered a prestigious position at the time. This is just a weird narrative. I want to see where he's going with this, though.
I ask you this, though.
Yes.
Oh, people did make fun of the Hyperloop, but that's because the Hyperloop was just a fucking terrible idea, and literally everyone can see that. The Hyperloop is just fundamentally flawed. The Hyperloop is flawed on a basic level. It's like, the Hyperloop is like trying to come up with a double-decker toilet idea, where it's like, you could build it, it's technically possible, but it fails for other reasons. Because you don't want a fucking toilet that leaks down on top of another person below and nobody wants to poop on top of each other. As it turns out, the Hyperloop, like, okay, let me give an example of this to be specific with the Hyperloop. The problem with Hyperloop is that on a fundamental conceptual level, it fails. And the reason why it fails is Hyperloop has to be built really deep under the ground so that it doesn't conflict with the infrastructure, like sewage, power, etc., basements, whatever, of the city that you're building it in. So it has to go really, really deep, deeper than basically anything else. And that's great if you want to build a high-speed tunnel. But because it has to be deep, you have to get a car all the way down that deep, which means you need to have an elevator. And an elevator is limited in how fast it can move because humans can only tolerate so much G-forces, and also because elevators take space. So even if you can build a tube that can fire people at rapid speeds from one side of the city to the other, you have a bottleneck at the fact that it has to be built deep underground and that people have to queue up for an elevator that will move slowly. So even if you can make a tube that fires you really fast, you spend all your time waiting at the elevator to get in and out. And then you also have bottlenecks in the exit and entry points of the tunnel. So it fails conceptually. It's not that the engineering on like that you can't build a tube that's fast enough. It's that the setup of it fails on other levels, just completely doesn't work for what you want it to do. It doesn't solve the traffic problem. It creates a traffic bottleneck while everyone's waiting to get into an elevator. And also keep in mind that he was so devoted to the idea of the Hyperloop that he built and he dumped a ton of money into a company that was just designed to tunnel shit. The boring company, as he calls it. Anyway, let's go.
Now, when people say you're wrong, this isn't right, do you look at that and say, you know what, that's like a red flag for me because, you know, I've been told so often that I'm wrong that I know that I know I'm right because I've had that experience. Or are there people in your life when they say, you know what, Elon, this is not right? Do you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think what you're sort of trying to say is that do I at this point think because I've been right so many times when others have said I'm wrong, that now I perhaps believe I'm right when in fact I'm wrong?
You did very well.
Oh man. Damn, I like this interviewer. This interviewer has talent. I don't know anything about Andrew Ross Sorkin, but this guy is a talented interviewer no matter what else. I don't know anything else about him. He could be a total jerk, he could be whatever, but he's a damn good interviewer. That was a fucking get.
What do you think?
No, I'm right. Yeah, no. Here's the thing. Physics is unforgiving. Physics is unforgiving. So, I mean, I have, you know, these various little sayings that I've come up with that physics is the law and everything else is a recommendation.
Right.
Did he come up with that? Did he come up with that saying?
In the sense that you can break any law made by humans, but try breaking a law made by physics. That's much more difficult. So if you are wrong and persist in being wrong, the rockets will blow up and the cars will fail. So
Nobody tell him about all of the Tesla failures. Have you guys seen that viral video going around of the guy doing the test run in the Tesla, and in a single uninterrupted drive, it almost crashes 4 times in addition to blasting through a stop sign? Oh, he did say it on Twitter. And yeah, his rockets blew up many times. And again, they're not his rockets. He didn't fucking invent the rockets. He doesn't draw things up on the rockets. He hired engineers to do it. He hired engineers. Other people invented those rockets. Oh God, we gotta continue.
So this is, we're not trying to figure out what flavor of ice cream is the best flavor of ice cream. Like, if there's 1,000 things that can happen on a rocket flight, and only one of them gets the rocket to orbit. And so being wrong results in failure when dealing with physical objects.
But that's the interesting part. So now you've built these great companies that physically, the physics of them are enormously successful. So successful, arguably, that you have leverage over everybody else, right? Nobody else can do Starlink. Nobody else can get, nobody else.
Well, nobody else can do Starlink because there's so many fucking Starlinks cluttering space that if you try to do Starlink, they'll all crash into each other and cause a fucking, what's that event from Gravity? The thing that happens in Gravity. What's it called? Kessler syndrome, the Kessler syndrome catastrophe, where it's like one crash triggers everything else to detonate, which starts breaking everything, and so you just have a giant mess that's breaking anything that's orbiting whatsoever until it all clears. The shit cascade, yeah.
Can get the rockets in space yet. Amazon and Jeff Bezos are trying, but they haven't yet.
I hope he does.
You hope he does?
Yeah. I mean, I think, but I actually agree with a lot of Jeff's motivations. I mean, I think, he's, and so let me put it this way. If there was a button I could press that would delete Blue Origin, I wouldn't press it. So I think it's good that he's spending money on making rockets too. It's just perhaps he spend more time on it, but it's up to him. But I should make a point here.
Killjoy says Kessler syndrome is so dangerous because it would result in a debris cloud that would destroy our ability to function anything outside of our own atmosphere. Yeah, I don't know how how likely or probable the Kessler syndrome thing is, but as I understand it, it's like a real concept, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Oh no, it really is. The Kessler syndrome was proposed by NASA scientist Donald J. Kessler in 1978. It's a scenario in which the density of objects in low Earth orbit, hold on, I was reading this. The density of objects in low Earth orbit due to space pollution is numerous enough that collisions between objects could potentially cause a cascade in which each collision generates further space debris that increases the likelihood of further collisions. It just keeps going up. The line just keeps going up. Damn, there's actually a lot of info on this. This is a huge article. All right, let's continue. I don't want to get lost on this.
So nothing any of my companies have done has been to stifle competition. In fact, we've done the opposite. So at Tesla, we have open sourced our patent.
Anonymous Platypus says it's been properly studied and modeled, and it's gonna happen eventually. Oh, I don't know. I don't know enough about that. I'm not a space wizard like Elon Musk. So, what do you know that he doesn't? The only real law is physics, and he's already broken that. So what laws are left? Really, he's just like Holy Mac. There's nothing left. There's no challenge left.
Anyone can use our patents for free. How many companies do you know who've done that? Can you name one? I can't. At SpaceX, we don't use patents. So, I mean, so once in a while, we'll file a patent just so some patent troll doesn't cause trouble.
Wait, we don't use patents except for when we do. I think this is a load of crock. This is just a lie, isn't it? Isn't this just like a flat out, like, just no questions asked lie? Total BS? Yeah, I think this is like a total lie.
But we're not stopping any, we've done nothing anti-competitive.
He's not allowed to patent certain products because they're part of a government program. Huh. Interesting.
We've done nothing to stop our competitors.
We've been going for quite a while. Have you liked the stream and pressed subscribe if you're watching on the video later? If not, why not? You know you want to hear the signal. Anyway, this is a viewer-supported show, so please show some love. Consider donating or joining the Patreon, which is linked down below. If you don't want to donate on my website or through YouTube, the Patreon is a great way to support me. And I would really appreciate it because this is a viewer-supported show. We've been having a lot of fun. And also, look, Acrid will not spray you with poison if you join the Patreon. Anyway, let's continue.
Just you at all?
No, I just want to clarify for the audience, because some companies have done anti-competitive things. I think the strange thing, or the unusual thing about SpaceX and Tesla is that we've done things that have helped our competition. So at Tesla...
Doctors hate this one easy trick to make your cock longer. Click like on Demonmama's stream right now.
We have made our supercharger system open access. We've made our charger technology available for free to the other manufacturers.
You get the girth from subscribing, Nerodia. You have to do both. You have to, if you like it, and then you get a little pencil dick, and then you press subscribe, and it buffs up and gets all veiny and strong.
The reason
No walled garden. We could have put a wall up. But instead, we invited them in.
The reason I mention this, though, is because you've had this success in the physics world, you now have these very difficult decisions that have huge impacts on the world that are not physical decisions at all. They're decisions of the mind. They're decisions that you and others...
Vine says, what if I don't want the link? Well, then you have to do the like and Patreon subscription combination. If you do those, then you won't get the length. You'll just get whatever you want.
Have to make, and there's a question whether you should be making these decisions at all. And I think about it in the context of Starlink. Obviously, there was the report about how it's being used in Ukraine and the Russia war. There's questions about Taiwan, whether Taiwan should use it or will use it. I believe they're not right now because they're worried that at some point maybe the Chinese will tell you that you have to, they have leverage over you and you're going to have to turn that off, right? I mean, these are very difficult decisions, and I'm so curious how you think about that. And not just the decisions, the fact that you have that power.
Isn't it strange that the richest man is getting a free therapy session live in front of the world? It kind of is, but it's not really a therapy session. And that's what's kind of genius about this. This is the type of interview that can be referenced in the future, and he said a lot of things here. He said a lot of deranged things. And I'm not gonna lie, this kind of reminds me of a lot of other interviews that have preceded great disaster for tech hucksters. I think of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, some of her later interviews where people got her on the record being completely deranged. You know, the therapy session ones are actually the types where if he was just complimenting him the whole time, that would be one thing, but he's not. He's getting him to open his to open up and talk at length about all kinds of things and just vent. And it's like Elon Musk doesn't seem to be aware of all of the dynamics going on, or more realistically, he doesn't care. So yeah.
I think it's important for the audience to understand that the reason I have these powers is not because of some anti-competitive actions. It's simply because we've executed very well.
Oh, I'm not dismissing that. I think there are so many people, by the way, who are huge supporters of what you've created.
There are other satellites out there, you know.
But they're not as good as yours. And
Correct.
and we can say that maybe make the same argument out of cars and everything else. Yeah. But as a result, that gives you enormous leverage. Right?
Okay.
I mean, with the exception of by the way, these advertisers who aren't on X, in every other instance, everybody needs you.
Well, I mean, they use our product if it's better, than use somebody else's product if the other product's better.
And I accept that. And maybe one day somebody else will create a better product.
Is it like, you know, how is it a bad thing to make better products than other companies?
Well, and I want to just go back to the Starlink piece of it, though, because that has sort of a geopolitical ramification in terms of your power and how you think about that specific power, and then the power that the U.S. government might have either over you or not over you, the power the Chinese government might have over you or not over you, and how those things get used.
I mean, what are you suggesting?
I'm asking the question around this very idea of how these satellites are going to be used, whether you think that you should have control of them, whether the government should have.
Killjoy40K says, imagine a future where two sides of a war use Starlink and he can just shut off Starlink for the highest bidder. That sounds like the plot to a Metal Gear Solid plot line, but the reality is he's not ready for that world. Because the truth of the matter is he's a weenie dweeb Reddit billionaire who has made a lot of money by fucking around with technology and gambling on certain technology. But the moment that he talks into, remember earlier, do you guys remember earlier when we were learning about Henry Kissinger and how Henry Kissinger looked the other way so that Pinochet could do a car bombing in DC and they succeeded? That the head of state blew up his own finance minister on the streets of DC with a car bomb because of a geopolitical conflict, and that was Chile, okay? I want you to think what would happen if he tried to intervene in a more significant conflict. Things get serious really fucking quick, and I don't think he's ready for that. I don't think he is. I think this is one of the things, like this interview right here is kind of proving that his brain is completely and utterly cooked, and that the moment that he steps out of his lane, it will be so over faster than you could possibly imagine for him. Also, if he pissed off the right power, they could just seize his shit and be successful with it, or shoot them out of the sky.
Control of them.
Do you trust the government?
Well, there's a lot of people who don't trust the government.
Exactly.
But then this goes.
I mean, think of how much shit he's found himself in since the decision with Ukraine, and that was making a decision that was. I mean, he didn't even get to do much. He basically fucked around and flipped a couple of switches. That's about it. My goodness, Nat with the $6.66. Oh my God, this is Nat's first super chat ever. What? Thank you. That means so much. Lately, we have been getting so many people who've been willing to give their first super chat ever, and Nat just did that. Nat, seriously, that means the world to me. That feels so good. Like, seriously, it feels awesome. I feel honored. Thank you. Thank you for supporting my show. Seriously. We got somebody angry in the YouTube chat. Who is to blame for a generation of adults with nothing to offer the world but anxieties, disorder, and an utter dependency on cell phones? That makes sense to somebody. Group weakness. Little self-serving communities with names like Demonmama. That is political act. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I find that kind of funny, given that the most fragile generation of all time is the fucking boomers, and they're also all cell phone addicted. The boomers cannot tear themselves away from their fucking iPhone, where they're listening to Tucker Carlson's Twitter show, screaming about how their grandchildren are going to get turned into gay hippie transes in the university. So I don't know. I'll take my chances with the cell phone addicted Zoomers over the like actual piles of like quivering alcoholism and cancer that are the boomers. All usernames are stupid, says Eugene Government Audits. Man, this guy sounds like he's trouble. If you lend credence to usernames, God help you. What are you talking about? Oh man, this is getting wild. Bragwins with the $2 says, I wish I had champagne for this special occasion. I wish you did too. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. No, we'll see. We'll see. Let's see how this listen, let the cow moo a little bit, all right? Let the cow moo.
Goes back to the trust of you, right?
I mean, like I said, we're not the only company who has communication satellites. Our satellites are just much better than theirs. So it's not like we have a monopoly.
Right. Do you feel like anybody has
product? It's not like.
Do you feel anybody has leverage over you?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, if we make bad products that people don't want to use, then.
Like Twitter, which you were just telling people to go fuck themselves?
the users will vote with their resources and use something else.
Let me pivot the conversation for a second.
I mean, certainly, my company's overseen by regulators, and while once since SpaceX, Starlink, Tesla are overseen by cumulatively over 100 regulators.
You, Eugene government audits, you're on here, you're on your phone watching a show right now that everybody is enjoying and socially engaging in, and you're sitting in here going, phone bad on your phone, while everyone else is just living their normal life and having fun laughing at this dumb idiot and talking to one another. You're the problem. You're the problem, actually. It's really funny. Brutus Magnuson with the incredibly generous $10 super chat. I believe a lot of these celebrities have similar mental health issues with their egos that I had. They're more miserable than you can imagine if that's the case. I've had 2 breakdowns like this one. Maybe, but also this guy is a multi-billionaire with unimaginable power. Yeah. I said not unlimited power, but unimaginable. No one here really knows. No one in this chat. No one. Unless there's a billionaire in chat. If there's a billionaire in chat, please consider a cash injection to this wonderful show that you're enjoying. But otherwise, none of us can really imagine what it would be like to have billions of dollars and multiple companies at your fingertips. And this guy cannot even take a breath for a second. It's not with Elon Musk. This is not just a mental health issue. He's not just dealing with a mental health issue. He doesn't just have trauma. This is a guy who's suffering from his own existence. The fact that people like him are allowed to exist, that billionaires can exist, that you can sit on top of that is in and of itself a tortured existence. So yeah, he might be miserable, but he's miserable at the expense of countless others, sitting on a hoard of wealth that he uses to fuck around and fuck other people over. But yeah. Are we experiencing a mad Elon fan? It's possible.
In actually more than that, a few hundred regulators, because we're in 55 countries. If you sum up all the times that I had an argument with regulators, of hundreds of regulators over decades, it can sound really terrible, except but they forgot to mention that there were 10 million regulations we complied with and only 5 that I disagreed with.
Oh, that's an argument. I followed all the laws except for the one that said don't stick your dick in the ice cream stand. And everybody loses their minds. You drunk drive a hot air balloon into the side of a hotel one time and everybody fucking loses it.
But they list all the 5, and it sounds like, wow, this guy's a real maverick. I'm like, yeah, but what about the 10 million we complied with?
Do you, let me one related thing on this, and the leverage of countries and things over you, and regulators. X is this free speech platform. You do business in China. Lots of business in China. That's an important part of your business, I imagine.
Well, it's not SpaceX.
How do you think about the leverage that the Chinese have over you? And do they have leverage over you? And how do you feel about, some people would say, is it hypocritical for you to be doing business in China, or frankly in other countries as it relates to X and other things that don't follow this free speech path that you have espoused?
It seems that Eugene government audits has fled.
The best that the X platform can do is adhere to the laws of any given country. Do you think there's something more we could do than that?
I think it would be very hard, but I just wonder, given the sort of strong...
He was just talking about you can break all the laws of humanity, but you can't break the laws of physics. And now he's like, we can't break any of the laws of humanity, even if we morally disagree with it, because I have to make lots of money. This guy is so inconsistent, incredible, absolutely incredible.
Philosophical approach that you've been vocal about, whether you say to yourself, you know, maybe I shouldn't be doing business in that country.
Well, first of all, Starlink and SpaceX are no business in China whatsoever. Tesla has one of 4 vehicle factories in China, and China is, you know, I don't know, a quarter of our market or something like that. So it's a quarter of the market of one company. The same is true, by the way, of all the other car companies. They also have something on that order of a quarter of their sales in China. So if that's a problem for Tesla, it's a problem for every car company. I mean, I think one has to be careful about not conflating the various companies, because I can only
1852 to Derek, I just got your clip.
do things that are within the bounds of the law. I cannot do beyond that. My aspiration is to do as much good as possible and to be as productive as possible within the bounds of what is legal. More than that, I cannot do.
I want to pivot and talk about AI for a moment. We had Jensen Huang here, who's a big fan of yours, as you know.
Yeah, Jensen's awesome.
Talked about bringing you the first box, by the way,
yes.
With Ilya, interestingly enough.
Yes.
Back in 2016, I think.
There's a video of Jensen and me unpacking the first AI computer at OpenAI.
So I'm so curious what you think of what's just happened over the past 2 weeks while you were dealing with this other series of headlines. There was a whole other series of headlines
at
OpenAI. What did you think?
Well,
you founded it, co-founded it.
Co-founded it, yeah. The whole arc of OpenAI, frankly, is a little troubling because the reason for starting OpenAI was to create a counterweight to Google and DeepMind, which at the time had 2/3 of all AI talent and basically infinite money and compute, and there was no counterweight. It was unipolar world. And Larry and Paige and I used to be very close friends, and I would stay at his house, and I would talk to Larry into the late hours of the night about AI safety. And it became apparent to me that Larry did not care about AI safety. I think perhaps the thing that gave it away was when he called me a speciesist for being pro-humanity. As in, you know, like a racist, right. But for...
This is the most soy thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I have never heard anything more soy in my entire goddamn life. He called me a speciesist because I didn't like his AI idea. The Google guy. I can imagine them both sitting there, like, fucking sitting on chairs made out of money and going, "You're a speciesist, you're a speciesist," and the other was, well, you don't care about the future of AI. I want to go to Mars. I'm gonna go to Mars. You're a speciesist.
Species. So I'm like, wait a second. What side are you on, Larry? And then I'm like, okay, listen, this guy's calling me a speciesist. He doesn't care.
Oh, Yak Daddy, it's so wild.
About AI safety. We've got to have some counterpoint here because this seems like we could be. This is no good. So OpenAI was actually started, and it was meant to be open source. I named it OpenAI after open source. It is in fact closed source, super closed. It should be renamed super closed source for maximum profit AI. So this is what it actually is. I mean, fate loves irony. I mean, in fact, a friend of mine says like the way to predict outcomes is the most ironic outcome is the most. It's like this Occam's razor, like the simplest sort of explanation is most likely. And my friend Jonah's view is that the most ironic outcome is the most likely. And that's what's happened with OpenAI. It's gone from an open source foundation, a 501c3, to suddenly it's like a $90 billion for-profit corporation with closed source. So I don't know how you go from here to there, but that seems like I don't know how you get, I don't know, is this legal? That's legal?
So as you saw Sam Altman get ousted
Yeah.
by somebody you know, Ilya, and Ilya was a friend of yours.
Yes.
You brought him there.
I was just looking into OpenAI, and he left OpenAI because he wanted to do more AI under Tesla. He's trying to make himself out that he took like a principled stance, but the reason he left OpenAI was because he had a conflict of interest because he was having Tesla develop driving AI.
Relationship with Larry Page effectively broke down over you recruiting him away, I think.
That's correct. That was the fight. Larry refused to be friends with me after I recruited Ilya.
And so here's Ilya apparently saying something is very wrong.
I think we should be concerned about this because I think Ilya actually has a strong moral compass. He thinks about, he really sweats.
Yeah, I was just looking at the article, and it says that he tried to do a takeover at OpenAI because he didn't like what other people were doing. So like all this bullshit about him trying to make it open source is just complete crap. It's just complete bullshit again.
Over questions of what is right.
Oh, this will be VODed. All of my videos are VODs. They always automatically become VODs. Don't worry.
And if Ilya felt strongly enough to want to, fire Sam, well, I think the world should know what was that reason.
Have you talked to him?
I've reached out, but he doesn't want to talk to anyone.
Have you talked to other people behind the scenes? Is this all happening?
I've talked to a lot of people. I've not found anyone who knows why. Have you?
I think we are all still trying to find out.
I mean, look, one of two things is either it was a serious thing and we should know what it is, or it was not a serious thing and then the board should resign.
What do you think of Sam Altman?
I have mixed feelings about Sam. I do, the ring of power, can corrupt.
You okay? I was going to sleepy.
And this is the ring of power. So, I don't know. I want to know why Ilya felt so strongly as to fire Sam. This sounds like a serious thing. I don't think it was trivial. And I'm quite concerned that there's some, dangerous element of AI that they've created.
Discovered?
Yes.
You think they've discovered something?
That'll be my guess.
No, I don't believe it. I think it's a big fat fucking dud, and they're all fighting over money. That's it. I don't think there's any secret dark. I don't think they created the Roko's basilisk in the basement of some shitty company that's a big fucking venture capitalism scheme. Nope, don't buy it. Joke's on me. Tomorrow, the OpenAI Terminator is going to teleport through my door and kill me for dissing Elon Musk. But if that's true, why isn't it doing it now, If they created AI, then the AI should be smart enough to create time travel and should have been able to kill me before I made fun of, ruthlessly made fun of Elon Musk while people gave me donations. What say you?
Where are you with your own AI efforts relative to where you think OpenAI is, where you think Google is, where you think the others are?
I mean, on the AI front, I'm in somewhat of a quandary here because I've thought AI could be something that would change the world in a significant way since I was in college, I mean, like 30 years ago. But the reason I didn't go build AI right from the get-go was because I was uncertain about which edge of the double-edged sword would be sharper. The good.
Killjoy says, literally the only thing they discovered is that they made some fancy widgets and they have not actually been able to advance AI towards anything that could be considered sentient or sapient. Yeah, that's always going to be the discovery, and then the money dries up, and that's what's really happening. The discovery is that, oh shit, our product is a dud. We made an inferior version of already existing predictive models, which already suck.
Edge or the bad edge. So I held off on doing anything on AI. I could have created, I think, the leading AI company, and kind of OpenAI actually kind of is that.
I love you.
Because I was just uncertain, if you make this magic genie, what will happen? Whereas I think
he saw Oppenheimer this year, and he was like, "That's just like me, man, but with AI instead of a nuke."
Sustainable energy technology is much more of a single-edged sword that is single-edged good, making life multi-planet.
What the hell? Annie Altman's abuse allegations against OpenAI's now-fired CEO Sam Altman highlight the need to prioritize humanity over tech. Serious allegations of abuse have been made against OpenAI's newly fired CEO Sam Altman by his sister Annie Altman gained renewed attention on social media in October 2023 and highlighted which sorts of stories receive widespread press coverage. America has gotten into the bad habit of lionizing tech geniuses based on limited information and the clickability of promoting game changers and disruptors. If generally a white cis man presents himself with enough confidence, then venture capitalists, media, and the public tend to believe he's as smart and as innovative as he says, without caring too much about evidence, track record, or personal history. And there's a hesitation to rock that boat. Okay, so where's this? What are Annie Altman's allegations against her brother? Annie Altman alleged in a November 2021 Twitter thread, so the allegations are from 2 years ago, that she experienced sexual, physical, emotional, verbal, and financial abuse from biological siblings, mostly Sam Altman and some from Jack Altman. She returned to those allegations again in 2023, trying to call out Sam. I'm not 4 years old with a 13-year-old brother climbing into my bed non-consensually anymore. Jesus fucking Christ. Whale writes in the profile, Sam Altman is the Oppenheimer's age. What did I just say? They saw the movie Oppenheimer and they were like, that's totally me. Okay, that's incredibly fucked. Damn. I feel strongly that others have also been abused by these perpetrators. I'm seeking people to join me in pursuing legal justice, safety for others in the future, and group healing. Please message me with any information. You can remain however anonymous you feel safe. Huh. That is fascinating and horrifying. Let's continue.
I think single-edged good. Starlink, mostly single-edged good. I mean, giving people better connectivity to people that, don't have connectivity or it's too expensive, I think is...
Yes. Killjoy says, basically all these tech guys are literally just trying to launder money as long as possible, and they use sci-fi conspiracy brain to trick people into thinking AI is a magic snake oil. Yeah, that's been the story of the tech industry for like 10 years now.
Very, very much a good thing. Starlink was instrumental, by the way, in halting the Russian advance. And the Ukrainians said so.
Good night, Brother Nade.
So, I think but with AI, you've got the magic genie problem. You may think you want a magic genie, but once that genie's out of the bottle, it's hard to say what happens.
How far are we away from that genie being out of the bottle, you think? We think it's already out?
I mean, the genie's certainly poking its head out.
The AGI, the idea of artificial general intelligence, given what you now are working on yourself, and you know how easy or hard it is to train, to create the inferences, to create the weights. I hope I'm not getting too far in the weeds of just how this works, but those are the basics behind the software end of this.
It's funny, all these weights.
Did he just say that AI is turtling? He literally did, didn't he?
Just basically numbers in a comma-separated value file.
He's prairie dogging it.
And that's our digital god, a CSV file. I found that funny. But that's kind of literally what it is. So I think it's coming pretty fast,
Is that, I mean, you famously have admitted to overstating how quickly things will happen, but how quickly do you think this will happen?
If you say smarter than the smartest human at anything,
yep,
it may not be then quite smarter than all humans, all machine-augmented humans, because people have got computers and stuff. There's a higher bar. But if you say smarter than any, can write as good a novel as, say, J.K. Rowling or discover new.
Well, that's not a very high bar.
Physics or invent new technology, I would say that we are less than 3 years from that point.
Oh yeah, totally, dude. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait 3 years from now. I can't wait for us to see where the fucking chat GPT is. I can't wait to see that fucking bullshit ass fucking writing. Maybe you're right. Maybe it will be able to outdo J.K. Rowling, but
Let me ask you a question about XAI and what you're doing. And because there's an interesting thing that's different, I think, about what you have relative to some of the others, which is you have data, you have information, you have all of the stuff that everybody in here...
You have buzzword. You have buzzword too.
...has put on the platform to sort through. And I don't know if everybody realized that initially. What is the value of that?
Yeah, I mean, data is very important. You could say data is probably more valuable than gold.
Meaningless statement. I just produced data right now. Ready? I'm gonna produce some fucking data. Ready? Oh shit, it didn't work. I failed. Wait, I'd still produce the data. Oh my god.
Bazinga.
Oh my god.
Bazinga. Bazinga.
That's my wife you're talking about.
Bazinga.
That's my wife you're talking about. I am A. I have produced so much gold. I am rich now. The data produced in the last 5 seconds is worth your arm and your leg. As it turns out, actually no, data in the abstract is not worth more than gold. That's fucking absolutely goddamn stupid as can be. It is the dumbest thing I've heard all night. Data is valuable only in very specific contexts. Like I said, everything I just produced was all just a massive, massive surge of data, and it's not worth anything. Well, actually, it might be worth more than you think if you decide to donate right now. If you donate right now, and you donate because of that little bit of data that I just produced, it might actually be worth more than gold.
But then maybe you have more, maybe you have the gold in X in a different way. In a way, again, that I don't know if the public appreciates what that means.
Yes, X is might be the single best source of data.
All right, everybody, this is your call. We need to prove Elon Musk right. I want everyone to go right now onto x.com and post the most valuable data you can possibly imagine. A deep-fried image of Goatsy. We will prove him right that X is the greatest trove of data that has ever been created. Boon of Tyrants with the $5! Sweet munitions of knowledge come unto me! Indeed! Look! And feast upon it! I created data worth money!
I mean, it is, there are more, people, links that go to, people click on more links to X than anything else on Earth.
People asking me and not knowing what Goatsy is, it's time, everybody. This is how you know it's time.
Sometimes people think Facebook or Instagram is a bigger thing, but actually there are more links to X than anything. There's public information.
Hey, Gayfesh, good to see you. Welcome. It's been a wild night.
You can Google it.
Okay, let me ask you a...
Listen, in order to be able to understand Goatsy, you'll also need to look up Lemon Party and Meat Spin. And once you've looked up all three of those, you'll understand all of them.
So it is where you would find what is happening right now on Earth at any given point in time.
Oh, yeah, don't forget Tub Girl.
The whole OpenAI drama played out, in fact, on the X platform. So it is one of the, it's not, Google certainly has a massive amount of data, so does Microsoft. So it's not like, but it is one of the best sources of data.
Can I ask you an interesting IP issue, which I think is actually something I can say as somebody who's in the creator business and journalistic business and whatnot, where I care about copyright. So one of the things about training on data has been this idea that you're not going to train, or that these things are not being trained on people's copyrighted information. Historically, that's been the concept.
Yeah, that's a huge lie.
Say that again?
Yes, these AIs are all trained on copyrighted data, obviously.
So you think it's a lie when OpenAI says that this is not, none of these guys say they're training on...
Yes, it's an absolute unbelievable lie, obviously. I can't believe it, but I'm actually going to agree with Elon Musk here. He's just telling the truth for once. The only true thing he said all night is that AI absolutely, obviously, blatantly, it is incredibly obvious. The entire project from bottom to top is absolutely being trained on copyrighted information. Of course it is. That's insane. We've even seen evidence of it with the art AIs. They regularly do that. The fact that you can go to an art AI and you can type in a specific artist and ask it to be done in that style means it's absolutely learning and growing off of copyrighted material. Of course.
Yeah.
Copyrighted data.
That's a lie.
It's a lie,
yeah,
straight up.
It's a straight up lie.
Okay.
100%. So then, obviously, it's been trained on copyrighted data.
Okay, so let me ask you a second question, which is, all of the people who have been uploading...
I mean, it's like one every minute. Yeah.
All of the people who have been uploading articles, the best quotes from different articles, videos, to X. All of that can be trained on. And it's interesting because people put all of that there, and those quotes have historically been considered fair use, right? People are putting those quotes up there. And individually, on a fair use basis, you'd say, okay, that makes sense. But now there are people who do threads, and by the way, there may be multiple people who've done, an article that has 1,000 words. Technically, all 1,000 words could have made it onto X somehow. And effectively, now you have this remarkable repository. And I wonder how you think about that again, and how you think...
You also have a endless stream of people saying poop, cock, fart, butt, posting pictures of their own asshole, people posting pictures of Goatsy, people saying ivermectin fucking ass conspiracy theories. Yes, it is true that there's a bunch of data on X, but I don't know actually how useful the format of X is for training an AI. Maybe it is. I'm not an AI expert, but I'm a little skeptical is what I'm saying. I'm a little skeptical on how useful and easy this data is to parse and contextualize. Remember that Microsoft AI that they let onto Twitter and then it started saying the N-word over and over and over again and then they shut it down and never rebooted the project? Do you guys remember that? I remember that.
The creative community and those who were the original IP owners should think about that.
I don't know, except to say that by the time these lawsuits
Yeah, MST. Yes, exactly, MST.
are decided, we'll have digital God. So ask digital God at that point. These little
Brutus Magnuson said, it's just two hard-working hands pulling open a butt. True!
lawsuits won't be decided before on a time frame that is relevant.
But is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think we live, there's that, I don't know if it's actually a real Chinese saying or not, but may you live in interesting times. Right. Is apparently not a good thing.
I thought that was supposed to be an Irish saying.
But I would prefer to, personally, I would prefer to live in interesting times. And we live in the most interesting of times. I think, and for a while there, I was like really.
He's literally hitting us. He is literally hitting us with we live in a society.
Really getting demotivated and losing sleep over the threat of AI danger. And then I finally sort of became fatalistic about it and said, well, even if I knew annihilation was certain, would I choose to be alive at that time or not? And I said I probably would choose to be alive at that time because it's the most interesting thing.
Thanks, dude. Even if my product would create global annihilation, I would still do it anyway because it would be cool to see. That's the translation from his mumbling, egotistical bullshit. That's what he just said. Yeah, I would totally blow up the whole planet for everyone because it would be cool. I should be allowed to sit on billions and billions of dollars. It is definitely a healthy thing for a single dumbass to be able to accumulate more wealth than a fucking king.
Even if there's nothing I could do about it. So then, then basically sort of a fatalistic resignation helped me sleep at night because I was having trouble sleeping at night because of AI danger.
Oh, come on.
Now, what to do about it?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the insane amounts of coke you were snorting. It was definitely the AI danger that was keeping you up at night.
I mean, I've been the biggest, the one banging the drum the hardest, by far the longest, or at least one of the longest for AI danger, and these regulatory things that are happening. The single biggest reason they're happening is because of me.
Do you think they're ever going to get their arms around it? We talked to the vice president this afternoon.
Everything good is because of Elon Musk, and everything bad is because of anybody who doesn't like Elon Musk. Literal toddler rant.
And she said she wants to regulate it. People have been trying to regulate social media for years and have done nothing effectively.
Well, there's regulation around anything which is like a physical danger or a danger to the public.
Also,
so,
this is the guy who, yeah, exactly, he got him dead to rights. This is the fucking idiot. Elon Musk is the guy who's whined about government regulation on social media. He's been like, oh, they're trying to steal your free speech. And now he's like, yeah, the government will take care of the regulations on AI. I'm totally behind it. Bullshit, bro. All a load of bullshit. This whole thing's been a load of bullshit. Jesus fucking
Cars
Christ.
are heavily regulated. Communications are heavily regulated. Rockets and aircraft are heavily regulated. The general philosophy about regulation is that when something is a danger to the public,
dude is just a total huckster. From top to bottom, a total embarrassing huckster.
That there needs to be some government oversight. So I think, in my view, AI is more dangerous than nuclear bombs. And we regulate nuclear bombs. You can't just go make a nuclear bomb in your backyard.
That's what you think.
I think we should have some kind of regulation with AI. Now, this tends to cause the AI accelerationists to get up in arms because they think AI is sort of heaven, basically.
But you typically don't like regulation. You've pushed back on regulators for the most part.
Yeah, I knew it. He knows it. This guy knows exactly what he's doing. This guy's a killer interviewer. I gotta say, mad respect for this interviewer.
In the world of Tesla, so many instances where we read articles about you pushing back on the regulators. I'm so curious why, in this instance.
Oh my God, so true. 85D2D Derek says, the thing I love about all these billionaire morons' fear of AI is they finally hypothetically have to imagine themselves being subjected to the standard human experience under capitalism. Nailed it. Bull's eye. Literally fucking nailed it. Banger, 85D2D Derek.
Now you own one of these businesses.
As I said a moment ago, one should not take what is viewed in the media as being the whole picture. There are literally hundreds, this is probably not an exaggeration, so there are probably 100 million regulations that my companies comply with. And they're probably
100 million regulations? Dude, come on, you're just ass. What an ass pull.
5 that we don't. And if we disagree with some of those regulations, it's because we think the regulation that is meant to do good
there's like 19 Brazilian
doesn't actually do good.
But that's an interesting thing.
Defying regulations for
but the question is, if there are laws and rules.
No, maybe 40 gajillion.
Whether the idea is that you're making the decision that the law and the rule shouldn't be the law and the rule, and then, right? Isn't?
No, I'm saying you're fundamentally mistaken, and it should be obvious that you're mistaken. My company's automotive is heavily regulated. We would not be allowed to put cars on the road if we did not comply with this vast body of regulation. Now, you could fill up the stage with literally.
Also, it's really funny that he's on here boasting about the fact that he only breaks 5 major regulations, as if that's not going to immediately give actual due cause for all regulators to super audit his companies. Actually incredible. Actual mega brain play.
6 foot high, with the regulations that you have to comply with to make a car. Right. Would make you could have a room full of phone books. That's how big the regulations are. And if you don't comply with all of those, you can't sell the car. And if we don't comply with all the regulations for rockets or for Starlink, they shut us down. So in fact, I am incredibly compliant with regulations. Now, once in a while, there'll be something that I disagree with. The reason I would disagree with it is because I think
once in a while, I get caught in the city morgue with a space heater, and everybody won't shut up about it forever.
The regulation in that particular case, in that rare case, does not serve the public good, and therefore I think it is my obligation to object to a regulation that is meant to serve the public good but doesn't. That's the only time I object, not because I seek to object. In fact, I'm incredibly rule-following.
Cookie, that was Bluntman. That was his last name. Yep.
Let me ask you a separate question, a social media-related question. We've been talking about TikTok today, ahead of the election.
Sure. TikTok is...
What do you think of TikTok? Do you think it's a national security threat?
I don't use TikTok.
Say that again? You don't?
I don't personally use it. But for people that, for teenagers and people in their 20s, they seem almost religiously addicted to TikTok.
Oh, dude, come on. Like, I don't disagree that people have a problem with TikTok and that, but it's literally no different than fucking Facebook at the time. It's no different than every other thing that's come before. World of Warcraft and all these other things. It's not fucking religious addiction. They just like the app and they're bored out of their minds because the American social space has been fucking devastated because they live in car hell and there's nowhere to go do anything else. So they watch TikTok. It's not religious. Come on.
Some people will watch TikTok for like 2 hours a day.
This interview is 2 hours, and it's on Twitter. Does that mean that we watched Twitter for 2 hours a day? Okay, come on, man. Come on.
I stopped using TikTok when I felt the AI probing my mind, and it made me
Have a good night,
uncomfortable.
Emu. I'll get to the email as soon as I can, all right?
So I stopped using it.
I can't make a promise about tonight, but I'll get to it when I can.
And in terms of anti-Semitic content, I mean, TikTok is rife with that. It has the most.
Oh, ooh, he messed up. He pivoted back to the thing he tried to get away from. Now they're back on it. Oh, that's a bad move.
Viral anti-Semitic content by far.
Good for us, though. Let's hear it.
But do you think the Chinese government is using it to manipulate the minds of Americans?
No.
Is that something that you think we should worry about? I mean, you have different states that are trying to ban it.
I don't think this is some Chinese government plot, but it is. The TikTok algorithm is entirely AI powered, so it is really just trying to find the most viral thing possible.
I don't think that's true. I don't think TikTok is entirely AI powered. In fact, one of the big controversies at TikTok in recent memory was the fact that TikTok employees, like management and executives at TikTok, were able to explicitly intervene. They had the ability to basically promote channels that they wanted to with incredible ease. Like if they had a family member who made a channel and they wanted more people to see that, they could just basically press a button and that channel would get served in the algorithm more. It was a huge controversy like 5 months ago.
It's what is going to keep you glued to the screen.
That's not AI.
Now, on sheer numbers, there are on the order of 2 billion Muslims in the world, and I think much smaller number of Jewish people. What, 20 million?
What? That's just explicit racism. So he's trying to say that is he trying to say that all Muslims all hate Jewish people? Ah, dude, come on, this is crazy. Oh man, this is a gold mine. This interview right here is going to be farmed forever.
Many orders of magnitude fewer. So if you just look at content production, just on sheer numbers basis, this is going to be overwhelmingly anti-Semitic.
Let me ask
just on a number.
Because there's more Muslims in the world? Dude, you're the anti-Semite. It's not the Muslims who are in hot water right now with all the advertisers for boosting Hitler shit. It's you, motherfucker. It's you. What are you fucking talking about?
Let me ask you a political question.
Oh, man.
And I've been trying to square this one in my head
this is
for a long
incredible.
time.
Yeah.
In the last
incredible
2 or 3 years, you have moved decidedly to the right, I think.
Have I?
Well, we can discuss this. I think that you have been espousing and promoting a number of Republican candidates and others. You've been very frustrated with the Biden administration over, I think, unions and feeling like they did not respect what you've created.
Well, I mean, without any doing nothing to provoke the Biden administration, they held an electric vehicle summit at the White House and specifically refused to let Tesla attend. This was in the first 6 months of the administration. And we inquired, we literally make more electric cars than everyone else combined. Why are we not allowed? Why are you only letting Ford, GM, Chrysler, and UAW, and you're specifically disallowing us from the EV summit at the White House? We'd done nothing to provoke them. Then Biden went on to add insult to injury and publicly said that GM was leading the electric car revolution. This was in the same quarter that Tesla made 300,000 electric cars and GM made 26. Does that seem fair to you?
So, but tell me this then. It doesn't seem fair. And I've asked repeatedly, you've probably seen me.
And by the way,
I have seen Silicon Valley, and yes.
A great relationship with Obama. So there was not a.
So, but then there's
I voted
this.
for Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand. Okay.
So let me just ask on a personal level. I can see it in your face. This hurt you personally.
And it hurt the company too.
Is that stat even correct about electric cars? That Tesla has more on the road than everybody else combined? Is that actually true? I can't find confirmation of that. I don't know if that's true. They do seem to have a lot on the road. That is true. Maybe there's another reason.
And it was an insult to, Tesla has 140,000 employees. Okay, of the half of them are in the United States. Tesla has created more.
Also, this was a question about unions. This was a question specifically about unions, and he just literally didn't answer the question and instead is whining about Biden.
Manufacturing jobs than everyone else combined.
So let me ask this then. You've devoted at least the last close to 20 years of your life, if not more, to the climate change, trying to get Tesla off the ground, in part to improve climate. You've talked about that.
Yeah, a real right-wing motive.
I have a new fan! Oh my goodness! The kitties always love watching my stream. Yay! What a cutie! Cats love my streams. They love my streams. It's so amazing. I get so many pictures of people's cats loving to watch my streams. What can I say? I have cat whispering energy. Hi kitties, you're all beloved, and I would pet you and give you yummy tuna treats if I could.
Repeatedly.
God, far right, if anything.
I understand that. And then it's
guys, right. Reverse psychology next level.
Well, no, but so here's then the question, which is how do you square the support that you have given? I believe you were at a fundraiser for Vivek Ramaswamy, for example, who says that the climate issue is a hoax, right?
Yeah, I disagree with him on that.
But I would think that would be such a singular issue for you. I would think that the climate issue would be such a singular issue for you that actually it would disqualify almost anybody who didn't take that issue seriously.
Well, I haven't endorsed anyone for president. I mean, I wanted to hear what Vivek had to say because I think some of his things some of the things he says, I think are pretty solid.
How long is this interview? We got about 20 more minutes in it.
Concerned about government overreach, about government control of information. The degree to which
this has been a long interview, but it's been god tier. I'm not gonna lie. This has been this has been an amazing gold mine of just peering into the hilariously sludgy mind of Elon Musk, and I've loved every minute of it.
Old Twitter was basically a sock puppet of the government was ridiculous.
A sock puppet? Oh my God, this is so stupid.
So, it seems to me that
every single person who's used Twitter before Elon was here knows it wasn't a fucking sock puppet of the U.S. government. That's absolutely deranged. Hilarious.
There's a very severe violation of the First Amendment.
And yes, as Gayfish points out, he complies with all the government takedown requests. He's the same. There's been no change in the amount of government involvement. None.
In terms of how much government control, how much control the government had over.
Yes, they literally banned Donald Trump while he was president. How can you even say that it was a sock puppet of the U.S. government when they banned the president of the United States? It's just genuinely insane. We're getting to the point where he's just like, he lives in such a fictional world and he's constantly lying so much. It's like listening to a Trump speech, except oddly less entertaining. It's entertaining in a different way. It's still very entertaining, but it's entertaining in a different way. Based seamstress. That's the wise position to be in. Yep.
Twitter. And it no longer does. So, there's a reason for the First Amendment. The reason for the First Amendment for freedom of speech is because the people that immigrate.
Oh yeah, true. He also fucking did this shit in Turkey as well.
This country came from places where there was not freedom of speech, and they were like, you know what, we got to make sure that that's constitutional, because where they came from, if they said something, they'd be put in prison, or there'd be, something bad would happen to them. So. And freedom of speech, you have to say, when is it relevant? It's only relevant when someone you don't like can say something you don't like, or it has no meaning. And as soon as you sort of, throw in the towel and concede to censorship, It is only a matter of time before someone censors you. And that is why we have the First Amendment.
Could you see yourself voting?
Here's an interactive graph from the Department of Energy. Tesla's Model 3 sells the most, but there were a lot of sales for the decade prior to that release in 2018. It's hard to say, though, if that means there are more Teslas on the road than any other EV, or if that's just what people have been buying a lot of since 2018. Okay. He censors critiques of Modi for the same reason. He just likes fascists. Yeah, that's obvious. He definitely has a soft spot for fascists. Remember when he was using the platform to say that he was going to coup other countries just because he could?
For President Biden? If it's a Biden-Trump election, for example?
I think I would not vote for Biden.
You'd vote for Trump?
I'm not saying I'd vote for Trump, but I mean, this is definitely a difficult choice here. You know.
Would you vote for Nikki Haley? Nikki Haley, by the way, wants all social media names to be exposed, as you know.
No, I think that's outrageous. Yeah, no, I'm not going to vote for some pro-censorship candidate. Like I said, I mean, I think these you have to consider that there is a lot of wisdom in these amendments. You know, I mean, the Constitution.
Interesting. He didn't throw in with Trump. Yeah, I think he's, well, you have to remember, Ron DeSantis did his announcement on X, and he still has to pretend like that was a big success. He doesn't want to piss off DeSantis, so now he has to pretend, oh, I don't know who I'm going to vote for. Yeah, he's got to keep his fingers in his pies, so to say. Elon Musk is not exactly got a lot of friends right now, so I imagine he probably doesn't want to piss off the guy who he's pretending had a successful launch, even though it was one of the funniest things that I've ever seen. Also, yes, Trump did make the post that Elon Musk was his bitch, but that was really good. Oh, do we have that? I want to read it if we have it. I think we got it. I think we have it. We have it. We got it. We got it. My favorite. When Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all of his many government-subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere, without which subsidies he'd be worthless, and telling me how he was a big Trump fan and a Republican, I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. Legendary. Just, oh man. Listen. Donald Trump is, you all fucking know my enmity with Donald Trump. But let me tell you, this is one of the funniest things that any person has ever said in the context of our horrible existence, okay? Genuinely so incredible. Just obliterated. Look at that. Look at the picture. The fucking picture. Look at that fucking smug. He knows. He's like, you're going to suck my dick, Elon. You're going to be under the table in just a second, you twerp. You dork. I'll show you an electric charge port. Incredible, legendary.
And you know, a lot of things that we take for granted here in the United States that don't even exist in Canada. There's no constitutional right to freedom of speech in Canada. So, you know, and there's no Miranda rights in Canada. People think you know, you have the right to remain silent. You don't actually in Canada. So, you know, I'm half Canadian. I can say these things, I suppose. But, you know, so like...
I don't think that's accurate. Freedom of expression in Canada is protected as a fundamental freedom by Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In practice, the Charter permits the government to enforce reasonable limits censoring speech. That's exactly the same as the United States. That's like identical. They have a charter and not they have a charter and not a Bill of Rights, but it's functionally the same structure. Whatever. Let's continue.
You just got the freedom of speech is incredibly important. Even when people and like I said, it's actually especially important. In fact, it is only relevant when people you don't like can say things you don't like.
And do you think right now that
they're meaningless?
You think right now?
No, it's only relevant when it's not about you and whether people can say things you don't like. It's about the government. It's with regard to a relationship to the government. It's the government is not supposed to ideally be able to shut down critique of itself. It has nothing. It does, I guess, also permit between individuals, but the law is a governmental granted right. You cannot be persecuted by the government for saying certain things. I don't know, whatever. He's fucking not. This guy's brain is dripping out his ears.
The Republican candidates or the Democrats are more inclined. I mean, this is where you go to, I assume, to woke and anti-woke and the mind virus issue that you've talked about. Which party do you think is more pro freedom of speech, given all the things you've seen? Because we also see, DeSantis, preventing people from reading certain things. Maybe you think that's correct.
No, look.
Oh, he's gonna dodge it.
We actually are in an odd situation here.
Ooh, is he gonna dodge it? Is he gonna dodge that? That's super direct. DeSantis is an explicitly anti-free speech president. Presidential candidate, not a president. He's a fucking governor. But he's explicitly anti-free speech, aggressively anti-free speech, and now he's not even gonna answer it. What a coward.
On balance,
what a coward.
The Democrats appear to be more pro-censorship than the Republicans.
It
used to be the opposite. It used to be, the left position was freedom of speech. I believe at one point, the ACLU even defended the right of someone to claim that they were Nazi or something like that, So, like, they really were...
Obviously, people have the right to claim to make an identity claim about their beliefs. What the fuck? Idiot.
The left...
Idiot. Just actual moron. Drippingly, droolingly stupid.
Freedom of speech is fundamental. My at least perception, perhaps it isn't accurate, is that the pro-censorship is more on the left than the right. We certainly get more complaints from the left than the right, let me put it that way. But my aspiration for the X platform is that it is the best source of truth, or the least inaccurate source of truth. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. High progressive is like he just gave an explicit example of the right doing it. He doesn't care. He just dodged that. He didn't even care. I'm not even going to engage. And the reason is because he doesn't actually fucking care about free speech. It's all a fucking smokescreen. He only became obsessed with freedom of speech when he realized he could use that as a buzzword to get the support of the most dumbest people on the planet. He doesn't fucking give a shit, obviously. Otherwise, if you're supposedly a free speech crusader, it should be extremely concerning to you when a governor explicitly uses executive power to put into place extreme restrictions on access to literature, like actually stripping the access to books. That should be a huge free speech concern. But nah, this guy doesn't give a fucking shit. What he wants is he wants the freedom to be able to say that he's a god among men, and to be able to say he should be able to own children on the internet and have nobody criticize him. That's what he really wants.
You won't believe me or not, but I think honesty is the best policy, and I think that the truth will win over time. And we've got this great system, and it's getting better, called Community Notes, which is fantastic, I think, at correcting falsehoods or adding context. In fact, we make a point of not removing anything, but only adding context. Now, that context could include that this is completely false, and here's why.
Remember, hold on, just a quick fact check moment. Remember that Elon Musk has used executive power to remove community notes on his own posts. So he's just full of shit. Full of it. Just, like, again, bullshit from bottom to top. Total snake oil salesman, total fucking fraud of a man.
And no one is immune to this. I'm not immune to it. Advertisers are not immune to it. In fact, we've had community notes, which has caused us some loss in advertising. Speaking of loss in advertising revenue, if a community note, if there's false advertising, the community note will say, "This is false," and here is why. I mean, and there's one specific example that is public knowledge, so I'll mention it, which is at one point Uber had this ad which said, "Earn like a boss." And it was community noted, if by boss you mean $12.47 an hour, this did cause at least a temporary suspension of advertising from Uber.
I got to ask you a question that might make everybody in the room uncomfortable or not uncomfortable. It goes to the free speech issue. The New York Times company and the New York Times newspaper, it appeared over the summer to be throttled.
What did?
The New York Times.
Well, we do require that that everyone has to buy a subscription, and we don't make exceptions for anyone. And I think if I want the New York Times, I have to pay for a subscription, and they don't give me a free subscription. So I'm not going to give them a free subscription.
But were you throttling the New York Times relative to other news organizations, relative to everybody else? Was it specific to the Times?
They didn't buy a subscription.
Dodging the question.
By the way, it only costs like $1,000 a month. So if they just do that, then they're back in the saddle.
But you are saying that it was throttled.
No, I'm saying.
I mean, was there a conversation that you had with somebody? You said, look, you know, I'm unhappy with the Times. They should either be buying the subscription, or I don't like their content, or whatever.
Any organization that refuses to buy a subscription is not going to be recommended.
But then, what does that say about free speech? And what does that say about amplifying
free speech is not
certain
exactly
voices?
free. It costs a little bit.
Right, but
wow, he really thought that he really gave us. He really hit us with that one. Damn.
That's it. But that's it. Interesting.
You know, it's like in South Park where they say.
Now he's making a South Park reference. Oh man, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. Respect my authority.
You know, freedom isn't free. It costs $1.05 or whatever. But it's pretty cheap. Okay. It's low cost freedom.
I got a couple more questions for you. You're headed back to Texas.
Is that Team America? Man, that's pathetic.
After this, to launch the Cybertruck.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big launch. But I wanted to ask you right now, more broadly, just about the car business and what you see actually happening. And specifically, the government put in place lots of policies, as you know, to try to encourage more EVs. And one of the things that's happened uniquely is you have now a lot of car companies saying, actually, this is too ambitious for us. These plans are too ambitious. 4,000 dealers, I don't know if you saw just yesterday, sent a letter to the White House saying, this has gone too far. You're going too far. You had this
anti-EV?
It was this is going too fast, too far, and that there's not enough demand. Underneath all of this is this idea that maybe there's not enough demand for EVs, that the American public has not bought into they bought into it with your company, but they haven't bought into it broadly enough.
Well, I think if you make a compelling electric car.
Well, part of the problem is that most people can't afford an EV. It is true that there are, like, especially not a Tesla one. Teslas are luxury cars. They're all luxury cars, like, all of them. There's no Tesla that's not a luxury car, and they're priced like a luxury car. There are EVs that are cheaper, but they're still expensive. And a lot of people buy used cars because they don't buy a new car. If you're, even if you're buying a used car, you might not have enough to buy an EV. You might be buying a really old car that's in good shape. Excuse me. Goodness. Oh my goodness. Bless me. Let's continue.
People will buy it, no question about it. I mean, electric car sales in China are gigantic. That's by far the biggest category.
Right.
And I think that would be the case. I mean, it's worth noting. So probably the best refutation of that is that the Tesla Model Y will be the best-selling car of any kind on Earth this year. Of any kind, gasoline or otherwise.
Is there another car company that you think is doing a good job with EVs?
I mean, I think the Chinese car companies are extremely competitive. By far, our toughest competition is in China. So, I mean, there's a lot of people who out there who think that the top 10 car companies are going to be Tesla, followed by 9 Chinese car companies. I think they might not be wrong. So, China is super good at manufacturing, and the work ethic is incredible. So, like if we consider different leagues of competitiveness at Tesla, we consider the Chinese league to be the most competitive. And by the way, we do very well in China because
He claimed this. This was a claim from Elon Musk. He's citing himself. Let me see. Elon Musk claimed the Model Y crossover EV was the best-selling single model sold worldwide in the first quarter of 2023. That's not just the best-selling Tesla model, it's the best-selling anything, more than the Toyota Corolla or any other traditional high-volume commodity or truck. The problem is, on all the charts we could find from Tesla, as well as from fawning electric vehicle sites reporting on them, the company groups Model Y production sales with the Model 3 production and sales. Tesla delivered 412,000 Models 3 and Y globally in the first quarter, and we cannot find the breakdown between the two. We reached out to Toyota for Corolla numbers, and the automaker reporting 740,000 Corollas worldwide in the first quarter of this year, counting all versions, including the Cross. That's about 75% more than Tesla, even if you lump the Model 3 in with the Model Y. Sorry, Elon, not even close. He just made that up and lied. You're just a fucking liar. Let's continue.
China team is the best China.
How worried are you that the
It's literally every other article that I just quickly scanned besides that was just citing his claim. They cite his claim for that. They don't actually look at the actual numbers. That was the first article I could find that was trying to dig into the numbers. Just as a quick Google search.
unionization effort that just took place well, I shouldn't say effort, but the new wages and the like at GM and Ford that they're coming for you. And they are coming for you. What is that going to mean to you and your business?
Well, I think it's generally not good to have an adversarial relationship between people on the line, one group at the company and another group. In fact, I disagree with the idea of unions, but perhaps for a reason that is different than people may expect, which is I just don't like anything which creates kind of a lords and peasants sort of thing. And
no, dude, come on, come the fuck on. I don't like unions because I don't like creating a lords and peasants situation. There should only be lords, and the peasants should not be considered people at all.
And I think the unions naturally try to create negativity in a company and create a kind of sort of lords and peasants situation. There are many people.
The guy's laughing. The interviewer's laughing right now.
At Tesla who have gone from working on the line to being in senior management. There is no lords and peasants. Everyone eats at the same table. Everyone parks in the same parking lot. At GM, there's a special elevator only for senior executives. We have no such thing at Tesla.
What does that have to do with anything?
And the thing is that I actually know the people on the line because I worked on the line and I walked the line and I slept in the factory and I worked beside them. So I'm no stranger to them. And there are actually many times where I've said, well, can't we just hold a union vote? But apparently a company is not allowed to hold a union vote. So it has to be somehow cultural, but the unions can't do it. So I said, well, let's just hold a vote and see what happens. The actual problem is the opposite. It's not that people are trapped at Tesla building cars. The challenge is how do we retain great people to do the hard work of building cars when they have like 6 other opportunities that they can do that are easier. That's the actual difficulty, is that building cars is hard work, and there are much easier jobs. And I just want to say that I'm incredibly appreciative of those who build cars, and they know it. You know, so there's I don't know, maybe there will be unionized. If I say, like, if Tesla gets unionized, it will be because we deserve it and we failed in some way. But we certainly try hard to, you know, ensure the prosperity of everyone. We give everyone stock options. We've made many people.
Yeah, isn't Tesla like absolutely mired in labor controversies? Like they have like a crazy burnout rate where there's tons and tons of turnover rate is what I'm looking for, not burnout rate. I saw the burnout comment in chat. But isn't the turnover rate at Tesla like ridiculously high by comparison to most car companies?
People who are just working the line.
He literally has them, according to Business Insider, he literally has the most unsafe factories in the entire business. That's what I was under that impression. Bitewise Marissa with the tier 1 sub, thank you so much. By the way, if you've been enjoying this absolutely hilarious reaction, please make sure that you are subscribed to Demonmama and make sure that you press like on this wonderful video. It would mean the world to me. Also, I've been trying to do better on this and remind people we do have a Patreon. It is linked in every video description. Please consider joining it. Every little bit counts because I'm a viewer-supported show. You don't have to give much. You can just throw a couple bucks in as a tip, like you're tipping the band at your local bar, and it would mean the world to me. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Who didn't even know what stocks were, we've made them millionaires. So
we're going to run out of time. Final couple quick questions. When do you have the time to tweet or to post? I actually think about it all the time. As I said,
well,
I use
it. The
it.
bathroom sometimes.
I use it all the time. Meaning, if we were to open up our phones and look at the screen time, what does yours look like?
Well, about every 3 hours, I make a trip to the lavatory.
And that's the only time you do this? Seems like you're on there a lot.
No, I mean, there'll be like brief moments between meetings.
Hey, Demonmama, how come you don't have an ad button like Vaush? I do. Eat ads. I just did it. I just don't do it very often. I just basically never press it. I really should. I just hit the ad button. But there's this thing that happens that makes me really bothered, which is that when I press the ad button, a bunch of people miss what I'm saying. They miss out because it plays an ad. And it sucks. It sucks to like miss a second, you know? I should do it on bathroom time. I really should. That actually might be a smart way because people probably won't tune out for an ad. They might though. Yeah, I will say the bulk of our channel income comes from our very lovely well, the YouTube side. Obviously, almost all of my support comes directly from you guys donating through super chats or on the website or through the Patreon. Mostly through the website. The website donors are the #1 person making me have a good living. Premium views are incredibly good for the channel. I probably do need to start putting in ads more often, but you know, it's just how it is. Let's continue. Let's continue. Good night, Ron's KFC. I hope you have a wonderful night. Get some rest. You deserve it, and much love to you.
I mean, it's not, obviously I have like 17 jobs, so, you know, and no, I guess technically it's work at this point.
It is, but I'm thinking just in terms of your mind share. I mean, by the way, there's a lot of people who should be working who are on this app.
Technically, posting on Twitter or X is work. It does count as work. So that's, you know, there's that. But no, I mean, I think I'm on Well, I guess usually, probably I'm on for longer than I think I am.
But I know, but do you think that's 5 hours a day?
Oh no, he goofed up. He dead named his own site. Transphobe moment.
If you look at the screen time of like number of hours per week, sometimes that's a scary number. It's probably, I don't know, it's a little over an hour a day or something like that.
Bullshit. Dude, this guy tweets all the time, and he's always in the comments getting mad at shit. Bullshit. He's bullshitting so hard right now. This is the biggest lie he's told the entire time, believe it or not. He's told so many outrageous, unbelievable, giant fibs. He's told some real fucking whoppers. This little interview, but this is the biggest fucking stinker he's laid the entire day. This one just stinks to high heaven. Everyone fucking knows he doesn't spend an hour a day on Twitter. This motherfucker's like an 8-hour Twitter user. He's the most terminally online fucking dork you've ever seen.
Just an hour a day. If we really looked at this together, do you have your phone with you?
Yeah.
You want to look?
Okay.
Okay, here we go. You ready? Screen time. Hit general.
Screen time. Sometimes this is a scary number, but...
I know. That's why I thought...
I just got a new phone, so I think this is not accurate because it says it's 1 minute.
He just wiped it. This bitch wiped this shit. Oh my God, he wiped it. He wiped it so he wouldn't have it. Oh man!
Pretty sure it's more than that. Oh, wait, it's over the week. There we go.
Yeah, go to the week.
Oh, okay, maybe he's just a boomer. He might just be a boomer.
Oh, okay, so it's still wrong. It's more than 4 minutes. I just got a new phone, so this is not accurate. It literally says 4 minutes.
New phone. Tim Cook sent you that phone?
New phone, who does, you know?
I should ask, by the way, because I just mentioned Tim Cook. Do you feel like you're going to have a battle with him eventually? Is that the next fight?
I mean,
over the App Store?
He 100% just wiped it. He popped it open and he hit clear use time right before that happened. Oh man, that is so fucking crazy. Can we take a second to enjoy that this dude is roasting his fucking ass live on stage? Oh, absolutely. I'm basking in it. The reason we're still watching this shit-ass interview is because it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Seeing this loser squirm is incredible. Seeing him get like 3 laughs from the audience amidst like coughs and cell phone calls is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. He definitely fucking cleared that.
Idea of making a phone. Oh, you mean like...
No.
App Store?
Over the App Store. Did you ever make a phone? Sam Altman's apparently thinking about making a phone with Johnny Ive.
I mean, I don't think there's a real need to make a phone. I mean, if there's a essential need to make a phone, I'd make a phone, but I got a lot of fish to fry. So, I mean, I do think there's a fundamental challenge that phone makers have at this point because you've got basically a black rectangle. You know, how do you make that better?
So do you want to do that? What does that look like in Elon's head?
No, that's literally, yeah, good phrase. In the head, Neuralink.
Well, there we go. We need to touch that before it's over.
You know, the best interface would be a neural interface directly to your brain.
That is the most nightmarish thing I can possibly imagine. Can you imagine going to lay down at night and forgetting to put your brain on silent? And so you lay down and your brain scar is itching from the infection because the shitty doctors that inserted the Neuralink into your brain didn't do a very good job. And you're like, oh, I'm so tired. And you roll over and you fall asleep. And in the depth of your dreams, your entire psyche is destroyed because the Neuralink is ringing it's sending an audio signal to every fucking neuron and synapse in your brain. Every single nerve in your body starts a light as if a fucking phone is ringing into your fingertips. Incredible. Incredible. Yeah, and then you get a fucking PragerU ad afterwards. Hi, this is Dennis Prager. Use Pain Relief now, or whatever the fuck it's called. It does something. It makes you feel better. Buy my fucking shit.
So that would be a Neuralink.
How far are we, do you think, from that, and how excited or scary does that seem to be? And we read these headlines, obviously, about monkeys who died, as you know. What should we think about that?
Actually, this is the USDA inspector who came by the Neuralink facilities literally said in her entire career she has never seen a better animal care facility.
Yeah, totally. Oh, yeah, totally. They came to my animal torture facility, my animal surgical facility, and they said it was the most beautiful animal surgeries you've ever seen. Just like they'd never seen anything like it. Perfect surgeries everywhere, nothing like it. Never in history has there been an animal surgery center with as few dead monkeys. We had a few, but there was none, like basically none in comparison to others.
We are the nicest to animals that you could possibly be, even to the rats and mice, even though they...
What if you just didn't torture them? What if you didn't stick your shit-ass technology into their head? That's significantly nicer, you fucking freak.
Did the plague and everything. It is like monkey paradise. The thing that gets conflated is that there were some terminal monkeys where, this is actually several years ago, where the monkeys were about to die. And we're like, okay, we've got an experimental device. It's the kind of thing we should only put in a monkey that's about to die. And then, now the monkey died, but it didn't die because of the Neuralink. It died because it was, had a terminal case of cancer or something like that. So,
bullshit. Bullshit.
Neuralink has never caused the death of a monkey. It's the best, unless they're hiding something from me, it has never caused the death of a monkey. And in fact, we've now had monkeys with Neuralink implants for like 2-3 years, and they're doing great. So, and we've even replaced the Neuralink.
Monkey health records show there is no evidence that the 12 animals were close to death, as Musk has stated. Racist macaques often live to 25 years in captivity, with some living to as old as 40. But the average age of the 12 monkeys killed by Neuralink was 7.25 years. Fascinating. Fascinating.
Twice, and we're getting ready to do the first implants hopefully in a few months. The early implementations of Neuralink, I think, are unequivocally good. Speaking of the double-edged sword, I think these early implementations are single-edged sword, because the first.
Don't worry, everyone. At our animal paradise facility, we only put the Neuralinks into Nazi monkeys. You don't have to worry about it. Yes, they died, but don't worry. They kept Sieg Heiling. You don't have anything to worry about. It's the most lovely paradise. We don't. Well, it's a paradise, but we don't want it. I don't want to give you the idea that we're putting Nazi monkeys in paradise, but it's a paradise, and the only ones who died were the Nazi monkeys.
Implementations will be to enable people who have lost the brain-body connection to be able to operate a computer or a phone faster than someone who has hands that work. So you can imagine if Stephen Hawking could communicate faster than someone who had full body functionality. How incredible that would be. Well, that's what this device will do.
Yeah, it'll let you log on to Twitter and forcibly read a bunch of blue checks saying poop, fart, and posting images of Goatsy, and then posting ads for ivermectin. How incredible. I bet Stephen Hawking would love that existence.
We should have proof of that in a human, hopefully in a few months. It already works in monkeys and works quite well. With monkeys that can play video games just by thinking. So then the next application after the sort of those, dealing with tetraplegics and quadriplegics is going to be vision. Vision is the next thing. So it's like if somebody has lost both eyes or the optic nerve has failed, basically where they have no possibility of having sort of some ocular correction, that will be the next thing for Neuralink, is a direct vision interface. And in fact, then you could be like Geordi LaForge from Star Trek. You could see in like any frequency, actually. You could see in radar if you want.
2 final questions, and then we're going to end this conversation. which I think has taken everybody inside the mind of Elon Musk today.
Not as well as Neuralink will,
It actually goes to self-driving cars and vision and everything else.
Do you think he's getting sad now? I feel like that at this point, like our interviewer, our protagonist here, might be just starting to feel sad.
And I asked this question of Pete Buttigieg, Transportation Secretary. It's actually something you retweeted, so I wanted to ask you the same question. There's a big question about autonomous vehicles and the safety of them, but there's also a question about when it will be politically palatable in this country for people to die in cars that are controlled by computers, which is, say, we have 35,000, 40,000 deaths every year in this country.
Yeah.
If you could bring that number down to 10,000, 5,000, that might be a great thing. But do we think that the country will accept the idea that 5,000 people, that your family might have perished in a vehicle as a result not of a human making a mistake, but of a computer?
Yes. Well, first of all, humans are terrible drivers.
Damn, that's actually a really good question. It's a very interesting question because it's gonna. I can't wait. Let's see what he has to say. That's a fantastic question.
So people text and drive, they drink and drive, they get into arguments, they they do all sorts of things in cars that they should not do.
Yeah, like turning on the auto drive feature, like that viral video that's been going around from a couple days ago. The one that I referenced earlier because the Tesla car blasted them through a fucking busy intersection and nearly crashed the car 4 times because of camera errors. Or maybe it was AI errors. Who knows, really? It's a black box in there, isn't it?
So it's actually...
I still can't believe that he's allowed to beta test his cars on public roads. Yeah, that's because of fucking corruption. That's because people buy into his cult and he throws a lot of money around. It's actually fucking obscene that he's allowed to use American roads and lives as a fucking beta test space for his shit-ass cars that blow up all the time and don't get the battery life that they're supposed to.
Remarkable that there are not more deaths than there are. What we'll find with computer driving is, I think, probably an order of magnitude reduction in deaths. I think, now, and the U.S. has actually far fewer deaths per capita than the rest of the world. If you go worldwide, I think there's something close to 1 million deaths per year due to automotive accidents. So I think computer driving will probably drop that by 90% or more. It won't be perfect, but it'll be...
Ass pull. He's just my sources that I made it the fuck up. Wait, I have that.
My sources that I made it the fuck up.
10 times
and
better.
Do you think that the public will accept that? Do you think the government will accept that?
Well, in large numbers, it will simply be so obviously true that it really cannot be denied.
And what do you think? I know we've talked about the timeline before, and I know people have criticized you for putting out timelines that may not have come true just yet. But what do you think it really is? And by the way, do you ever say to yourself, I shouldn't have said that?
Sure, of course. Wait, I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, I'm optimistic about, I think I'm like naturally optimistic about timescales, and if I was not naturally optimistic, I wouldn't be doing the things that I'm doing. I certainly wouldn't have started a rocket company or an electric car company if I didn't have some sort of pathological optimism, frankly. As you pointed out, many people said they would fail, and in fact, I agreed with them. I said, yes, it probably will fail. And they're like, okay. But I thought SpaceX and Tesla had less than a 10% chance of success when we started them. Yeah, anyway, but the self-driving thing is I've been optimistic about it. We've certainly made a lot of progress. If anybody has tried, has been using the sort of full self-driving beta, the progress is, every year has been substantial. It's really now at the point where, in most places, it'll take you from one place to another with no interventions. And the data is unequivocal that
not the experience of everybody. I'm just saying there is a lot of credible videos out there of people running into pretty fucking severe self-driving issues. There's been a lot of fucking deaths this year and last year with the self-driving bullshit. This stuff is this is a salesman trying to sell you something over people's dead bodies.
that supervised full self-driving is somewhere around 4 times safer, or maybe more, than just human driving by themselves. So I'm
Raised by Field Mice with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much.
I can certainly see it coming. Actually, really,
but do you think it's another 5 or 10 years? I mean, people say...
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
And do you feel like investors have invested in something that hasn't happened yet? Is that fair to them? And that's the other question that people have about that.
Well, I mean, I think they've all, with rare exception, thought it wasn't happening. So they were investing in, despite thinking, they're very clear that they don't think it's real. So they're not saying, oh, we just believe everything Elon says, hook, line, and sinker. But the thing is that, I mean, I would be a fair criticism of me to say that I'm late, but it isn't. But I always deliver in the end.
Let me ask you the final question. I took note of this. It was November 11th, and you took to Twitter and you wrote only 2 words. You said, amplify empathy.
Right.
I was taken aback by that, given all the things that have been going on in the world. Do you remember what you were thinking?
Well, I think it's quite literally.
I understand it, but what was going on? Why did you write that?
Well, I was encouraging people to amplify empathy. Literally. I tend to be quite literal.
But was there something that had happened that you had seen that you said to yourself, I want to say that?
I think I was talking to some friends, and we all agreed that we should try to amplify empathy, and so I wrote amplify empathy.
If you wanted an unvarnished look inside the mind of Elon Musk, I think you just saw it.
Look, sometimes it's pretty simple, you know.
Elon Musk, thank you very, very much for the conversation.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Here, take that with you for a second. I'm just going to say a thank you to everybody who stuck around for what has been a remarkable day. We are so appreciative of everybody who has been with us for so many years, coming back to this every year. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you had a great day, and I hope we have an opportunity to do this again. Elon Musk, everybody, thank you.
Damn. All right, we finished it, everybody. We finished it. All right, everybody. We finished it just in time. Whoo boy. All right. What to say about this? I feel like it's fairly self-evident. Elon Musk, this is like, in my opinion, this should be the nail in the coffin for anyone who's not completely stupid. There are people who I believe who might be unplugged and don't know what Elon Musk has been up to. But if anybody sees this and doesn't walk away going, oh my God, this guy is the most insane charlatan I've ever seen, you're just stupid. That's the only answer. You would have to be an idiot to not watch this and go, oh man, this guy is like dangerously stupid and dangerously dishonest. I had fun though, and that's what matters the most. I take a great pleasure in watching Elon Musk flounder after his insane behavior, his disgusting treatment of damn near everyone at some point or another, his destruction of an otherwise fairly decent platform, his constant stupid boosting of dangerous politics and union busting, his discriminatory practices, his endless lies, his charlatanry, and all of his other bullshit. It makes me happy to see him squirm. And I gotta say, the interviewer there, Andrew Sorkin, did a really damn good job. That was an absolutely impressive interview, in my opinion. And I do compare this. In my mind, this reminds me of like the later interviews with Elizabeth Holmes, where she started to really lose control and was spinning out of control, and her ability to control the narrative was completely leaving her hands. Good. Anyway, if you enjoyed this reaction, you should subscribe to my channel. This has been Demonmama. You have been listening and hearing the signal, and you should subscribe. You have thoughts about what I said? Leave it in the comments below, because your comments are very important to me, and I'm very, very good about responding to my comments. Additionally, you should consider subscribing to my Patreon or to my website, because that's how you can support me on this viewer-supported show. Thank you very much. Ad button! I'm actually, all right, if you guys want, we'll do an experiment. I'll do an experiment, and I'll see if my revenue goes up from, how much my revenue goes up from pressing the ad button. Wait, did it work? Did the ad work? I don't know if it works. I'm sure it probably will. I'm sure it will probably go up, and I could use that. It's like, people are gonna have to see ads anyway, so. I kind of hate it though. It does legitimately make me feel kind of bad. Cause I don't like the way, the reason why I'm so reluctant to press the ad button is because I feel like it interrupts my flow, and that people might miss something funny. They might miss something that makes them stay. You got too greedy, maybe too short between the last ad button press? Oh, no. YouTube will let you press the ad button every minute if you want to. I'm not kidding you. You can literally press the ad button every minute. You got a Daily Wire ad for the What is a Woman movie? Ooh. Ooh. Terrible. Well, everyone, we're about to do something very special. We have still 400 viewers here. It is just about midnight, and we're about to do something very, very, very special. And that is some Dark Souls. It's been a long time since we've played Dark Souls, and I feel bad about that. If you're normally a politics viewer, don't go anywhere! I'm serious, don't do it. Don't go anywhere. Stick around for the gaming streams. I'm challenging you to stick around for the gaming streams. They're really fun. The energy is always great. And you get to see me goof around. Plus, I talk about things. People ask me questions. People try to bait me into discourse. It's always a really, really, really good time. And if you've never seen one of my gaming streams, you should stick around and check them out, because I plan to do more of them, and I know that you'll have a good time. There's a ton of people recently who've been sticking around for my gaming streams, and they have been very happy that they've been doing so. Because as it turns out, my gaming streams are awesome. So without any further ado, let's fucking play. Let's play. Oh yeah, timestamp. 6:56:35. Okay. Add that one. Why isn't it working? Oh no. No. Ah! Oh yeah, the memes. Oh yeah, we got the memes. I gotta do the memes first. Hold on, I have to do memes first. We gotta hit the memes first. I promised I would do memes. All right, meme one, let's see it, let's see it.
Start like crazy, start going crazy.
Yeah, wait, we've seen this one, haven't we? We've seen this meme. They're doing the same bits. They're doing the same bits.
Going crazy. All right, now I'm gonna let go, and then we just keep going. We keep going.
Why? All the clips keep breaking. God fucking damn it. Oh, I hate this shit so goddamn much. All these fucking clips break. It drives me crazy.
Start like crazy. Start going crazy.
Yeah, you got it.
Going crazy. All right, now I'm gonna let go, and then we just keep going. We keep going.
Line up, line up. Yeah.
What?
Jesus Christ! Now we go.
Yeah.
Go.
Easy,
bro. Easy.
He just spent 20 minutes practicing.
He has achieved it, bro. He has achieved it.
Way too much time.
Let's go, baby. Eder, how many 2v2s have Bernie lost? I'm just curious.
One of them was one. Just one.
Oh, who was there? I will weave around them. I will weave around them and punch them and fist them from behind.
Shut up, bro. Shut up. Got him.
This is great gameplay. Perfect rotation. Perfect rotation.
Oh, come on.
No.
Yes. Finally. Oh my gosh.
I fucked up there.
Oh,
bro, we had Monty Mole on our team, Evie. We were destined for failure. Oh, it's just
Start like crazy.
All right. Look, I'm not gonna lie. These guys seem fairly funny overall, but I gotta say, they really milk that Wario. They really milk that Wario meme dry. I feel like Wario is like he's like the dried up Wojak. You know what I'm saying? He's this guy. Yeah, it's Dark Souls time, Chariot. It's Canada, man! It's Canada! He's got a maple leaf going on here. God damn it! These fucking clips. These fucking busted ass, bullshit ass fucking clips. This guy's a fucking Walkman. He's a fucking Walkman. Whoa! Yes, I was waiting for this. I was waiting for the moment that he blows somebody's eardrums out with the death music turned up really loud, which is, interestingly, what these memes always do to me. I've suffered permanent ear damage from these fucking loud-ass memes. He's cranking it up to loud. He hit him with the fucking ear rape. Damn, a classic. Hitting him with the ear rape. All right. Decent. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Dark Souls time, everybody. Now we hit the souls. Now we have the real fun. The real fun fucking begins. All right? Kinnikuman is good. I will say, I do like Kinnikuman stuff. I told you guys I got a new controller, right? I think I announced that last time. Oh, I remember what we were up to. I remember the nonsense that we were up to. Woohoo! We gotta do Lost Acelaces. Oh! Fuck off. Man, these things are so fucking annoying. Really? I can't because of the stab move. Damn it. You get the worm? This is the first time I've ever seen Demonmama play a video game? Well, hell yeah, this is a good time to tune in. We're about to do some sick-ass stuff. Oh yeah, we gotta change our outfit back because we're done doing the nonsense. We got all the goodies and now we can go back to our cool outfit. Let's see. What were we doing? We were doing Xanthus Crown, and then of course we had our, we were doing the full Xanthus set, weren't we? That was our setup. Because we love the Xanthus set. Oh, but it makes us fat roll. So wait, what do we, oh yeah, we had a different, that's right. We had to take the gloves off and we were using a different pair of gloves. I'm remembering this. It's all coming back to me, everybody. We had the black leather gloves, right? Why? Oh, because we have stone plate ring on. That's why. That makes sense. Okay, now we got Havel's ring. Oh, but we're still medium rolling. What the fuck's going on here? Did we have a different top? Wait, the Xanthus overcoat is not heavy. So what's the headpiece is heavy. The leather boots are light, so maybe that's the thing. Nope, we're still medium rolling. I have the anti-fat roll ring on. I have Havel's and this. Maybe we just can't wear the crown yet because we're not cool enough yet. Maybe we had. That's heavier, isn't it? Yeah, the Xanthus is light. Oh, black leather is lighter. Not much. What's our ratio at? And why? No, we should be fine. We should be fine. What the hell's going on here? 37.5 out of 147? Oh, but it's 25%, not 30%. How is this possible? You have FAP, Havel's, and 42 endurance because the sword is heavy. That's the fucking problem. Look at this fucking sword. This fucking sword weighs 24. That's the biggest downside of us using the Dragon Greatsword. The worst part of it is that it's a big ass sword. The truth is we can just take off the headpiece because we use the dragon anyway. So if we want to keep role playing as the dragon warrior, then we ought to do this and we ought to put on the whole Xanthus set and call it good. That's the real Giga Chad path here. Xanthus gloves and Xanthus pants, and we go yellow with dragon head. Because I think that's sick as shit. Look at that. Now we look cool. Look at us. Oh, and we can roll quick now. We got the quick roll. All right, we got this. Let's fucking do it. Ah, no goodies. How much to make you play Elden Ring with Musk's build? What was Musk's build? Wasn't he like fat rolling the entire time? Aw, that's cruel. That's fucking cruel to do to me. You can't make me do that shit. I had an idea for what I wanted to do. I have a whole plan. I had a really good treat for you all. I'm not kidding you. I really did. Good night, Dublin. Fat roll, double shield, hot swapping? Oh, he had like 3 shields equipped? Why? That's like stupid even for like a noob. That's like just dumb. Like, why would you ever do that? Is there something over here? I can't remember if there's a treat over here. But I had a nice build plan. Do you guys want to know? Do you want a spoiler? You all are very loyal tonight. We have 375 people watching Dark Souls. That is so poggers. You guys, let me just tell you something. I'm going to take a moment. We're going to have a tiny little parasocial moment as a treat. You guys have no idea how good it makes me feel when people stay tuned to watch me play video games. It makes me feel so good. And also, every time we do it, there are new people who stick around for video game streams because they always have so much fun. They have fun with me goofing around. Whoa, hey! Hey! Bitch. Bitch ass. Crunch. Whoa, hey! How did you survive with 1? Okay, I'm gonna spoil now. I'm gonna give you, no, not a spoil. I'm gonna give you a teaser, okay? Are you ready for the teaser? The build that I wanna do when we play Elden Ring next is a snake fist, snake bow, poison, rot, arcane build, okay? I want to play the most meme-ass build possible, okay? We're gonna use the snake fists. We're gonna use the snake bow. We're gonna get a snake-themed outfit, and we're gonna roll around with a light build. We're gonna do light rolls, and we're gonna shoot poison arrows, and we're gonna punch people with poison weapons, and we're gonna get the craziest dot build you can possibly imagine. That's what I really wanted to do. Will I do all the dungeons? I don't know if I'll do all the dungeons on stream, and the reason being is that some of them are just not necessary, but I will do a lot of it. For those, I mentioned this, when I had a lot of downtime this month. I've mentioned that 150,000 times, but in the downtime earlier this month, when I had my wisdom teeth out, I did another playthrough of Elden Ring, and I loved Elden Ring even more than I did the last time I played it. I had such a good time with my last playthrough of Elden Ring, and I started with a hard parry build. I was playing with I beat Margit under-leveled with a +0 weapon and a +0 parrying dagger, and I felt very proud of myself. And I continued with a parry build. However, towards the middle of the game, I started to get bored of the parry build, just because I don't think the parry build is very fun to play when you're fighting against the bigger enemies that come on later in the game. So, ouch. So I switched off of it and decided to do a pure int build, and that was a fucking blast, okay? And I'm just about at the end. I have to go finish my run, because that's the last achievement I need. When I finish my run with the Frenzied Flame ending, I will have all of the Elden Ring achievements, which I'm fairly proud of. What changed your perspective? So I really liked Elden Ring the first time I played it, and I also liked Elden Ring the second time I played it. But the third time I played Elden Ring was when I really started to appreciate just how much attention to detail there really is in the world. Even in the dungeons, there is so much lore consistency. There is so much architectural, musical, thematic consistency in Elden Ring that I really just, there's just so much to appreciate in Elden Ring, and I think that it gets undersold on that front. And I say that fully aware of the fact that, like, yeah, it's a very, very well-loved game, but I legitimately think that people miss out on just how incredible some of the stuff was. Additionally, the music in Elden Ring is goddamn phenomenal. It is just incredible, and I really spent a lot of time paying attention to the soundtrack on this playthrough, which is something I've noticed with a lot of Dark Souls games. I find that my first playthrough in a Dark Souls game, I almost never, or a FromSoft game, I should say, generally, I almost never fully appreciate the soundtrack until my second or third playthrough. And that's usually because I'm too focused, oh my god, I'm too focused on beating the enemies and learning the mechanics. And then when I'm on like a third playthrough, I have time to just bask in the music. And Elden Ring's soundtrack is next level. It's actually phenomenal how good it is. Ow. Your video on Elden Ring, Chariot, was fantastic. Everyone who's watching right now, you should go to Chariot's channel and you should go watch Chariot's video on Elden, or put Chariot's video on watch later. Not kidding you, that video is fantastic. I really, really loved that video. I wish I felt bad because I felt like even in my comment, I didn't do it justice. I was trying to gather my thoughts, but I struggled to like put my full thoughts together on a YouTube comment. I just wanted to say I really, really like that video. I seriously really think it's wonderful. And also it's a different perspective from mine, but one that I really like, and one that I can, that like, I don't know, is in alignment with my general perspective. But some of the experiences that you explained in your video about Elden Ring were experiences that I had with Sekiro, which might sound a little bit weird, but Sekiro was a game, like, I really struggled with Sekiro at first because it asked something of me that I wasn't. When I first came to the game, I didn't know how to deliver. I didn't know how to give the game what it wanted, and I had to learn. And it forced me to learn in a way. Wait, can I kill these things? I don't remember. Wait. Oh, I think I can. Hold on. Ah, great. Oh yeah, another game that I didn't appreciate how good the soundtrack was until my second playthrough was Dark Souls 3. And Dark Souls 3 has, in my opinion, some of the most iconic tracks of the entire FromSoft library. Dark Souls 3, I mentioned this in a previous gaming stream, but recently, I got in like, not an argument, but I got in like a mild disagreement with two of my partners about the soundtrack of Dark Souls 3, and they did like an off-the-cuff test where they played a bunch of tracks from Dark Souls 3 to see if I could guess them, and I guessed like 12 out of 15. Like, bam, 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 bam. And I think that I think that the soundtrack of Dark Souls 3 is one of the most expressive. It definitely has like it has a style that it's going for. Like there is a very strong through line for the entire game. However, each one sounds just like the boss that you're fighting. I don't know how to explain it, but like the Curse-Rotted Greatwood, for example, you can't, like, I feel like you can't not know that that's the song for that particular boss. When you listen to it, it sounds like a big rotten tree. The music is incredible in that game. And I'm starting to feel that way about Elden Ring as well. Elden Ring is a little harder just because the game is so big, but there's some genuine masterworks in Elden Ring. Oh, shit! I walked too close. Oh, Chariot, I am so looking forward to playing Dark Souls 2. We're almost there. Soon I'm going to be doing my Dark Souls 2 playthrough. And no joke, I am very excited for that because I feel like it is going to generate so much chat discourse. I am going to have so many opinions, and everyone's going to have so many opinions, and we're going to spend so many nights talking about it. I am so fucking excited for it. I don't understand why so many people dislike Dark Souls 2. I can tell you my experience with it, okay? And to be fair, I have not played Dark Souls 2 in a very long time, okay? A really long time. It's been a very long time since I last played Dark Souls 2. I don't even know, maybe 10 years? I don't even know when it came out. That might be over-exaggerating. I don't remember exactly when I last played Dark Souls 2. But I can tell you what I didn't like about it at the time. When I first played Dark Souls 2, I found, almost immediately, I found the enemy style and the approach to enemy design to be off-putting and uninspired. And additionally, why is that happening? That's weird. Has it always been like that? Do you always walk? Oh no. Oh, that's a little weird. Why is my troller walking slowly backwards? I don't remember that being the case. Anyway, whatever. Who cares? I can live with it. It's weird. It is weird though. It's weird that that's happening. Fucking weird. Wonder what could be causing that. Okay, yeah, so the first thing that struck me was the enemy designs, the style, the way that the enemies were placed. I found the enemy placement to be like haphazard, especially by comparison to Dark Souls. Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 2's enemy design reminds me of this. When I played the game, it reminded me of playing through Lost Isolith, because like in Lost Isolith, the enemy placement is just incredibly haphazard. Like, look at this. a bunch of enemies spammed all over the place and it just feels like it was rushed. And it felt that way almost immediately. So that was one of the first things that bothered me about Dark Souls 2. The second thing was that the change in the delivery of the story was genuinely cringe-inducing. It went from being like a game, like the fact that the opening, the weird cringy opening cinematics, and the fact that there's like more dialogue and shit, almost immediately made me go like, what is going on here? This feels like something that's trying to like, I don't know, like parody, or like, I don't know, it felt like a game that was trying to imitate itself, and I really didn't like that. Oh, okay, that's a good idea. I'll unplug and replug the controller. All right, let's see if that works. Nope. Look at that. That's weird. I don't remember this happening. Oh, and it's only happening in the back direction. Okay, that probably means it's a Steam config problem. Hold on. Why is the Steam button not working? Oh, because I'm not on... because I don't have big picture enabled. Fuck. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't fucking matter. We'll be fine. All right, we got to get a bow up in this bitch. Where's our great bow? Oh, we don't have enough dex for that, do we? How much dex do we have? 11. 12, 16. We're gonna have to use a crossbow, aren't we? Sniper crossbow? Nope. Too much dex requirement. Oh no. I thought we had one that we could wield. Wasn't there one bow that we had that we could wield? I swear to God we had one. I don't know how to fight these things in melee. I guess I'll just have to learn. All right, here we go. All right, that wasn't too bad, actually. I spent all that time looking around, and he was actually super easy. I crunched him immediately. Okay, anyway, so yeah, so the first thing that hit me was enemy design and enemy placement was like off-putting. The story delivery was fucking embarrassing and weird, and that was my feeling at the time. I might disagree with myself, with my past self when I play it this time. I don't know. I am approaching Dark Souls 2 with an incredibly fresh mind. I barely remember anything about the game. So, again, like I said, approaching it with a very fresh mind, and I'm going to give it a fair shake. And then I did not like the I didn't like the way that they went to like a weird hybrid healing item system, where it was like a mixture between Dark Souls. What? You fucking shithole! Bullshit. Another thing that made me cringe in Dark Souls 2 was the fact that in Dark Souls 2, they had a bunch of auto death situations that were like, they felt self-referential in a way that made me cringe. The chariot, the chariot attacks, the dragons burning down the bridge and auto-killing you. I'm trying to think, there were a couple of others that I don't really remember, but I remember there being a bunch of really fucking super cheesy deaths that were just and I remember them in the trailers being like, you will die a lot, and then showing players getting run over by essentially unavoidable deaths. I found that obnoxious and memey in a way that I didn't like. And then the combat felt clunky in a way that I didn't that was like different than Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 feels chunky, but to me Dark Souls 2 felt clunky. And I know that's kind of a funny play on words, but that's just what it felt like to me. And then the final thing, the thing that was the killer, the like nail in the coffin for me, was I found the enemy variety to be exhausting. And I also found the bosses, at least a lot of the early to mid-game bosses, to be uninteresting. There was like multiple of these like spindly weird guys who they're like tall dudes and they're all spindly, and there was like 4 of them. You have to fight like 4 different repeats or varieties of those bosses, and then you just fight so many of the same enemies that, again, it reminded me of Lost Acelaces. Ouch. Which isn't a good comparison in my opinion. Why is this guy giving me trouble? Oh, because I didn't put my dragon head on. That's the real reason. Got him. Yeah. Are you a fan of Taika Waititi's work? Yes, I quite like Taika Waititi's work. I've seen quite a lot of his stuff, and I've always really liked it. But there were things I did enjoy in Dark Souls 2, and I'm very open I'm very open to having a different perspective on it than I did before. And I think, in fact, I will. I have a feeling that I'll enjoy it a lot more this time, but I also anticipate that I will have some pretty severe critiques. So we'll find out, I guess. Whoa, hey. These guys are so fucking annoying. Whoa! Can you not? Is that an auto kill? That's an insane amount of damage. Ow. Go get some rest, No Hidden Games. Thanks for being here. Oh man, that kind of sucked. Alright, whatever. I only have 5 Estus flasks right now, but it's okay. I'll decide. I want to get through this this area up ahead with low Estus flasks. I'll be fine. I just want to get through the area. It kind of sucks. I gotta fight these same assholes over and over again. I do remember there being a lot of really cool armor designs in Dark Souls 2. I remember that being the case. And maybe my memory isn't serving me, but I feel like there were a lot of really sick armor designs in Dark Souls 2. Looks like you accidentally put in Dark Souls 2. What a silly mistake. Yeah, maybe. Oh, great. God damn it. I really gotta not use that. You know, this dragon sword is cool, but I really fucking hate that it breaks every 5 seconds. That is so goddamn annoying. Are you in a volcano? I'm basically in hell. Yeah, it's a volcano, but it's like a volcano, but it's also kind of like hell. More or less. It's kind of hard to describe. But yeah, it's basically hell. I mean, it's basically a volcano in hell. Oh yeah, a lot of people really like the power stancing in Dark Souls 2. I've never played like a power stance thing. Also, I've heard people say that hexes are really good in Dark Souls 2, but I literally don't remember those at all. I don't remember anything about those in Dark Souls 2. So maybe they are really cool, but I don't know if I ever got to play with them the first time I played the game. The fuck? These guys suck. Hey, we got him though. I don't think there's any more, right? Oh, I can't see this. I think this is a normal chest. Okay, it is. I took a risk. Ooh, large flame ember based. What? There's 2 behind me now. Aw, you bitches. Dark Souls 2 has Chariot says, Dark Souls 2 has an astonishing amount of mechanical depth, but also several imposed shortcomings, like the recovery time between a weapon swing and the roll animation. Ooh, oh, I hate that shit, but I get it. All of the Dark Souls games have it, but some of them, like Elden Ring, for most weapons in Elden Ring, you can interrupt your, you can like interrupt your animations in order to roll. And I think that feels really good. I've heard that's like a thing that's like a problem in Lies of P, and it's something that's made me reluctant to play Lies of P, because I really hate it when combat feels like clunky like that. It bothers me. But I'm gonna play it anyway. I'm gonna beat Dark Souls 2 one way or another. Even if I hate Dark Souls 2, I'm beating it on stream, so get ready, I guess. You might get to see me actually rage, or you might see me really love the game. Okay, I gotta be real. This controller's driving me crazy with the back button not working properly, and I don't understand why that's the case. Not the controller. Wait, I don't think it's in here. Settings. I don't think that works. This is all controller shit. So, did you have any ideas for your Dark Souls 2 build or saving it as a surprise? I have not had any ideas for the Dark Souls 2 build. In fact, I was hoping people would be able to guide me, because I literally don't know anything about the damn game. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna, this might interrupt things real quick, but I need to look, give me a minute. Give me a second. I gotta fix this fucking problem. I gotta fix the controller issues. Mostly playable with your controllers. Your controller. Partial support. Fuck. Edit layout. Joysticks. Click stick. Directional pad. Mouse region. Ah, here we go. Okay, the left ring I need to, it's the left stick that I'm having issues with. Go into here. Take a look at this. Outer ring, the haptics, the dead zones, command radius. When outside this radius, the assigned button or key will be sent. For example, the run or sprint button could be assigned when holding at the edge. How do I, oh, I have to, oh wait, I bet I know what I have to do. Hold on. Output has to be, stick response curve needs to be relaxed, wide, extra wide, linear, vertical scale, horizontal scale. Shit. I always have so much trouble with this. Hold on, maybe there's a is there a way to make it send as like an analog thing? I had this issue with Elden Ring too. Oh wait, what type of setting do I have? No, this is on the Windows setting. Dead zone type none. Command ring outer radius. Command invert haptics intent. Oh man. Yes, you can be my Emerald Herald. I will literally take your guide. If you want to guide me through a build, I will trust you to do that. I don't know anything about the game. Output axis. What is this shit? The scale is fine here. Why is this having issues? I wonder if it's because of Dfficulties is causing issues. I know that this controller is fine. I've played 100 other games with it recently. I don't know why it's having issues running backwards. There's no dead zones on. Command radius. Maybe I need to do this. I wonder if I can, how do I test the input? Sorry to be doing this tech bullshit, but I hope you're still having fun with me talking anyway. Jesus, why is it like this? I had this issue with the pull, with the trigger pulls in Elden Ring, where disable Steam input? What the fuck does that mean? Game is currently using Steam's translation layer to remap buttons or access certain controller features. Is that what I need to do? Using the game's built-in support. Okay, let's try that. Let's try it with the game's built-in support and see how that works. Give me a second. I'm gonna try this shit. Flashbanged. It's not working at all. It didn't work at all. Oh, great. Oh, great. Here we go. All right, so that didn't work. Oh, this is going to be annoying. I did not have this issue. We were just playing the other day and didn't have this issue. Why has it got to be like this? Why has it got to fucking be like this? Okay, whatever, who cares? All right, I guess I'm just gonna have to play with the annoying thing until I figure it out. I am running Dfficulties, so maybe that's the thing. Hold on. Why? Oh my God, Windows, stop it, you annoying thing. I'll check and see if there's a setting in Dfficulties that I can adjust. The stick wasn't tilted when you turn it on because it'll zero out, and the thing is the tilt is the default state of the controller. Yeah, I just tried unplugging and replugging it in, and I don't have it wirelessly hooked, so there shouldn't be any issue with that. I don't really know what the problem is. Yeah, okay, well, all right, we're gonna try this. Whatever. I can test this. Okay, yeah, let me test that real quick. Hardware tester, gamepad. Do the inputs register? They probably will. All of the inputs are fine except for the, it lags every time I do this. Huh. Yeah, it seems to be fine. Oh, there is something messed up. Oh, it's not registering a 100% down pull. This is very similar to what happened in Elden Ring. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait, I think I know how to fix this. Hold on, let me see. I think I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. Hold on a minute, hold on. There's a button. I think I know what happened. I think something got pressed on this controller. There's a bunch of settings you can accidentally enable, and I think I might have accidentally pressed them. I just need to open the manual real quick and fix it. This controller has a lot of cool features, but I don't use all of them, and sometimes I accidentally turn them on. It sucks. LRA D-pad to have auto quick calibration on stick. Okay, now we test it again real quick. Go. Fixed. Fixed it. Got it. Fixed! Just tested it. We're good. We got it. We're good. We got him. We got the control. Using the command, the in controller command. Oh, Gayfesh, abso-fucking-lutely. There's almost no, yeah, absolutely. I would be amazed if that was not the case, Gayfesh. Whoa, no! Got him! The sound is being a tad wonky. Yes, I apologize about the sound. What happens, unfortunately, because I'm playing Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition, it does not actually have a windowed mode. So what happens is every time I click outside of the gameplay window, it lags my computer because it's exiting full screen mode and as an application. It's very fucking annoying, but it's just how it is, unfortunately. Turning that off. Sure. All right, everybody. Can we beat this boss? Wait a minute, hold on. I don't remember where I'm supposed to go here. I am not supposed to go this way yet. I don't want to fuck up any storylines. Oh, Uncle Gumbald. Uncle Gumbald, don't even ask. Just stay out of it, I promise you. Oh shit, no, why did I do that? Ah! Ah, the music! Trashed! Trashed! Didn't even stand a fucking chance. I love that music. It's so goofy. Clapped. Clapped. To be fair, this is like an easy fucking cheese-ass boss. Rapido boss. I don't remember where the friggin' next bonfire is. I know there's a bonfire near here somewhere. I just don't remember exactly where. I have so much restraint. Something that you guys don't appreciate, seriously, and I mean this, you imps can't appreciate it because it's just not possible for you to do it. You don't understand how much shit I deal with, but completely behind closed doors in a way that nobody ever sees. You have no idea how much restraint I have as a person. As a result of becoming a content creator and having to deal for 4 years like with communities and with other people's communities and inter-community affairs and all of that shit, as a result of that, I have cultivated such an intense type of restraint that you guys will never appreciate. You only sort of see the downstream actions of it, like an invisible hand of a god. But I mean it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Well, that worked out. Probably vitality, right? We haven't hit the max cap on vitality. We could use it. Yeah, to clarify, Mixed Dizzy, I mean, when I'm talking about restraint here, I specifically mean a certain type of social restraint that is very difficult to engage in. It is emotionally difficult. You have to actually learn to like center and control your emotions, and quite literally overcome your emotions in the moment, even when they're truly overwhelming. And I can tell you, hey, let me sit down. Hey. There has been so much shit in recent months that I can't even begin to explain the level of restraint it's taken. Just genuinely. Anyway. I've returned from shoveling snow. Oh, you got a bunch of snow where you're at? I wonder where there's snow right now. All right, we got to continue through the demon ruins. Let us progress. That's where I came from. We're going the other way. We're going over here. Canada? Listen, I have a soft spot for Canada, okay? I'm not kidding you. I have a soft spot for Canada. Canada is there's a lot of natural beauty in Canada, and there's a lot of really cool stuff there. I know that this will undermine my cred as an American, but I'm not kidding you. I have a soft spot for Canada. Also, well, some of my favorite people on the planet are Canadian, and I love them so much. I love them so much, it's crazy. So I can't help but have a small soft spot for them when I love them so much. Whoops, I was walking into a wall because I was thinking about how much I love my friends. Huh? 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 These guys are stupid. Alright, let's see what we can do. Oh! Okay. That hurt. Oh, the Bed of Chaos is such a cop-out. It's such a cop-out. I am not looking forward to this shit. Am I gonna fuck up a storyline by going here? I can't remember. Am I gonna fucking fuck up a storyline by walking over here? Does anybody know? I gotta look it up on my phone. Hold on. I'm so paranoid about fucking up. Yes, Solaire. Okay, so I need to not walk over that direction, right? In order to save Solaire, you need to give 30 humanity to the fair lady? Really? Okay, hold on. Let me just look it up. I want to make sure I got this right. Yes, that is correct, Killjoy. A lot. We might have to come back here. There's another way to do it, apparently. Apparently, you can do a little cheesy thing. I'm not going down there. I don't want to fuck this up. I hope I didn't already fuck it up. Hold on, let me just see. Okay, so we're still clear. We're still clear. All right. So that actually gives us some direction. We can't complete Lost Izalith until we go do some fucking goofery. And the goofery that we have to do is actually fairly simple. Go over here. I think I have everything we need to do this. We're not letting Sunbro die, don't worry. We love him way too much. So what I have to go do is I have to go do some... We have to, okay, so what we're trying to do right now is save an NPC's life. And in order to save this NPC's life, for a little secret ending, normally what happens is when you get to this point, you will progress like usual up to that area. And then you will discover that your good friend Solaire, our beloved Solaire, has accidentally gotten himself enchanted and infected by an evil demon bug. And he goes hollow as a result of that. However, there is a way to avoid this. And we are going to do that. And normally people don't get to do this. You have to kind of think about it, and usually you have to find out that he dies and then go searching for it. But because this is not my first game, you know, play ever, I know about this secret. So we're gonna do the secret so we can get the cool ending. Yeah, it's kind of a less sad ending, a little bit. But that's just Dark Souls for you. Okay, so here's what we have to do. Thank you, Ex Oblivion. Maybe we can hit it with this. Hold on, maybe we can hit it with this. That didn't work. Damn it. Okay, so what we're doing here, so there's 3 ways for things to go with Solaire. Step 1 is you can accept the bad ending, the first bad ending for Solaire. The first bad ending for Solaire means he gets eaten by the bug and becomes a hollow, and he doesn't recognize you, his memories are wiped, it's super sad. He basically gets bug-induced dementia, and then he tries to attack you. We don't want that to happen. So, the other path that we can take, I gotta get away from this music for a second, it's too loud. The other path that we can take is we can abandon our dragon covenant, which would hurt our ability to use the dragon weapons, and join the Daughters of Chaos, and we can give 30 humanity to that lady in there, the infected lady. Which would allow us to go in there and clear out all the bugs before he gets infected. But there's a third way, and that's the way that we're currently dealing with right now, which is if you cast poison mist through the walls, you can actually infect one of the bugs on the other side and kill the bug. And that bug that's on the other side of that wall is the bug that would otherwise infect him. And if you kill it, he can't get infected. This might not work, but I'm gonna try it. You could always rejoin the covenant. Yeah, but you lose your progress, don't you? Don't you lose progress when you leave a covenant? Am I wrong about that? Also, 30 fucking humanity is gonna be a lot. We're gonna have to go farm that, and that's gonna be really annoying to do. Yeah, in Dark Souls 1 you lose ranks. Yeah, see, we have to do the poison path. I will farm humanity if I have to, but if I do that, I'm gonna have to do that off stream. I'm not gonna farm humanity on stream. I guess I could, but...
Oh, well, oh, please, as always. Goodbye then. Come back if you find...
Oh, no. Oh no, is the number of casts tied to fucking... Why do I only get 3 casts? Is that the maximum amount of casts of Poison Mist that you get? I did not show him the Pyromancy spell, no. Can't put multiple on there. Oh, okay, he can.
Are you prepared then, if you need?
Damn it.
There is no time for I think. Oh,
The ring that, there's a ring that increases the number of casts. Is that the one that oh, maybe I have that one. Hold on. I have this attunement slots. Oh, grants, oh, there we go. There we have it. Okay, we're gonna do this one. This gives us 4. Okay, this might be enough to do it. Let's try it. Dead center of the door. Cast. Is this the right door? I think this is the right door. Let me see. Make your way to the shortcut door. Isn't this the shortcut door? Or is it the other shortcut door? I might be at the wrong door. It's down. Oh, it's the one down in the ruins? Oh, okay. Okay, that actually might make sense. All right, we'll go do that then. Okay, I thought this was the side we had to cast it on, but I guess it might be the other side. We can get there real quick. We got this. We can do this. We can do this. We got this. Don't worry. This is a real Dark Souls moment. This is a real Dark Souls 1 moment. Okay, you want to know what game is the most heinous when it comes to quests? Fucking Dark Souls 3 is so brutal when it comes to being able to fail, character NPC storylines. This game is fairly simple by comparison. It's actually crazy how easy it is to fail NPC storylines in Dark Souls 3. Fucking crazy. In my I've beaten Dark Souls 3 separate times, and in my most recent playthrough of Dark Souls 3, I failed almost every NPC quest by accident. Hey, here's the bugs. These are the bugs that grasp onto his head. These are called sunlight maggots, which is kind of funny because they're not maggots, but they're called sunlight maggots. And one of them is particularly entrancing, and they have the ability to, they have demonic abilities. They can basically not mind control people, but they can fuck with you. Oh, here we go. Okay. I think we got him. I think we got him. I think we got him. Yo, congratulations, Nerodia. Got it. Got it. We killed it. That's the one. That's the one we have to worry about. So now we're fine. Now we can progress as normal. We can go back and everything is fine now. In fact, we don't even have to go back. We can just swap our ring and continue forward. Take this off. Put our dragon head back on. We got it. Damn, feels good. So yeah, we had to kill that enemy on the other side because the enemy on the other side is the enemy that will kill Solaire, or well, that will not kill him, but it will infect his brain and give him turbo Alzheimer's if we don't kill it. But now it's dead. It won't respawn, and he won't get fucked up. Ideally. Let's do this. I think what we'll do is we'll go down and we'll beat the next boss, and then I will probably have to wrap for the night because it is 1 o'clock. Damn, what a late night. I've been running my streams late lately as a result of my sleep schedule being messed up, but I'm gonna try and get back to the point where I'm doing streams at 3, starting at 3 and 4 instead of 5. When I start streams at 5 o'clock, I feel like I always end up running too late and I get really sleepy. It just compounds the problem. But look at this, we have 300 people still watching right now. That's so poggers. That's like beyond poggers. That's so fucking cool. Awesome. Genuinely awesome. Oh, some of you are East Coasters. I feel bad for you. Let's kindle this flame. Yep. All right, and we still have 17, so that's fine. Let's continue. We have humanity. We're humanity-fied. We're moisturized. Look at us. Our skin's all moisturized. I want this item. Woo! That was close. Hey, have a good night, Mixed Dizzy. Thanks for being here. Feeling moist like critical? I'm moister. No, that's not true. I'm not. I shouldn't play. I'm no moister. But look at this. We get Solaire! It's Solaire time, baby! Woohoo! Solaire, baby! I love the late streams. Well, I'm happy you love them. I will always do relatively late streams. That's the way that I do things. I am a night owl, and I have always been a night owl, even since I was very young. When I was younger, I was an anarchist, and I didn't believe in bedtimes. No, just kidding. I would go to bed when I was told, but then I would just stay in my room doing things. Like I would read, or I would write in a journal, or shit like that. So, I've always been a night owl. But the thing is, like, even as a night owl, I can't completely fuck my sleep schedule. Like, if I'm staying up till, like, 5 a.m. every night, I'm just miserable. So there has to be a sweet spot. Also, I've been streaming for nearly 9 hours. 8 hours and 10 minutes. By the time we're done with this area, it'll probably be a lot worse. Ah, shit. I should have put on the nice outfit for this. Woo! Yeah, I forgot. I should have put on the fire-resistant outfit, but whatever. We'll get this guy. We got Solaire, so he'll help us. This demon. Whoa! That lava damage is insane. Man, this guy is so hard to read. He's such a mess. almost got him. We got him. One try. Woo! We got his ass. Got his ass. Gayfesh says, by the way, Demon Mama, I saw Godfish, Godzilla -1, and it's good. You know the general rule is the humans are there to kill the humans are there to kill time until the monster comes back. Well, this movie, at points, I was like, wait, why are we spending so much time getting ready to kill Godzilla? I want to know more about this human drama. That is like Shin Godzilla, too. Yep, straight up. Damn, that sounds awesome. I can't wait to see it. I'll have to go see it. That sounds really good. That's how Shin Godzilla is. If you like that, you'll love Shin Godzilla. Shin Godzilla is fucking fantastic. Wait, charred ring. Hold on, we gotta check what the charred ring does, and we can check the lore on it too. Reduces lava damage. An orange ring enchanted by a witch. Since his sores were inflamed by lava from birth, his witch sisters gave him this special ring. But fool that he is, he readily dropped it, and from that spot, a terrible centipede demon was born. This was the ring that was originally belonged to Ceaseless Discharge, the big guy that we knocked down the hole. He was the big sad guy with the huge arm, and he was really easy, and we ran away, and he fell in the hole, and then we knocked him down the hole. He used to have a ring that would make it so that he wasn't suffering all the time, but he dropped it. Sad. Anyway, this allows us to cross the lava very safely. Damn, lava really does nothing with this ring. That's sick as fuck. Got green titanite. What else we got in here? I don't remember where I'm supposed to go now. Am I supposed to double back at this point? Guess I'm supposed to double back, right? This goes down to Lost Isolate. There's an item over here, isn't there? This looks like a place where an item would be hidden. Nope, guess not. Oh. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh, over there. It can start. We can hire the guy who plays. We can hire the guy who plays Holy Mac, Killjoy. There he is. There's our boy. Hey, look who it is. Look who it is. It's our boy.
Why? Why? After all this searching, I still cannot find it. Why? After all this searching, I still cannot find it. Why?
He doesn't have anything else to say to us right now. He's so sad. I know what that feels like, my man. I really do. I know what it feels like. More vitality. We need to get stronger. We must be able to survive hits. Okay. So now we want to double back, right? We want to double back to Daughter of Chaos. Let me double check. Oh, okay. Wait, so I guess do we have to? Maybe we do. Let's progress here for a little bit and see. I don't know that we have to double back right now. I think we just did it. I think we're fine. I think we saved him. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Okay, everybody. All right, I have to talk to you all, okay? We are about to enter the most pathetic excuse for a zone in the entire history of FromSoft, okay? I need you to prepare your souls, because if you've been enjoying this playthrough and you've been like, damn, this game has so much mood and it's so carefully made and so wonderful, you have to temper your expectations, because this one zone that we're about to enter into is legitimately pathetic. And I apologize you even have to see it. Unfortunately, it's because they were rushed. That's the real reason. Dark Souls 1 experienced an incredible amount of crunch towards the end of the game. Like, unironically, the game, the dev team was out of budget and they were being crunched to hell. And the result is what you see before you. Feast your eyes on the folly of man. You might be saying, I don't even know what I'm looking at. But if you look closely, you look very closely, you will observe that you are looking at the butts of dinosaurs. You are looking at dragon asses. Many of them, copy and pasted in every direction as far as the eye can see. That is indeed what lies before you. A bunch of the asses of dragons. And they had no time to finish this zone, and so they spammed them. And it's sad too, because take a fucking look at this the actual concept for the zone. It's like Angkor Wat, but for demons, which is like such a cool thing. And it's buried down here at the bottom of this great tree. There's a giant lava aqueduct right there, and then there's a Angkor Wat type structure that is the home to a bunch of demons. But unfortunately, like I said, they never got the chance to finish this zone. Really sad. So it's just a bunch of dragon asses, all spammed everywhere with no thought whatsoever. Just completely irrational enemy placement, genuinely completely rushed. They just had to get the game out the door, and so they put a bunch of dumb obstacles in the way and said, all right, I guess we call it good and call it good. This is the last zone, right? It was the last zone that they made. For us, it's not the last zone. We have other stuff to go do. We still have to do Duke's Archives. We still have to go fight a big, spooky, skinless dragon. We got a bunch of stuff we still got to do. But in the development, this was the last zone that was made, and it was sort of intended to be the last zone that you play in. But fortunately, well, that is the guts of a dragon and a dragon ass. It doesn't even really make sense why there's all these dragon asses here. There's not even like a good story reason, which is basically like sacrosanct for Dark Souls. In Dark Souls, not just Dark Souls, in FromSoft games, enemy placement is always incredibly important. Where enemies are located tells a very important story. There is almost never haphazardly placed enemies, except for here. Ass, 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 as far as the eyes can see. Ass after ass after ass. Skinless, he's scaleless. Yeah, but what I mean by that is that that's their skin. And like, dragon's skin is scales, so he is also skinless, and he looks like he's skinless. He looks like he's like a raw piece of chicken. He looks like fucking Pigeon, Vaush's cat. He does. Look at these. Oh! It's stomping in my general direction. It's thudding around like some kind of brute. Do you think this is the reverse of the zone with the Hydra? That zone felt meticulously and finely crafted, and this feels like an eyesore? Absolutely. This is the opposite in spirit to Ash Lake. Ash Lake is like beautiful and awe-inspiring, and this zone is like a sad disappointment. It's so sad. Oh, okay, that makes sense, Chariot. But that's a pretty, I guess it does make sense, but it's like, it's not a very deep storyline choice. It's kind of like, yeah, their butts fell down here. Why'd their heads not fall down here? That's what I want to know. Where are their fucking heads? Why can't I fight piles of dragon viscera? Huh? That's what I want to know. I want to be able to fight piles of dragon viscera. That would be cool. Like, unique slime type enemy, but it's made out of the guts of dragons. Oh my god, what's happening? Wow! Oh my god, did you see that thing's jump? I didn't know they could do a jump that big. That's so goofy. This shit's so goofy. What's it? It's literally, look at this shit. It won't leave me alone. And there's that guy wheeling around over there. This is so goofy. This zone is so fucking goofy. Oh, there's items over there. How do I get over there? I guess I just have to run, huh? Well, we're gonna go run over there. I want those items, so I'm gonna go get them. Lava run time. Divine blessing. 2 divine blessings. Okay. Alright. Oh yeah, there is. Chariot, there's 2 actually. There's one in Valley of the Drakes, and there's one in the Painted World. But they don't really seem to be directly corresponding with these, and you would expect that there would be lots of dragon tops and not just one well, 2 dragon tops technically. So it's still kind of weird. It's just very clear that this was unfinished, and it's sad, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you get fucked. Wait, there's got to be a way inside this thing, right? Because there was on the other one too. Fun fact, you can actually run on top of lava. It's so dense you don't sink in. I am gonna leave that. That's an experiment I don't need to try. I believe you, but I'm not gonna try it. I'm just not. The idea of sinking into lava is like one of the most horrifying things I can think of. Like, no joke. It sounds like one of the worst things that could ever happen to a person. Whoa, hey, what? That was fucking bullshit. That was fucking bullshit. Why did that happen that way? Okay, Solaire's gone now. Okay, so we can go take care of Solaire now. All right, we'll go do that real quick. Let's go take care of Solaire. There's Chaos Lady. Daughter of Chaos, let's go to it. Went to sleep after liking the stream 7 hours ago and it's still going? Slay, Demonmama. You know it. You know how I do it. You know how I do it. That said, I do have to wrap up soon because it's almost 8 hours and that is a very long stream. And also, I know for a fact that my wife misses me. Have you ever seen Dracula Flow? No, I don't think so. I don't know what that is. What is it? Gotta put my dragon head on. Yeah, what is it? I guess, yeah, go ahead and link it. Is it like a movie or something? Or is it like a meme or something? Oh, wait. Is it like a rap battle but with Dracula? That's what I think of when I hear Dracula Flow. I think like it's gonna be a Dracula-based rap battle. An old meme video? All right, I'll go check it out. We'll watch that before I end stream then. Oh wait, why isn't the door open over here? Why isn't this door open? Oh, we beat Kissinger. So I still can't open it. Kissinger has been defeated. We outlasted him. I think it's completely fucked up that that motherfucker lived until 100. I genuinely find that sickening. So many genuinely good people die so young, and the worst monster on the planet lives to 100. I bet he wasn't even fucking happy. He just seems like a miserable fuck. Like, he achieved everything that he wanted, but he seems like the type of guy that it would, like, turn to ash in his mouth. That he's just like, yeah, it's not good enough. You know? Genuinely, I don't know. That type of life doesn't seem like a life worth living. Odd. Was that movie sucking his dick, Gayfesh? I feel like I remember you saying that it did. All right, we're gonna finish the next area and then we're gonna wrap. Actually, honestly, I should call it for the night here. We beat the boss. We beat 2 bosses. We solved a puzzle and we saved Solaire's ass. That's a pretty good accomplishment for tonight's stream. And I really don't want to. I don't want to hurt my back or anything like that. I gotta go fucking rest and I gotta eat something. I'm starting to get a headache because I've literally I ate that sushi today and that was pretty much. Oh yeah, I had a slice of pizza this morning and then I had that sushi, but I haven't had anything else, so I should probably go eat. All right, but I'm gonna watch that video first, so don't tune out quite yet. Don't tune out yet. Don't run away yet. Don't go. Don't go. I'm just kidding. I'm not desperate like that. If you want to go, you can go to bed. As you know, I always say goodnight to people when they go to bed because I'm confident. Oh, that sounds a little painful. That sounds a little cringe, honestly. All right, let's check out the vampire Dracula flow. All right, let's watch the video. Let's watch the meme. Let's see this meme.
We straight gassing, cutting straight to the bricks. Ha ha. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. We smoking runts. Shorty got a BBL, took that shit out because she couldn't run. I had to do it to them snipe. I went Judge Judy on that pussy snipe. I'm not loyal to anybody. I'm a demon. I have no loyalty for anyone.
Wow! He's spitting!
Never did, never will. Shorty chose to be with a demon, sounds like her problem to me. Ha ha, this shit ain't nothing to me, man. My money longer than James Cameron. On and off the court, straight fundamentals. No funny business. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Moving like Dracula, we get it back in blood. You see it? I really did this. I'm really him. Flipped a whole brick into an empire. Stop playing with me. I have no sympathy. I live for this shit.
Okay. This guy trying to read this rap has the same general cadence that David Lynch has all the time. And I think that's kind of incredible. It's actually kind of incredible.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm nice with it. Ha ha. My money long. My pockets deep. No pocket watching in these parts. We straight gassing, cutting straight to the bricks. Chanel optics got me seeing shit. That pussy better stank, otherwise I don't want it. Popped a perk 30, got straight to fucking. That pussy dulce. Smoking fentanyl, lay cereal milk. I see God. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. That pussy got me screaming, crying, pissing, shitting, shooting ropes. Yeah, we getting that Pirate Bay alien shish kebab cordyceps money. I hope them aliens are real so that I have more things to fuck. Smoking the Qui-Gon Jinn Vietnamese Phillips head runts. She sucked me like a cordless Dyson V8. I'm in the K-hole, licking balloon knot. When I got the meat cannon, I be shooting straight rope. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Chanel optics got me seeing shit. I need fentanyl slime. I just popped a whole garbanzo bean. Fuck you mean. I smoke real Imrani, rapscallion ghost nuggets. Y'all can't fuck with me. I'm him. I've been him. I will continue to be him. Yellow rubies glistening like piss. Gulping sea monkeys by the gallon, my tummy feel crazy. That coochie yummy slime. That coochie doing it for me slime. They thought they could stop a demon, I'm back. The Zaza got me speaking Esperanto. This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
That's such an insanely good line.
Man, we out here cloud seeding, the scope gleaming. You can't trust me. I don't even trust myself. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm getting too much money. Ass so fat, I'm peeking off this Danny Phantom slime. Can you remind me who I am? Get the president on the phone now.
It's a huge fucking...
Can you remind me who I am? Get the...
It's a fucking giant ear pod. Why is it a giant AirPod?
President on the phone now. I fronted him a brick. I need my money. Hello? Black China?
Okay, we gotta do the third one.
I'm moving different. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a dog. I'm biting the fart bubbles in the bath. We smoking symbiote.
What the fuck?
Smoking that Whoopi Goldberg South Egyptian Fur Burger Deluxe Mega Million Scratcher Skunk Bubba Kush. We smoking dung beetle. I'm on 12 Vicodins smoking on Scooby-Doo dick. We smoking Sequoia Banshee boogers. We snorting that good Buffalo Soldier Tamarind Jordanian jibbies. They must have amnesia. They forgot that I'm him. That Burberry backwoods pack hitting that pussy smell like a Hellcat V8. We smoking shit in a glass pipe blowing the Lord's bubbles. I'm sick in the head. I'm on them brow...
The other people in the room laughing is fucking killing me.
Howard County Tic Tacs. I'm on them Georgetown Geronimos. I'm on them Nashville Nibblers. I left my Margellas in the Benz truck. I'll have to stun on them next time. I don't give a fuck if I go blind. I don't need to see the price tag anyway.
You're right. I definitely should make some of this a soundboard drop. The I'm biting the fart bubbles in the bathtub is like, that would be that would be such a legendary sound drop.
On 12 Jason Bournes, looking to beat the cum out of a thick, fresh oak. We smoking filtered crack, you stupid piece of shit. I'll fucking kill you. Call that pussy the Matrix, cause I'm in this bitch and I can't get out. Last guy who ran off on the pack got choked out by some Givenchy gloves. The last thing he ever saw was the price tag on them. Slowly faded into darkness, and I let the archangels take him. Yeah. I need more Sequoia Banshee boogers. Don't be shy, girl. I love me some pastrami mud flaps. I'm moving like French Montana. Huh? Welcome to the Cream Kingdom, bitch. Open up. Black China, I drink her piss out of another man's balls. My shooter a crackhead. He looked like Woody Harrelson. You ain't seen 10 bands in your life, shit. Reach for my neck. You'll get turned into an example. Y'all gotta stop playing with me, man. I threw diamonds at the strip clubs under the Great Pyramids. I pushed the camel through the eye of a needle. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Tied the ops to the back of a Trackhawk and dragged him around the block for 24 hours. Motherfucker looked like a Resident Evil 5 campaign extra after we was done with him. Ops wanted some initiative. Blew up their entire quadrant. I'm moving like Oppenheimer. She dropped that ass on me from an egregious angle. They thought I was Stephen Wallace. Top shelf Zaza disrupted my circadian rhythm. I have seen the Magna Carta. I have seen the Eye of Horror. I was flipping bricks for Mansa Musa before y'all even became a Type 1 civilization. This shit ain't nothing to me, you stupid piece of shit. Step the wrong way and you will perish. That pussy feel like Biscoff butter. You think I care about this shit? Ask me if I care about this shit, because I don't give a shit. If I had $1 for every time...
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt his flow, but Biscoff butter is the deepest cut I could possibly fucking imagine. I didn't even know anybody else knew about that shit.
They said I gave a shit, I'd be broke, because I don't give a shit. My bitch looked like David Hasselhoff. I bawled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'll kill you, you stupid piece of shit.
Oh my god. This is fucking legendary. What a absolutely legendary meme. When is this from? This is from 3 months ago. You said this was an old meme. This is a new ass meme. The top comment. The top comment. The next time someone says Americans have no culture, you just show them this. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, that's incredible. Oh man, this is fucking legendary. I'm gonna have to show this to Fawn tomorrow. Oh my god. God damn, that was legendary. And there you have it, folks. What a wonderful way to wrap off the night. Thank you for sending me that meme, Chariot. You're amazing. And to the rest of everyone, to all of you, not even to the rest of everyone, to all of you, thank you so much for watching my show. I had a blast tonight. I hope you did as well. I will see you all very, very soon. And remember, one rule. Do not fucking die. See you soon.